Okay. What were you saying about what was his name? Will Devant?
Will Durant.
Durant?
Yeah, I like his books. He's got a bunch of histories. It's like him and his wife research together, and then he puts these pretty vast historical books together, man, that, you know, detail different periods in time. It's good stuff, though.
Oh yeah, like the chronology of Earth's history, basically.
Yeah, he starts with like Oriental history, and then he moves into like, you know, I think the third in the volume is like Caesar and Christ, and he's got like the age of Voltaire, and he covers just, you know, a lot of really good subject matter, man.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? But
same old, different night.
Yeah. What were you gonna say about that writer though?
Oh, I just like his stuff, man. I'm listening to one of his books right now while I'm doing a bunch of art, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the old masonry is a lot like that, where it's just a lot of history, and like they're trying to just get to the bottom of history and civilization and etc. And there's a lot of blind demonization of masonry in the old school sense.
Yeah. Well, I think, man, you know, I think maybe there was, you know, a lot of true intentions in a lot of the beginnings of it. But I think over time, man, it's, you know, masonry in a lot of cases has just been turned into a sock puppet for different organizations to use, you know.
Yeah. Well, even what's his name? Henry Clausen, past 33rd Grand Master, says that he thought there was the orgies of Bacchus happening in the lodge.
Yeah. And what is it, Moses Hess, man, when he's talking about establishing Zionism, he's talking about basically, you know, going in and subverting the Masonic lodges and basically using the pre-established, you know, lodge system for the distribution of Zionism. And then what was it? As far as Adam Weishaupt, and the Bavarian Illuminati, man. I mean, you know, the German lodges, you know, were the Illuminist lodges that basically sent their headmasters over to run the French Revolution, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Well, the problem with all these organizations is they're kind of like fruit. They start off, you know, good intentions, you know, delicious, nutritious and whatnot. Eventually they rot because no one takes care of them.
And they
indulgence.
They lose their understanding of the symbology and the systems and a lot of, you know, what the meanings are behind the things from their origin.
I always use the runaway train metaphor. It's like a runaway train with cultures and systems that are, you know, it's compulsory repetition, but then it becomes you know, profaned somehow.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that movie Jim Henson's Dark Crystal, like when they describe in the beginning, you know, there's the evil Skeksis and then there's the good mystics, but even the good mystics, their magical practices and such, they become lost to time and memory, so they just practice ritual without even knowing why they're doing it, similar to, like, you know, Catholic Church today, basically.
Yeah, that's a good
well, and then you find out at the end of the Dark Crystal that the two opposing forces are one in essence. You know? Yeah.
Well, Christ is Alpha and Omega, so, you know, he does have the domain of world demons, so it does kind of make sense.
Yeah, the morning star and the evening star.
Yeah. I would say that, you know, Jesus was probably Lucifer reincarnated, because who the hell else would have karma like that they'd have to pay for like that and that level and scale?
Well, I think the story got perverted from the. Yeah. I really like that Mayan book, how it's saying it was some kind of Mayan thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig through that when I have the time, man.
Think about this too. The modern Bible was basically crafted and created by the conquerors, and even right now, if not all, the majority of Bibles are being printed in a CCP or in communist China by a CCP-owned company where they heavily persecute Christians. So who knows what they're changing in terms of the translations?
Yeah.
And I can't forget.
And that's have you seen the whole thing where people are like, you know, I thought it was the what was it?
Real quick, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, the Bible, everything that was crafted through the hands of the conquerors, but the Nag Hammadi, on the other hand, was like LSD. It was an act of God where it was discovered.
Oh, yeah.
Just at the right time. And it does seem to hold far more truth in terms of practical application as well as spiritual, from what I've learned through my experiences with plant medicines, especially.
Well, in the Nag Hammadi library, there's no mention of a crucifixion, and I think that's a key detail of how they changed it, because I mean, there's 16 previous crucified saviors. Thus, I think that they simply turned Christianity into their crucified savior blueprint, and then whatever it really was hidden, and that I think traces of it can be found in alchemy and so on.
Yeah, I mean, but when you have Rome basically shutting down the Gnostics and assimilating the story of Christ and turning that into Catholicism,
there's also proof that John the Baptist himself was in the scene, because when Christ sent his disciples to go give him the signs of who he was and whatnot while John was in prison, he gave them, or they gave him 5 signs. 4 of them were Hebrew in nature, but the 5th one, the raising of the dead Lazarus, was actually an Essene specific prophecy.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, I wonder if it was, I really think it was ayahuasqueros who somehow got to the Middle East and started teaching the witchcraft, basically, and that.
Dude, not even that, but there's evidence and even, a guy named Harry Rosenberg, he's a rabbi. He did a lot of research into this. Apparently, every year on Yom Kippur during the Exodus, Moses would enter the tabernacle, and it's a very small enclosed space, and burn piles of acacia wood, which is loaded with dimethyltryptamine.
DMT,
Moses also spent his exile in the land of Midian, where Syrian root harmala, which is a potentiator of DMT, grows. On top of that, Moses was raised as Pharaoh's brother, so he would have been privy to the Egyptian high priest initiation practices.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, plus that's when I drank ayahuasca like 12 years ago, that's what it was made out of, was Syrian root and chacruna leaf, and it was incredibly potent. It was, I mean,
the original one that Moses was using was called Acacia Sayel, and I cannot find it anywhere. Closest thing I can find is Acacia Confucia, which is from the Southeast Asia area, which isn't anything like the same as far as alkaloid profile goes.
Well, there's an Australian acacia that they say the Aborigines somehow hid from modern civilization for the last.
Yeah, even has amphetamines in the profile on that one, I'm pretty sure. I'm curious as what the actual Judaic Acacia Sayel, what its alkaloid profile is, and I will say that I have burned Acacia Confucia in the past while on the on harmalas, and it definitely had a notable effect, even in like small amounts burning it. So I can imagine burning a pile of it inside of an enclosed room is probably going to send you into outer space and talking to God.
Oh yeah. Well, and then you rub the ointments on your body before you go into the Holy of Holies, and then you're burning, the different herbs on the altar, and they got the temple records of them burning 3 bundles of cannabosum along with other stuff, so it's multiple effects depending upon the ritual. Yeah,
they were getting super lit, basically.
Question is what role Iboga may have played in all of this, because I believe it may be the little scroll that John spoke of in Revelation that an angel brought him. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually had a visitor from Central West Africa at that point on Patmos.
Well, I think that the scroll was of the mushroom.
That I feel maybe the one Ezekiel ate, because if you cut a mushroom straight down the center and you look at both sides, it looks like a scroll rolled up. On top of that, it contains a bunch of information, and he was told to eat it. The same thing with John, but I have a feeling the one John ate may have been a little different.
Regional changes depending upon climate.
Yeah, different species.
Right.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be some kind of shamanic origin of Kabbalah and all this stuff. I think it was
and when you get into the whole Kabbalah, man, you got the early, I guess it was around the 14th to 16th century, mostly in the Iberian Peninsula, and then it was kind of like really underground. I mean, a lot of the magicians and alchemists, were related in with the Jewish practices of Kabbalah, but you really didn't see Kabbalah rise again until the late early 1900s with the beginning of Zionism, and then you had the rise of the ecstatic Kabbalah, and that transfers mostly into the New Age movement and a lot of the stuff going on in the United States and Israel. It's not really much further spread than that, you know.
Yeah. Well, by ecstatic Kabbalah, you mean like the profane version of it, basically, or?
Well, basically, yeah, using it, there was certain, like, as you would pronounce the different letters, you know, Yad He Vad He, the head had a different position, and you would go into these ecstatic chanting, you know, basically, you know, for the sake of communicating with the divine and bringing back prophecy. So you basically, you know, put yourself into an ecstatic state through repetition, chanting, head movements, different things like that, you know.
Are you familiar with the Qlipath?
What is it?
The Qlipath. It's the inverted tree of life where the Sephiroth are all.
Yeah, the Qlipath, for sure. Yeah.
Like what the is actually being practiced rather than the truth of the matter these days, but disguised as such.
No, I see that totally, man. You know.
It's weird how you mentioned that ecstatic thing. How like the those churches in the South that like. The snakes and stuff.
Dude, I've been down and I've been to Pentecostal churches in the South and some of the Southern Baptist, churches where they begin to speak in tongues and have the Holy Spirit enter into them. And
well, you wonder if it's like if like they're profaning the religion so much that it's.
Well, I got an experience that ties into that whole tongues thing that was really weird that happened to me years ago. My stepfather decided to drink ethylene glycol and basically put himself into a kidney shutdown coma.
Yeah.
He had to be life flighted from Scranton, Pennsylvania to Hershey Medical Center. Me and my mother drove down. She stood there praying with an angel statue, and I just decided to grab his hand, look him in the cold, dead eyes, and started whispering some strange words that were not in any language I knew. And within seconds, the doctor said he was probably going to die. And like literally within seconds, he starts gripping my hand and kicking his legs. I'm like, holy shit, that actually worked.
Right.
Well, the only time I've seen glossolalia is somebody ate a bunch of acid, and then there was a bunch of people who were like, what's his name's over there fucking speaking some kind of gibberish.
Yeah.
Really comes down to it's praying from the heart in words that aren't words.
Right.
Well, I think it might be the Elvish language or something, because he was playing Tekken and he looked totally normal.
But the thing with speaking in tongues is they've done analysis on the whole makeup of it, and there's not really enough syllables or words to actually create a functioning language. So I mean, it's an ecstatic state where you're basically, channeling something, I think, coming through you, and you're just doing the best job you can to participate with whatever it is.
For example, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Was that Latin or?
What's that?
Was that Latin?
I have no idea. It just flows out of me quite fluently.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You were.
Sounds like it's got some Latin in there. A little, some of the inflections,
It feels like it. I mean, there's been like some German versions that come out like "und canta fructama," and I'm like, what the heck? I don't know.
It sounds like you should try stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the human language in general, they've studied like dance patterns all over the world, and there's so many directions and movements that the body's able to make as far as consistently, as the individual, evolves. And I think maybe there's something along the same lines, maybe with the vocal patterns.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I've had entire conversations with people in such languages, and we kind of understand each other entirely without having to actually understand. It's bizarre, but it does what it does.
80% of language, they say, is body language.
Absolutely. Not to mention micro expressions.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, one time, like 10 years ago, I had full telepathy with somebody that was.
Oh yeah.
We were tripping, and it was.
What were you tripping on?
Well, it was. I retired from tripping since then. It's been 10 years, but like, we took a bunch of acid and edibles. And I was going to say Harmaline, which is a MAO inhibitor. Its actual original name was called Telepathine, and I've experienced instances of it actually causing such many times in the past.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I've eaten some of the Harmaline seed once, but not Harmaline. My bad. Oh yeah. Well, when you eat the THC, it can act as a MAO inhibitor somewhat, and my friend, it was just so weird. My friend was like violating my memory banks, basically.
Jeez.
It's like, get off my back, motherfucker. But
I ate 5 hits of acid earlier, so here I am.
Huh.
I don't know. I somehow have this ability after tripping for 8 months straight to where I can eat no matter what type of psychedelics, even iboga and ayahuasca combined, and still function. It's just kind of some weird thing that happened. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know with a lot of that stuff, man. You exist in those altered states for, a certain amount of time over years and years and years, and like you just have certain understandings and expectations and
acclamation, really.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you get older, somehow you're the level of, you become more sensitive to the psychedelics the more you take. I think that's what happened to me, is that 10 years ago it made my stomach freak out, and it made me freaking have like
purgative medicine. If you've been eating toxic foods, like anything with like preservatives and all that other negative energy stuff we were talking about over on the other channel a little earlier, it'll push those out of you one way or another, and until those are all out, that will continue to happen.
At the time, I was like living off fresh chocolate milk and beef jerky.
That explains it. I know somebody that ate a hot dog before they drank ayahuasca once, and that was not a good idea.
I bet.
I just figured, fuck around and find out. I told you you shouldn't have done that.
Well, you're supposed to fast for a reason.
Yeah. Or at least go with the dieta and eat cleanly.
Yeah, true.
Like I said earlier in the other Book of Daniel, when him and his cohorts got taken into Babylon and they were fed the Babylonian food, they lost their ability to prophesize as well as to interpret dreams, etc. Daniel told the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, let us eat our native foods of lentils and other clean items, of our Jewish traditions or whatever. And within 2 weeks, they looked healthier than everybody else in the city, and they had all their powers back. So I figured I should take a book from that, and I've been pretty strict with my consumptions ever since.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Well, I mean, especially when you look at the general American manufactured, market in regard to just the sheer amount of the chemical shitstorm that everything has become.
I read everything before I buy it, and I spend more time eating random things out in the woods and making my own salads than I do actually buying them.
Nice.
Oh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, before I took the ayahuasca, before I took the mushroom dare of Terrence McKenna's 13 years ago, I ate nothing but either rice or potatoes and fried fish with no butter, no grease. And it was like a preparation thing, and it was I think it definitely amplified the psychedelics because of
absolutely. I've also come to find too that the more fragmented you are internally, the more they will have intensive effects, and the more you become defragmented, much like a computer, the less intense the effects will be, and the more clarifying they will be.
The more they flow through you more easily.
Yeah.
The more you flow easily as well.
Yeah. Or the more you flow through them easily.
Yeah, they could. I do speculate that they are like a symbiote species that somehow, mankind eats the psychedelics, and then the psychedelics experiences the 5 sense reality.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, but look at tobacco, for example. It's gotten us addicted to it, so we would spread its seeds and continue growing it.
Yep.
So, tobacco naturally, tobacco is it's an anti-parasitic.
Yeah, it's also a neuroprotective. Yeah, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do smoke a lot of cigars, and I do use a lot of rape. Well, you got to figure too, all the cigarettes in this country, even the ones that are organic, are still loaded with a bunch of fire retardant, and symbolically, consuming fire retardant, you're retarding your own fire. So that's not something I really think anybody should be doing.
What do they say? Somewhere like 385 addictive chemicals are added to the tobacco.
Exactly.
And you're basically,
they're not even a plant medicine anymore. They're the corrupted husk of a plant medicine.
Right. And then they put ether crystals in there, so you're actually freebasing that stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also a deliriant in a way if it used too heavily, I think. like Walt Disney was a tobacco shaman.
Well, too much nicotine, I can tell you, can basically cause you to have seizures. I got close to that once when I poured some on my hand by accident, 100 milligram per milliliter nicotine. That was intense.
I bet. And that's just that goes right through the skin, huh?
It's an insecticide, yeah. That's what
yeah.
use it as.
Oh wow!
I'm growing my own tobacco this year, so I'm hopefully, putting all of that, middleman stuff away and just kind of going to go straight to the source, which is the ground in this case.
Yep.
I developed a new spray that it's just basically guinea hen tea. Don't tell anybody, even though I'm saying it. But it's to spray on plants like vegetables or smoke, and like it's a organic pesticide basically, and it's an antifungal.
Nice.
Yeah, because every year it's like the outdoor weed always gets moldy and shit. So it's,
especially in the northern climes,
Oh yeah, humidity will do that.
Yeah, it becomes a big waste, and then you just throw it away.
I've never actually grown weed to this day. I've grown everything else.
It's definitely I think that the oxygen it makes is, oxygen in general. I mean, you don't have to just grow weed or something, but like.
Well, yeah, there's a symbiotic relationship between plants and humans. They breathe out carbon dioxide and breathe out oxygen, the opposite that we do.
Right.
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna say, tell us more about that book you were talking about the last time, because I was curious about that, and I didn't quite catch the synopsis of it. Marx.
Oh, which one? The Will Durant book?
Oh, you got more than one book?
Oh yeah, he wrote volumes, man. I'm on the third. I'm redoing the third volume. Basically, man, when I'm doing art.
I meant the book that you're writing.
Oh, the book that I'm writing. Oh, it's Nimrod, the first Skinwalker. But I go back and I trace. Yeah, I go back and basically trace the whole line of Nimrod and all the different sources, from biblical to Madame Blavatsky and all in between, and kind of show this narrative that, Blavatsky says basically that, what was it? Cush stole the skin of Adam when Noah brought it over. And then you go back to the Cave of Treasures by the Ethiopic author. And he talks about the skin of Adam basically being preserved, the skin of Adam and Eve basically being preserved, and Noah being pure enough to basically take it from the Cave of Treasures and transports it into the New World. And, you have in the Bible, basically, they talk about Nimrod getting his head cut off by Esau. Yep. And that's basically when Esau brings the skin into the house, and they put it on Jacob for the holy blessing. And basically during the blessing, the patriarch, who was it? Was it John? Who was Jacob and Esau's dad? I can't remember.
Abraham?
No, it was after Abraham.
Isaac.
Maybe it was Isaac, yeah. And basically they talk about Isaac smelling the scent of the heavenly realm on Jacob, and it refers back to the red earth, a comment in regard to Adam being the first husbandman, and tilling the red earth. And basically it's once they give him the blessing, the skin kind of disappears from the histories, and then he basically names the 12 tribes of Israel, in the whole scheme of things. So yeah, I basically trace the timeline and kind of fill in the background and develop the set and setting and kind of tie a lot of the miscellaneous Phrygian mystery schools in and the evolution of those, the origin of the black cube, and kind of, the foundation of the 12 tribes of Israel, basically.
Marx, what's your thoughts on the tribe of Dan?
Tribe of Dan, I've heard various things as far as that's supposed to be the house that the Antichrist rises out of. It's a lot. What was it? I think the tribe of Dan and the tribe of Levi and the tribe of Benjamin were the last ones that kind of were still around. whereas the rest of them kind of got scattered to the wind, you know.
Right.
But then you have the rise of the 13th tribe.
The serpent, I believe, for their tribe.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. But then you have the rise of the 13th tribe with Arthur Kessler and the Ashkenazi conversion, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
My biological maternal grandparents were, I believe, Ashkenazi Jews from what was it, somewhere in Ukraine. Roosevelt and Costco were the last names.
Yeah. Interesting.
We got him. We got him. No.
I'm legally a Jew, so I get a free trip to Israel if I'd like. But
yeah, well, man, I'm a Marx, you know. And if you trace Marx back to Karl Marx, it was his dad that basically changed his name. He was Rabbi Mordecai Levi, you know, of the tribe of Levi, at least being professed as a priest, you know. So,
right.
Yeah.
I'm related. The Leviticans were the Levites, essentially, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm related to a rabbi from England. That's my English side. That's like 1/10 or 1/12 or something.
Yeah. But yeah, the Levites, they were the priestly class. When the lands were divided up amongst the 12 tribes of Israel, the Levites got no division of land. Their land was in the afterworld. And basically they didn't necessarily take pay. They took what they call strange donation. So it was basically, you know, they would come and perform services and they would get, you know, in exchange for goats or, you know, fowl or any.
Yeah, they didn't charge anybody, but donations were definitely accepted.
Right. Have
you ran into a similar thing with Jordan Maxwell where he claims that the 12 tribes were basically each procession of the equinox, you know, how the different zodiac sign and like
I can totally see that, you know, especially when you go back to all the early zodiacs that you see you know, in the various cultures, you know, all the way back into Egypt. But that's the other thing is, you know, the Exodus coming out of Egypt, there's not really a lot of positive proof that actually happened.
Well, it may have. It could be something more with Akhenaten and a split personality type thing, or something along.
Yeah,
I've always thought some of the Old Testament stuff, like the word Exodus. See, it's like I think the mystery is in the word, but then on top of that, some of the Masons, the Masons and the Hebrews state that there's 72 letters in Exodus that are the Shem Ham Pharesh, which is the 72 letter of the Tetragrammaton.
The 72 names of God.
Yeah. I think that I think that the ancient people had this basically this blueprint of the universe or the solar system at least, and that the 72 names were somehow the sun divided into 72 parts. 72 times 5 is 360.
Right. Well, and that's the thing with the 72 divided by 5. That's the turning of the ages. You know, as far as the 5 petals of the flower, the 5 turning ages of the minds, the 5 petals of the Rosicrucian rose. I mean, you just see this cosmic, you know, 7, and there's 72 stars inside circles, 72 pentagrams around George Washington in the Capitol Dome, where he's basically becoming apotheosized or becoming a god.
Oh yeah.
So 72 is a big number.
I think the Illuminists made that temple.
Oh yeah.
And I think George Washington wouldn't co-sign on a lot of the stuff that they're attaching him to these days.
Yeah,
masonry and so on.
I would agree with that. But he did hire Elefante to design the streets of Washington D.C., which have all this symbolism woven into it.
Yeah, you look at that from Google Earth or something, and it's like a giant on the ground.
Well, I think they were trying to make like the perfect city, basically. They wanted
they were.
I don't know if, because that French guy, the architect, I don't think he was actually, I don't think he was part of the Illuminist movement or anything.
In a way, they were building a Tower of Babel, but instead of reaching to the sky, they were building it to reach through symbolism.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, and the guy that designed the streets, he was a French visionary painter. And basically he came over from France and volunteered in the Revolutionary War and fought against England. And then, staying around and being in those circles, George Washington, appreciated his art and basically asked him to design the street plans for the new republic,
Yeah, well, even Washington was one to be known to have an angelic vision the night before the big battle, from what I heard.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Huh. I think I heard that one.
And the Native Americans, they looked at him as some sort of a ghost figure. They said he couldn't die. You got all this mythos built up around George Washington.
I actually have a cemetery right down the road where one of his bodyguards is buried.
Interesting.
Well, I think there was like I think the concept of the brave has always been like immortalized in history with like, the whole like Jesus mythos to the Native Americans to, the revolutionaries, the real revolutionaries, not the controlled revolutions.
Yeah.
Well, something to consider too is all these ancient civilizations that eventually faced an apocalypse afterwards, they took all of their statues, all of their engravings, and scratched them the freak out of history. Why? Because they wanted to forget their past and build a new future, more than likely, because they realized it's all what led to what their destruction essentially was, and they wanted to start over.
I mean, you have to wonder, when you can get a whole society to lend their mind to the idea of apocalypse, are we creating are we our own, worst medicine?
Well, here's something else. I mean, this is only loosely tied to what we're talking about, but it just popped in my head. People say that the Jews are God's chosen people. Well, down to the basic definition of that, anybody who survives a cataclysmic event within their population and their civilization are technically God's chosen people, because they were chosen to survive and carry on their lines when everyone else was destroyed. Look at Pompeii.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, when you have, Noah basically survived, that's the thing. You have these different areas where you have the survivals of the deluge, the last,
I believe that Noah, Gilgamesh, and all of the others that were told about in different cultures were all, in a way, quantumly entangled with one another, as were the events.
Right. Coming from the old world into the new.
Well, Noah would have also been a genetic repository of everything God wanted to keep and not anything that he wanted to leave behind, too.
Right. Hence the symbol of the ark,
The Virgin Mary would have been a complete mitochondrial as well as Y chromosomal genetic repository, on top of the fact that that could have potentially allowed for parthenogenesis through epigenetic unlocking through Gabriel's words.
Yes. And have you read the work of Lynn Cantrell?
I have not.
She's a botanist over in Greenland or Sweden, somewhere over there. But she wrote it's like a 500-page book on parthenogenesis. And that basically after the last deluge, that since the species was in such a state of panic and concern for extinction, that the female species is one of the many, earthbound species, being the reptiles, being the frogs, but she basically, brings this whole idea of the humans were capable of parthenogenesis, which is why you get into a lot of these ancient, histories where it's basically the divine androgyne that is the factor that begins.
We have evidence where the population was, decimated to just about nothing. I mean, throughout like not just modern humans, but Neanderthals and so on and so forth back.
Yeah.
And I often think too that the whole idea of the Nephilim, the breeding between the fallen angels and the sons of man, that could be where we modern humans commingled with the Neanderthals. We were taller than them, and they were much more muscular. So who's to say giants arose out of that sort of intermingling?
Yep, and they had bigger brains, But there's also the idea that, there was this whole class after the flood, during the flood. Some speculate due to the magnetic changes that were going on at the time, that these were basically cannibalistic. And, there was a whole group of these beings that going around basically just eating other creatures' brains for the cholesterol.
King Og of Bashar was said to be one that survived the flood.
Right. Well, and that's I delved deep into King Og, and there's numerous stories about him, coming over on top of the ark, smuggling away in the ark.
Almost like the Tubal Cain in the modern film Noah. That I quite enjoyed that one.
Yeah. I think it's from 1614. It's called the Temple or the Synagogue of the Jews is what it's called. It's a pretty rare book, but they get into the idea of King Og basically jumping on top of the ark and riding it through the storm into the New World.
It's definitely an interesting because I've always thought it was symbolical, and then I did run across research from the 1800s about a boat that was found on the mountain, and that it wasn't how National Geographic and all that, they would show that boat with metal in it. Well, the original story says there was no metal. It says it was tar pitch and stuff.
Right.
That whole boat on that mountain thing, and then the mountain had a volcano in like 1890 or something.
Well, that's the thing. There was World War I flyovers where they took pictures of the ark on Mount Morat, and then I guess it was around World War II. There was actually a scientific expedition where they went to Mount Morat and basically spent something like 6 weeks basically going over the place with a fine-tooth comb, and supposedly they didn't find anything.
Well, what about was it Mount Herman or Mount Herman with the UN base on top of it? Apparently that's where they say the fallen angels came down at originally,
right, creating the first secret society.
Well, that one Chinese crew, they went to Mount Ararat, and that they found some kind of
maybe it was Ararat.
Yeah, well, they thought that it was a remnant of a boat, or it was interesting because the beams in it were like 3 by 3 huge beams, and that there was the stairs. I remember the stairs was just straight up log with notches carved in it. And that was the stairs. It was also primitive. It was
it's interesting because there is all that documentation for such a long time of that boat being on the side of that mountain, and then when you get to the point where they actually send a scientific expedition, did they confiscate it and hide it, or what happened exactly that all of a sudden it's just not there anymore?
Well, there was a guy in 1960s or 70s on the In Search of episode with Leonard Nimoy where he found
I need to watch that show more, man.
Oh yeah, that show is great. I mean, they don't make them like that anymore. They got all sorts of episodes and stuff about the weirdest shit. The carbon dating is there's such huge debates about carbon dating, but when I think it comes to wood is the most easily carbon datable because it's a organic substance, and that's typically what
versus when they carbon date stone, and it's like, come on.
Isn't there something called the cesium layer 2 or something like that?
What's that?
There's something like a layer of cesium or something that's involved with that all over the planet.
It's a radioactive decay that's a constant that they measure.
Ever since the first time they did it or whatever.
But it's funny because on the forums I've heard different scientists talking about sending stuff in, and they're like, well, when do you think it was from? And so you put that average date down, and it's like, why do you want any kind of influence on that level at all? From the purely scientific standpoint, if there's radioactive decay and you can measure it, then that should give you your factor right there.
Well, some people claim that there was possibly dinosaurs all the way up to 4,000 BC.
Right. Look at Angkor Wat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some of those places are. I think there was something really weird going on where certain cultures that were taking the psychedelics could see the wavelengths, and some people say that some of those pillars in India, those pillars are a picture of a wavelength.
Sound waves. And cymatics. Cymatics, exactly. But not just the pillars, but the actual expression of the entire temple itself.
Yeah, it's all tonally sound, geometrically and tonally sound.
Yeah.
Well, did you guys catch that? I mean, you probably heard of the book before, but it's like a book about the pyramid being a machine or something.
Oh yeah, that's Daniel. What's his Daniel Esselin, I think.
Well, this dude was named Chris Dunn.
Chris Dunn, that's who it was. Yeah.
He was on Joe Rogan like 3 days ago, and
was he?
Yeah, it was a really good episode. But I was because I've heard about it, but I never heard him speak about it, and then it was like it was all coming together, you know, because I always thought the plausibility of some kind of giant computer or something. Or because it's like they're claiming that there was electrons being focused there.
Yeah.
I have a theory that the more scientific that we've become and technological, the less we've been able to view these sort of, we'll call them cryptid entities and whatnot. And people like the Native Americans probably had more interactions with them because they were less technologically inclined. They didn't, understand the small details of how everything works. So that opened up to the ability of, what we would typically call impossible.
Yeah. And you have numerous stories in the old texts that as human beings encroached and started to build over and around, that basically those ancient spirits kind of retracted and went into the earth and hid away from us, basically.
On a side note, real quick news update. Apparently, there was a white buffalo calf born on April 24th. They verified.
Yep. I did see that. And actually, when me and my wife were traveling around, this had to be back around 94 to 96, around in there. We were actually out west, and we stopped on a res and basically saw they had a white buffalo calf there at that time, back in the 90s.
Well, I also have a theory, too, that all these different cultural prophecies tie into the major prophecy happening in Jerusalem in a sort of quantumly entangled state based on the cultures that they exist within.
Yeah.
Well, what if
Jerusalem will reverberate out into the others?
Yeah.
Well, if you were to be an observer in nature and you were to see some sort of animal born under like an albino pretense, it seems like it's like a kind of thing where it's like how you can't actually see the wind, but the wind makes the sand dunes form.
Right.
Where it's like you think there's some kind of thing that's for making the buffalo become white, and that I think it's like a scientific observation point of view where there was some kind of flux in the wavelengths or something where, like a white animal was born and
It's a genetic variant.
Now, have you seen that book by David Flynn called "The Temple at the Center of Time"?
Sounds pretty good.
It basically talks about the foundation of the original altar in Jerusalem, and basically as time expands out, so do these various temples within the like the distance determines the year from the 0 point of the establishment.
It's like Jerusalem, or these events are the quantum core, and everything else is angled throughout different localities as well as distance and time.
Right. Totally.
It's like the stones in Israel are so huge where, the Masons call them, they say that the old foundations are all built by the great builders.
Yeah.
All that things.
Well, I think even older than the Olmec
it's over in somewhere in East Europe, Russia area, something like that, Turkey, somewhere near there. Baalbek, I think it's called. There's giant there.
Yeah, that cave that they think was built by giants or something.
No, that's in Jordan, I believe. That's what was that called? The Nabateans, I think they ones that said that built it. Petra. That's what I'm thinking.
Petra.
Petra.
Well, I think Petra was Christians technically, but go on.
Yeah, but like the doorways and such and everything that you find in Petra, they're like these giant empty buildings that have these ginormous doorways that there's no explanation for.
Right. And Petra was originally where Muhammad's grandfather was worshiping the 365 idols that eventually reduced down to become Allah.
That's interesting.
That sounds like the distilling of the Vedas in a way.
Well,
my understanding.
Go ahead.
Oh, my understanding of Petra is that they were collecting water, they were selling it, and that there was some kind of. I think that's why the whole Christianity thing is about water.
Water.
It's because they were in the desert, and water was very valuable, and that there was this magical city of water. Where it says in the Greek, where it's like you'll find a temple with a man bearing a pitcher of water. And that it's definitely not a real person, because in the ancient world no man carried water, only women.
Right.
I think it was just a symbol of the city, and that the city was Petra was Peter, or Padre.
Like if a religion pops up in an area that's resource rich and whatnot, let's say India, you get the Vedas, which are all about celebration, life, and love. But then you get something that pops up in the desert, like the Abrahamic religions. It's all about being strict and whatnot, because there's not resources to go around. And you have to be, otherwise you won't survive. It really is the type of religious background and belief system is definitely dictated by the sort of environment that a culture settles down and grows within.
Yeah, for sure.
Etymologically, the whole Abraham, I think the original meaning of Father Ram, and it going to denote to Aries, and then
Abram.
Oh yeah, and that there's like this
with the lamb with 7 horns and 7 eyes.
Well, there's this weird thing about the Mason stuff where they say the Philosopher's Stone it moved from Scorpio and then went to Aries, and that it was I'm not sure what the symbols mean or whatnot. I just know that it's part of the Philosopher's Stone rhetoric, and that I've been trying to hunt it down, basically.
I know that elementally Aries is the ignition and the fiery spark. Leo is the emblazing fire of the peak of it all, and then Sagittarius would be the dying embers that carry wisdom, keep you warm in the winter.
Nice.
Being a Leo, I kind of looked into these things.
Yeah. Well, and getting into Petra, as far as you were talking about Petra and the Potter or the Patir stones, the Father stones, that area, when you get in and around Jerusalem, that is the largest culmination of some of the biggest standing stones. There's more standing stones around Jerusalem than anywhere else on the planet.
I have a theory that the 12 tribes of Israel even predates Abraham, and Abraham was a recombination of the genetic lines, and all the way back into ancient Africa.
Yeah, and I think that kind of flows through the whole Melchizedekian lineage. Yeah.
Well, I was privy to some information that not many are. There is an ancient tale in the Pygmy tribes of Central West Africa that they basically call the tale of the first Christ. And there was a Pygmy whose tribe was incredibly sick with an ailment that would make them wish they would die, but they wouldn't, likely addiction to the poppy, especially back then when their receptors very susceptible to these things. And there was a Pygmy shaman who did his best to find a cure for his people. He even took upon the sins of his people himself by becoming ill with the same illness. Traveled out far and wide, couldn't find a thing to help them. Finally he kneeled down, prayed to the Great Spirit, and said, please take my life so a medicine for my people can be found. And where he died, the iboga plant sprung up and healed his people. And they referred to him as the first Christ because he was the first one to take on the pains of all of his people, as well as sacrifice himself so that something to heal them could be found.
Right. Interesting.
That's not something you'll find information about really anywhere, because I learned that from an actual shaman in Africa.
Yeah. And that's, when you get into iboga and the modern methadone, coming from basically the Nazi regime.
You don't want to take iboga for methadone. The guy who sent me my first batch, he ended up in a wheelchair with a trach plug, having to type through a computer to speak.
Right, but for opiates in general is what.
It does wonders for that. But aside from that, I've experienced everything from carpal tunnel completely alleviating that was severe to the point where they said it's only going to get worse. You need surgery. They did the electro stabby test, nerve conduction test, and whatnot. I've had it literally. I've photos that show it has actually de-aged me in ways to where the lines on my face have disappeared, and I really believe it may be the inspiration for the Fountain of Youth, because Herodotus wrote in the 5th century that it came from somewhere in Africa.
Right. Well, yeah, and I was definitely making a negative comparison to methadone in regards to the creation of the what is it, the Royal Crown Society, and just the creation of a lot of the miscellaneous drugs pharmacia that came out during that time period.
Oh yeah, like the beginning of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, and then there's a part in the Bible where if you look at the original Greek text, the way it's translated now is that in the end of days, man will become addicted to his witchcraft. The original word for witchcraft was pharmakia.
Right.
Oh yeah, pharmacopoeia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pharmakia is a little bit different, but this pharmakia is basically
the word for drugs in Greek.
What's that?
Pharmakia.
Yeah.
Greek for drugs.
Basically, yeah.
Drugs.
Addiction.
Pharmaceuticals.
And think about the way that all of these modern pharmaceuticals are bastardized, corrupted, worldly versions and husks of medicine that are geared more towards treating than actually curing, while there's plant medicines out there that do the complete opposite, actually do what they're supposed to.
I know.
Well,
God gave us plants. That was, right in Genesis, not pills.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And everybody's become reliant on them.
Save yourself. Somebody save me. You know why I wasn't on here earlier? I was suffering myself from some internal digestion. I just got off that last show. I hadn't ate. That last show was 4 hours long. I hadn't ate. Oh, God, it was intense. End of Days Radio.
What?
Drink a lot of beers. Hadn't ate. So pardon me. I was listening to you guys, but I'm jumping in now.
Did you see that guy that was on the beginning of End of Days Radio that I called out because he was like filled with demons?
Who are you? Who are you?
George Goggins, Gio. I was on.
Tell me, who are you?
Well, I don't know what I am. I'm just here.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Are you Logan blue or?
No, really, that guy that was on the beginning of End of Days Radio earlier actually did concern me quite a bit, because I knew a guy that had the same exact thing going on to a T, and he ended up killing both of his mother and his sister, or his aunt, and burning his house down while having a firefight with the police. And he was literally talking.
Who was the guy? Who was the guy? What was his name?
I don't remember offhand, but if you go back to the beginning of the video, you'll see.
There's a lot of guys on there tonight. There's like 6 or 8 guys on there tonight.
He was the very first guy on.
Well, I wanted to bring it back to the you were talking about the 12 tribes thing in your book. What is so the whole 12 tribes in the zodiac thing?
The Mormons have 12 tribes thing, like the 12 tribes.
Oh yeah.
The Mormons have this lore about the 12th tribe or whatever, that there were 12 tribes in the origin of the history.
Oh, yeah, and that goes all the way back to Jacob and Esau. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say though, have you ever found any of the any type of connection between the ephod and some kind of any type of shamanic practice? I mean, we were talking about the oil of the priest.
When you get into the ephod, it was always paired with teraphim. So you would have the teraphim and the ephod, and they were used early on by the Hebrews, not the Hebrews, but the Israelites, and they were actually banned at a certain point as being impure. But basically the ephod was considered to be the garment that the priest wore, or it was also a sling of arrows that were generally coated in gold, electrical conducting, right? And then
really trippy,
there's another ephod where it was basically a pillar that they would build next to the altar that was in the shape of the quiver of arrows. And that would be basically, that was for choosing lots. They would shake the arrows, and then the arrows would have different answers on them, and they would pull, like random from the arrow, and that would be the given word of the Godhead. But then the teraphim was a whole nother matter. The teraphim generally consisted of a piece of wood or natural substance that was somehow incorporated with a metal. And you can follow that up. And then there also in Persia you had the teraphim or the teraphim, the talking heads, like when you have John the Baptist, when they cut his head off
the
and put it
talking
on
tree,
and put it on the silver platter.
burning bush.
They had a tradition where they would take a charging plate of copper or silver and they would put this head on it. And there's even some stories of like basically pickled heads that they would keep in a vat for prophecy. But they would stick them on this charging plate, and then they would dig like a square pit and basically sacrifice horses and drain the blood into this pit.
The old man of the mountains, from the Assassins, that story goes, to convince the assassin warriors that he had the power over life and death, he would perform a ritual before the initiates, the new initiates that he brought in to become assassins. And they would cut off a guy's head and they would put it on a platter. And they would make the head come to life on the platter to convince everybody that the head was cut off, but he had control of the head.
That reminds me of those dead squid in Japan that they feed you, and they put the sauce on them and the salt in it makes it start jumping around.
Yeah.
But with
something similar to that, definitely.
Well, and when you get into Sani Saba and the Old Man in the Mountain, there's also some specific detailing that they would actually dig a hole and put the guy in the hole with just his head.
Exactly.
And then when the initiates would wake up after the fact, they would actually take that guy that was in the hole and cut his head off and then put it on a pole and be like, that's the head you were talking to.
And don't forget there was a bunch of hashish involved.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, everybody would be smoking hash. Everybody would be ripped while they're looking at this. Yeah.
Well, and they had the red hashish and the brown hashish, being the opium.
These guys probably had the best
opium.
That's why they're called the hashishans.
Right, the hashishans.
That's the original word right there.
But
the best hash.
Those teraphim, they would basically take and put it on the charging plate, the head, and then they would pull the tongue out and tattoo incantations on the tongue to basically bring it was basically a vessel for the spirit, and they would answer a bunch. They would ask and get a bunch of answers to questions.
Answer some questions from beyond the grave.
Right. And then after they got done, they said that those heads would just howl through the rest of the night, basically like they were still in the realm of hell, being burned and tortured. But their essence was communicating still in the earthly world.
Can you imagine the fucking propaganda they could control the people with that kind of display?
It's like the Bene Gesserit witches, or
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Dune.
What's
weird? It's weird when you cut a chicken's head off, it I mean, it keeps like for like 30 minutes and
keeps living. The nerves keep kicking
for hours.
Certain nerves.
When you cut a snake's head off, it just keeps going. I mean, you can actually get bit by a rattlesnake after its head's been cut off.
Sundown. I think it's a shame.
What do you know about the Uman and the Thuman?
The Uman and the Thuman. I've looked into that a little bit, but I'm not so well.
I know about the Uman and the Thuman. Joseph Smith used them to read the golden plates.
Plates, yeah.
Put on glasses called the Urim and the Thummim. Allowed him to translate spirit language.
In the ancient Hebrew practice, it was a white and a black stone, I believe, that was part of the breastplate.
He was using stones, He put them in a hat.
Well, in the breastplate, when you get into that breastplate, it had what was it? I think it was 10. The 10 tribes. But then the two of the tribes were the shoulder pads, which were onyx. Or I'm trying to think of the layout, how the thing was. But yeah, parts of the tribes were the stones on the breastplate, and then there was the two shoulder plates that were onyx.
Garb.
Yeah, and that was
so. Robby, I was going to ask you, you're an artist, right?
Oh yeah.
Are you doing all kinds of designs and stuff?
That's pretty much all I've been working on lately, man. Well,
I wanted to ask you, who's your favorite artist? Do you have like any influences, like any old
Gustav
favorite
Dorr.
classic artists?
Yeah, I like Gustav
periods?
Dorr. I like Hieronymus Bosch. I'm
Wow.
a big fan of
classical art.
Of
I mean, way back medieval.
Yeah, yeah. I have favorite art. Munka is a favorite of mine. What is it, Kelly?
I was talking about like comic book latest, you know, like 1950s on. No.
Yeah, I mean, what you know?
Do you do art? Do you do modern art designs like Pink Floyd? That kind of artistic stuff? And
yeah, I just finished a T-shirt design for Pink Floyd, just like a few months ago.
That's what I was asking. Yeah. Who are you doing designs for? What are you doing nowadays?
Oh, right now, man, I just finished a tattoo design. I just finished a 50-year commemorative shirt for a worker at a camp. A lot of mom and pop stuff, man. You know, the rock and roll stuff. I did just finish a festival poster and T-shirt for Pickin' on Picnic, which has a good lineup of bluegrass artists. You know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so just depends on where I'm at, who I run into, who I'm talking to. You know. Yeah.
I'm an artist myself. I've done many years.
Nice.
I started when I was a child, drawing.
Yeah, so. Me too.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a multimedia artist myself.
Nice. I think we all are. You know.
We're all here tonight. Yeah.
The painting I got right there is like the sun, but it's like Europa.
Yep.
And,
you did that.
Yeah, I mean it's a really simple painting. Usually I paint better stuff, but
simpler the better.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, being made in the image of the creator, we are creators ourselves. That's what we do. We create.
Oh yeah.
On all
levels. Magician, the artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say one of my favorites is probably oil painting, just because it adds like texture and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oil, if you can afford it.
I'm a big fan of water.
And if you have the time to set up a canvas, clean
and
your
let it
brushes
dry
off.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have to be a rich person to even paint with oils.
I
did it when I was young. When I was young, I was in school, and I was in school and I had access to oil paints. Once I got out into the real world, I couldn't afford oil paints anymore. It wasn't that I couldn't. I probably could, but didn't have the time either.
Oh yeah, my family inheritance is oil paints.
Well, the problem with oil painting too is like you put a layer down, then you got to wait for a week for it to dry before you can paint it.
2 to 3 days, 4 days, 5 days.
Well, in watercolor, watercolor you can get a lot of the same effect, but it dries much faster. You know?
Watercolor's fun, it dries faster.
Yeah,
it's definitely tricky. I noticed you have to like tape the paper down if you're on paper and make it so it's tight.
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on if you're working wet or if you're working dry. You know,
acrylics gave me the best performance. I freaked out when I realized how fast you could put down colors with acrylics and blend them.
Oh yeah,
solid. That's when I realized acrylics are where it's at. But then by the time I realized acrylics was where it's at, I ran out of time and couldn't paint anymore. I'm like, oh God, I wish I could paint.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wanted to make some custom shirts and sell them on here sometime. But I was going to say that Robby's got a limited time amount, so we should ask him stuff about.
Thanks for coming on, Robby.
Yeah.
Man, I love every time you come on Clint's show because you're fucking. Wow, I like the research you're doing, sir, and you're deep on that research.
I will say I talk a little more openly on this show than I do on some of the other shows.
Oh, I know. That's what I like about Clint's show. It's so loose.
What have you been talking about lately?
More freewheeling.
What's that?
What have you been talking about lately on the other shows?
Everything. Hey, Robby, I've been following you. I heard you on General Lee. I heard you on all those shows. I love your interviews. You're doing fantastic, my man. Keep
Thanks, man. I just did that 2-part series on Mithra to Mithra to Mithras. And then I did that 5-part series on the Temple of Solomon with
super sweet
occult rejects.
Super sweet. I heard that.
And I just did Virgil and the foundation of the United States in regard to the whole Novus Ordo Seclorum.
Robby, thank you for blessing Clint's show. And,
I love coming on.
Clint's doing a great job. He's fucking researcher. That's why we're all here, right? Because Clint's a fucking super brain.
Yeah,
man, thank you for blessing Clint's show with your presence, Robby. And man, we don't want to keep you on here longer than you want to stay. You know, I'm being into Lovecraft, Robby. If you ever want to go on about Lovecraft, man, I'm a
big Lovecraft fan, man.
Ooh, I love Lovecraft.
Well, I've heard very many translations of the Novus Ordo Seclorum. What was your finding?
Oh, Novus Ordo Seclorum. It's become recognized in regard to the whole, New Order of the Ages or the New World Order. But man, I mean, Virgil wrote that at a time after his family farm had been repossessed. Basically, when one of the Roman generals confiscated all the land and paid his troops. And so he wrote basically the Eclogues, which, a lot of people thought was divinely inspired. Like he was some sort of an oracle. And he got recognized by the Roman state. And the Caesar basically brought him on board to write propaganda for the state. And that's where you begin to get the Georgics, where he's basically teaching everyone how to plant, how to farm, how to raise bulls, how to raise bees. But his pinnacle is the Ennead about Ennius, and basically, and Ennius is a Trojan. It's after the fall of Troy, and he basically goes and makes an alliance with Dido, who goes back to the Carthaginians, right? But the Trojans, they link the Trojans to the Phrygians basically through this work, right? And then the Trojans end up coming into the land of Saturn, or Latinus, the hidden one. And basically that starts a war with Juno, who was basically Semiramis. And after Semiramis got her head cut off and fled the Middle East, she came to basically Italy. And I believe that the temple of Juno were the Lupas, or the temple priestesses that raised up Romulus and Remus, But this whole fight between the Trojans or the Phrygians, and basically so it's a fight between the two mystery schools, between the Phrygian mystery school and the Babylonian mystery school.
Lupa,
as Rome splitting apart, as Rome.
Lupa means
this was the foundation of Rome. They're using this as a
Romulus and Remus are
the beginning.
Caesar's.
Lupa is a reference to dog, right?
Who are Romulus and Remus? They're Caesar's.
The dog, yeah.
The founders of Rome, the brothers, one word, the other one.
Right.
Raised by a she-wolf.
What was it? Romulus, he actually ended up becoming a senator early on in the very foundations of Rome. And when he died, they ended up cutting him up and distributing him, so you got another Nimrod story.
So he's buried into the foundations of their empire.
I wonder if I've always wondered if it was just a metaphor, or if it was a literal cutting up of the body, or
well, everything has a cutting of the body, like Osiris and
Nimrod.
Isis. Nimrod.
It's a story that is systemically handed down based around the spread of these mystery schools.
Yeah, I was using the metaphor the other night of Drunken Master, where Jackie Chan, when he doesn't realize the final form is all the combined together
masters.
So
why not?
Yeah.
So if the 14 are combined, it recreates the
Marvel comic books with Conan.
Recombinating of Legion.
And
Conan's
I think
American.
What was it there? Stan Lee. I think he was intelligence and basically stole the whole thing from Jack Kirby.
Boy, all of comic book artwork the entire comic book industry was run out of New York. If anybody realizes, I mean, everything.
Well, what do you think of
in the 50s?
What do you think of the comic book version of Nimrod with the X-Men story, where Nimrod is like from the future and he's like a robot?
I want to read it.
What blew me away is I grew up as a kid as a fan of Mad Magazine in the 70s, and I'm old, and I thought they were really cool in the 70s, and I looked back into the 50s, and in the beginning of Mad Magazine, it was a comic book. And it was a comic book until it got so risque that the United States government held hearings and banned comic books like that.
And I think
down
that
all
was
comic books in 1956 that were
going. And
Tales
I think
of
that's
Fear,
when
Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, I think that's when Mad Magazine was compromised and basically became a piece of propaganda.
And the only way Mad Magazine could survive was to become a magazine.
Right.
Because it started out as a comic. It put out 25 issues. Well, at number 25 or 27, they had to become a magazine to get around the law. If they became a magazine, they could publish more adult content. Adult content. They had a period where people got crazy and they were all conservative and was trying to say children's minds were being horribly affected by the comics. The zombies, the witches, the crypt keepers was scaring the parents. And there was a bunch of fucking right-wing conservative, radical, moralistic people that didn't want skulls in comic books.
So you're also talking about
with Tipper Gore and what happened with music and
Tipper Gore in the 80s,
saving rock and roll.
The same thing happened in the 50s,
Well, and then you got the case with William S. Burroughs and Naked Lunch, which was classified as pornography, and that's when Burroughs brought the opiates into the Bohemian society, basically polluting the cannabis culture with opioids. And then that was the foundational case with Naked Lunch that allowed Larry Flint to basically begin publishing Hustler magazine. Based around free speech. And they when that was going to court, and they were actually running the presses hot, basically filling up warehouses with William Burroughs' Naked
pornography.
Lunch. And as soon as they won that case based around free speech, it was they just distributed.
But you know what? America is pornography.
We
are the land of free speech. We want
it's the whole libertine philosophy
splattered on every cover.
Yeah,
if that's what you're into. If you're not into that, then turn around, walk down the street, go the other way. But if you want that, here we are. No, here it is. No, boom. That's America. What do you want? Censorship, and nobody can say anything.
That's Benjamin Franklin adding the word happiness into the foundational documents.
Censorship is the freedom of speech is a difficult road to walk, because you can say what you want. It might piss a lot of people off. That's kind of the bad side of
but also you got the Riot Act, and if you're going to do something that's going to cause other people harm,
you can't run into a theater and say the thing's on fire. Get out! Everybody can't panic. Everybody.
Threats. Or just
I mean, you have to be responsible for your speech, even though it's
absolutely.
Yeah. So
but you can push up against that wall of whatever, short of panicking everyone. You can push up against. You should be able in the United States to be able to say whatever the fuck you want.
I mean, look at all these
kind of
freaking people out for a long time. I kind of excel at.
Look at all the astroturf.
Let me tell you something that's starting to add up. Let me tell you something that's starting to stack up. Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah.
We heard all these stories, all these flights. Everybody that's running the government went over there and flew over there, hung out with him. Now you got P. Diddy. They're putting on TV.
Well, but that all goes back to Midnight Climax.
Everybody's compromised.
Hold on. What's Midnight Climax?
So back in the 60s, as part of MK Ultra,
CIA.
Yeah, CIA run. They basically set up this hotel with two-way mirrors and cameras, and then they would bring high-level businessmen and different politicians in.
Anybody.
Dose them up with LSD and basically sick the hookers on them and film it all. And basically get all.
They had guys that were there 24 hours a day. They'd tap each other out, go sit behind hidden walls while they watch a two-way mirror while somebody's having sex.
You got the Playboy
crazy
mansion.
On
you have
LSD.
Versace's mansion. You have P. Diddy. You have Epstein. You got all these miscellaneous guys that are setting up.
Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, of course.
Playboy magazine.
Yeah. But that's all
these girls, how they're being treated.
Yeah, but
Harvey
that's all
Weinstein.
But that's
Harvey
all
Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein just got off.
Oh my God!
They just reversed the
biggest
charges.
movies.
Yeah,
the biggest movies in the United States produced by Harvey Weinstein. He goes to prison.
And it was commonly known that if you went to go see him for a project, that you had to submit.
You had to do something.
Yeah.
He's hiding behind a plant, jacking off. Wow, that's weird.
I heard a rumor that
he's hiding behind a plant, going. You got the job. Oh, jeez, that's horrible.
Yeah,
that's like I got about. That guy didn't called in on Clinton's show.
I got about 10 minutes,
and
I'm going to have to jump off.
No, that's too cool. Robby, I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you for sitting on the Clinton show tonight. I was listening. And
have you gone over and listened to the MetaMindcast yet?
Is that your show?
Yeah.
No, but I'm going to sign up for that. Is it subscription?
No, it's just on all the pod servers.
Oh,
It's just all the shows I've been on, man.
Oh man, I'm following you. Yeah. I've heard you on a bunch of shows, and I like what you're putting down, sir. I like the researcher.
It's just stuff I've been studying for years, man.
I can tell. I can tell. Yeah. I love your artwork too. I love the artwork you're doing. Is there a place where you can go see your artwork? Is there like a?
Yeah. If you go to my Linktree, it'll have all my links. Just go to Linktree. And then RMARX, and that'll pull up all my links to my website, to my Etsy, to my podcast, to everything, Discord, everything.
Right on, Rob. I appreciate your mind, sir. I like your opinions on things.
I try to have fun with it, man,
No, you have fun. You're centered. You're lighthearted. I sure appreciate what you're putting down.
I like
hanging out with Clint because look at how deep Clint is.
Oh yeah,
Clint's over here just deep on subjects.
I felt like many
hours studying many things, and I like his appreciation of this. So, Robby, what else? What's on your radar this evening? Did you see all this crap about Joe Biden going on Howard Stern's show?
No, man. I haven't listened to the news in probably a couple 2-3 days, man.
Just checking.
I check out, man. I just listen to books and basically exist in my own little bubble. Just
there you go. What book you reading lately? What book you reading right now?
I'm going through. Let's see. I got a few that I'm going through right now.
Anything?
Will Durant. His Christ and Caesar. I'm going through that. I just finished. What was it? Lives by Plutarch. That was like a 6-volume set. I'm on like volume 2 of The Decline and Fall of Rome. I'm working through that.
Oh, I like that.
I'm on volume 3 of a Goethe set that I got a while. It's a 10-volume set. I'm just, I'm working I'm on like book 7 of a 22-volume Tolstoy set.
Nice. Tolstoy.
So,
man, I'm going through. Clint, I got this, Robby, I got this whole like medieval collection.
Oh, nice.
That I'm going to try to work my way through.
Yep.
These are reliable sources here. Just kind of work my way through the medieval ages.
Yeah, I try to read like 50 to 100, 150 pages a day. I generally wake up. Yeah,
I picked up one on Hannibal the other day. Which should be good.
Yeah.
Robby, I like your Metatronic turtle.
And then Genghis Khan.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
That's cool. You get some really cool artwork there, dude.
Yeah, I've been doing freelance art for over 30 years now.
Flower of Life,
Yeah.
Match on Cube.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. My friend sent me a picture of Flower of Life for my birthday.
Huh. Have you ever seen it tripping?
Nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mandala.
I'm seeing it right now tripping.
He sent me this for my birthday. He thought this might help me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why'd you send me this, Jeff?
Within the natural form of the cosmos, that's the way that cellular function stacks upon itself.
Cymatic perfection.
I hang that on the wall.
Yeah, you know, all the way up to the way the miscellaneous universes stack against each other. You know,
pancakes.
Space and time.
Clinton was talking about the 98 pancake rule, stack rule of the universe.
Well, okay, so one time, two of the times I was tripping, this is like 13 years ago, I seen the Flower of Life, and then somebody walked in front of it, and then it was on them, like it was a ray or something pointed at me, and it was really weird.
That's cool.
Well, and I go ahead.
I have no idea what it was, but one of the times when I tripped, the Flower of Life thing turned into this like giant circle with like all these eyes and fucking and then I seen it like flowing into people's heads, and they were saying what
sounds like an Alex Gray painting.
It was
now,
weird.
Listen, Robby Marx only has 10 minutes. He can't translate your fucking deepest.
Oh yeah.
But
he only has 10 minutes. He can't get down to the bottom of that vision.
Have you seen as far as programming water? You got that whole school of thought that you take the Flower of Life and you set the water on top of it in the sunlight, and something about the pattern is supposed to help, you know, reprogram the water. I don't know, you know.
Oh, I like that. Robby, I just want to say, man, I think you are one just classy, fucking cool motherfucker, and thank you for blessing Clint's show and Daniel's show. Your show on Daniel's on Nimrod that night.
That was fun. Yeah.
Boom, you blew that fucker. Yeah. Ooh, I like how you talk about Nimrod having this triple 3 chests.
Yes, wide,
3
super wide.
wide.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's a tough motherfucker.
That's an interesting
3 chests wide.
They said his power was in his chest. Yeah. But I think he was like a squat kind of
that blew my mind, like short squat, 3 wide chest.
Yeah.
Trippy.
There was
Hunter too.
Well, in some of the old stories, there's these weird metaphors where okay, so in the Osiris story, the Horus story, Horus, the child version, the first incarnation is paralyzed from the waist up. And it's a weird I have no idea what the metaphor means, but I know it's
when you get into Osiris and Horus, you know, like the name Linus comes from Horus in one of his metaphysical states where he is the wife to his mother, you know. So I think, you know, all these different names and these ideas and these different personifications are kind of different metaphysical states of this energy.
You know, I like how Clint comes on every night, Robby, and you know Clint's show, and reads these books.
Yep.
Ancient books. And he kind of gives a commentary, and he's reading through these old books. It's cool to listen to what these old books are saying and kind of think about what they're talking about there.
So, you know, I used to have this app. It's called AirRead, and it kind of went out of date. I'm looking for another app that does the same thing. But you used to be able to take any PDF. Like you could go to archive.org or, you know, basically the Congressional Library and pull down.
Dana was showing me that, you know, End of Days Radio.
Well, and pull down any PDF,
book.
And you could drop it in this program, and it would read it to you. In you know, you could pick 8 or 10 different voices, but man, there was about a good 8-year period where I was able to go through so much information just with that app, you know, of these ancient texts that you couldn't get otherwise, you know.
Well, look at that. What is that, Clint?
Oh, this is some Alex Gray's artwork. It just keeps getting trippier and trippier.
Alex Gray is trippy. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Is that a Tool artist? Is that a Tool artist?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been around for a long time.
His art gallery is only about 100 miles east of me. I'm planning to go out there sometime soon.
Yeah.
If you think that the biggest rock band of that time and the biggest artist just coincidentally met, you are a dummy.
New York.
Okay.
You are a dummy, yeah.
Look
at that. That's the Illuminati right there. The Illuminati drew that through Alex Gray.
Well, I've seen weird psychedelic I've seen psychedelic stuff that was very similar to his artwork, and I think he really is basing it off from seeing the spirit world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's principles of the universe.
Yeah.
There's energies that permeate, and they can see vibrations and waves.
His wife, Marita, she has a whole language that she's kind of translated and brought into.
Look at that. He can bring diamonds to life. That is not even. That isn't even a solid subject, but a surface, but it's shining like a diamond.
Well, it's like they're rebirthing
That's
the
what art does.
language.
That's what classic art can do: is bring life from the page, a blank page, or a sculpture.
But I think they're rebirthing the Enochian language.
Look how I always use the eyeballs. That's how you know he's the Illuminati. That's how you know it's the Illuminati. Tool was the Illuminati.
I don't know. I had some mushrooms in 2004, and I had the same vision. That was long before I ever actually saw anything by Alex Gray, and it was a life-changing event for me.
Me too.
Well,
way before Tool.
I remember being out in Vegas in what year was it? It was Fish, so it had to be like in 98 or 97.
See, and I was never into Grateful Dead, but I kind of knew they were around. But I had a vision long before.
Back at that Fish show back in 96, 97 in Vegas was the first time I saw Alex Gray's work, and it was actually that Jesus Christ blotter paper going around.
Nuclear Christ.
Oh
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Whoa, yeah. Well, there was a lot of fucking influences in the 90s that were pushing the envelope. Tool was coming out, and all these bands. Korn was pushing envelopes.
It's like, from an artist perspective,
bands. Tool was going into this artwork like you're showing right now.
This was long before Tool, though.
Yeah,
Tool was trying to notice how Tool always stayed. No, hold on, Clint. Notice how Tool always stayed tight with all their graphics were super produced. If you think that they did that on their own, that's the people that run the world producing that music.
Maynard
Tool is Adam Jones, the artist who worked on Dresden and Alex Gray.
Maynard went to the same art school I did. He was
whatever. Maynard is a billionaire and married one of the most famous actresses.
The symbols, I can vouch that in the spirit world, the symbols are like okay. So there's this guy who does this presentation called damn, I'm really buzzed off that beer. It's the
Maynard
James Keenan. I know his old roommate.
What about him?
Well, there's this presentation by it's called the Primer Fields. I forget who it's by, but I don't co-sign into his other work, but he shows these giant these rooms, these giant magnets, and then he has plexiglass, and then he puts these ball bearings on the plexiglass.
Oh, fuck, he's got so much money he can do anything. Yeah.
Well, this is the Primer Fields guy, and like in the center, underneath the magnet, the ball bearings make the hexagonal pattern, and that I believe that the hexagonal pattern is simply a magnetic field.
Yeah,
and that these
have you? I know you're aware of psionics. Earlier on Daniel's show, there was mentioning there's psionics and cymatics.
Oh, okay.
Vibrations causing patterns in the universe.
Right.
They're both the same concept. Earlier they were talking about this. Scientists have realized if you stretch out a copper plate and stretch it out in 4 points, you can do this in anywhere. Put some graphite in the center and play different sounds.
Right.
They'll make different shapes, move different patterns, showing that vibrations of sound produce effects in space.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to jump off. I got to go work on painting this bathroom.
Robby,
I'll CIA on Twitter quite extensively recently, so that could have something to do with it.
Knowing Clint Eastwood, it could happen. Oh shit!
I have weird things happen in my life. At the very least, I hope they're amused.
How did you meet Clint Eastwood?
What?
How did you meet Clint Eastwood?
I never met Clint Eastwood. Where'd you get that from?
He's the guy that's running the show right now.
Oh, geez.
He's the host.
I don't know. I smoke a lot of peroties, though, and that tends to be what he smoked.
You don't know Clint?
The old guy from the Westerns?
I don't know.
Sorry for the delay. I was
what the hell's going on here?
I was taking a lake and grabbing a beer.
I know.
Do you not know Clint Eastwood?
Is that the Australian Clint Eastwood? Like Clint Eastwood?
That's
It's Aleister Crowley, Clint Eastwood.
Well, no, I don't associate with Crowley.
I prefer Rigardi over Crowley, personally. He was far more detailed.
What does Rigardi write about?
Yeah, but I read a number of Rigardi books.
Here's the thing about Rigardi. Crowley never took Rigardi on as a student, but he allowed him to sit as a secretary and watch all of his students. Therefore, he was Crowley's only true student.
Oh, shit. I got to take off the copyrights. The copyrights hitting the thing, gotcha. So I'm going to have to edit that out after the video publishes.
That's fine. Sorry about that.
Well, no, I wasn't catching it at first. The video was copyrighted.
Anyways,
we still have 4 viewers, so I mean,
4 viewers. That's quite a few, yeah. Hang in there, 4 viewers. We're gonna say something cool. Doing it for you.
Actually happen.
Hang in there, 4 viewers.
Oh yeah. Well, I can just.
I got a book or 2. We're gonna talk about with you. Oh.
I keep telling the NSA and the CIA if they really want to talk to me, they can come knock on the door. I'll make them coffee and sit down. I probably clarify.
Well, no, it's the.
Well, they don't have to. They can see you here online, but you don't have. You're not showing pictures, so.
Well, it was just the videos.
I've straight given my social security number away on social media at least 4 times over the past 10 years.
It doesn't matter. They know you are. Yeah, they're watching you.
Absolutely. I just had a helicopter.
So you might as well put a colored light on yourself and come on. Like me and Clint do.
Have you had black helicopters?
Black helicopters.
Mr. Geo. Have you seen the black helicopters that go in fleets, in certain directions?
Oh,
yeah, we just had a bunch of them a couple of weeks ago fly over. I think it was like 70 different helicopters.
I wish I had black helicopters. I have ones that are so loud they're blowing your mind out. They're blowing your ear out.
Huh.
Oh yeah, the black box.
Well, I used to live in this city before I lived here in the country, and there was black helicopters going in a line, and they were going back and forth, and the 2 directions they were going were not, and they weren't in. Okay, we're back on YouTube now, so but they weren't in any direction.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't in any direction of any bases, and it was like, well, where the fuck are they going? They're not going to or coming from a base, but yet they're flying in these directions, and it was very peculiar.
There are those dumb bases, the deep underground military bases that are all over the place.
Oh yeah, definitely. One of the things that Bill Cooper turned me on to was these. They had drill bits in the 1930s that were 30 feet round. The United States government was drilling underground tunnels with drill bits that were 30 feet round on fucking tank treads going underground. So by the 30s, 40s, they already tunneled our whole country out. There's underground tunnels everywhere here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I hope you all are aware of that.
For
I
example.
hope you're all aware of that. Their fucking cities probably underground.
I mean, Iran has underground cities, so I'm sure we do.
Oh, we have them.
Oh, do they?
We are the home of underground cities.
Oh.
and chemtrails.
Well, I don't actually believe in chemtrails.
We have underground cities, and we're the home of chemtrails. You don't believe in chemtrails?
Well, I believe
That's
there's
how-
barium being distributed throughout the outer.
That's how far behind you are on all this, Clint. You are far behind.
No, you don't understand. 14 years ago, one of the Cooper fans, before I was really into Cooper, he challenged me on my YouTube page. This huge, giant argument that fucking Google deleted about how he challenged me to prove chemtrails real, because 15 years ago I believed in chemtrails 100%, and that I was like, well, fuck you, I can bring the proof to the table. And I spent 2 weeks fucking comment battling this dude, and he was picking apart.
Look at you with your own eyes. There's goddamn planes spraying trails across the sky.
Well,
that's all you need to.
That, and didn't they just like admit it on mainstream media? Like
before your very eyes, there's hundreds of chemtrails. You can.
Well, it's a complicated subject.
You think that's a cloud? That's a vapor cloud coming off the plane one day, and the next day there's no cloud.
I recall growing up seeing jets that were released contrails.
They do this
quickly. The chemtrails, on the other hand, take a long time, and they blow all over the place.
And it doesn't matter that what they do; they've already admitted.
Well, hold on. The thing about this whole situation is that they've, regardless of if they're real or not, is that
Clint, they do chemical testing on populations. They've already admitted that they spray.
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
I was going to say something else, but I'll bring up the point that for the last 14 years, I've challenged people to bring peer documentation of barium being used in airplanes, and that, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago on live stream, I found documentation by NASA which stated that they were taking large amounts of barium and putting them into the outer atmosphere to test why the solar stuff goes around Earth. It like magically doesn't hit Earth, and they were testing to see where
that's why they're putting it there. That's why they're putting it there.
Well, that's one reason.
So they can test to see. Now, these guys lie to you about everything. Everything they're spraying up there is to make us sick. Can't you realize that?
Well, I think they're. Well, hold on.
That's why we're all sick.
That's okay. So
we're all choked up. Can't breathe. No one can breathe.
In the 90s, you should get.
We got a new guest on here.
Oh yeah, Lizzie does it. He's a new American. He's from England, and he's a new American. So welcome him to America.
Welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Welcome to Babylon the Great.
What's going on, Lee?
Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you sound fantastic. Yeah, speak up.
So, how's your weekend going?
Oh, it's fantastic. I just got on here.
Hope the beer's flowing.
The beers are flowing.
LSD for me.
The drunker we get, the crazier the ideas are going to flow. So, what's on your mind, Lee? What are you thinking about this evening?
What am I thinking about? That's a fucking...
Did you hear End of Days Radio? Did you hear End of Days Radio?
I didn't catch the last episode. I saw the one before.
Oh, tonight was crazy. It had like 8 different experts on because the guest canceled. The guest canceled, so it was a free-for-all.
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting subjects brought up. I think a majority of them.
Subjects.
Well, I think a majority of the subjects straight up just led to the New World Order and the Illuminati, the world government. I mean, to put it long story short.
Well, you can't get around that. That's what's coming down. That's what we're all faced up against. That's what's rubbing us out. That's what's going to rub your face off if you allow it to take hold.
We don't even get rubbed off first.
Yeah, we don't even get a rub off.
Well, I think
rub your face off and you don't get a rub
Here's
off.
the thing, though. I think that they're just going to do the slow 50-year plans where
that's what they're doing. You get your face rubbed off generationally.
We're just gonna.
It's completely out of whack between now and then.
Wait, what's that?
So that's what they're trying to do, but there could be an unpredicted natural catastrophe that affects things where their plans are no longer valid.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up on End of Days Radio. Yeah. They're claiming that there's going to be a new one of those viruses. It's going to hit the cows, and they're going to claim that the cows need to be all executed. So then,
the red heifers.
Right now, they're saying. Now
listen to me. Listen to me. These guys have spent years and millions of dollars to breed these red heifers. They have finally produced. I am talking about the people that want to build this temple in the Middle East.
Oh, that.
I'm talking about the mainstream.
They've spent millions of dollars, Clint, working with
$1 million on 5 red heifers from Texas.
On 5 red heifers.
Well, isn't the red just Charlotte?
They have to be a certain age, so if the world doesn't come to an end before they're 5, it's all over. So,
well, I think it's
they got to rush them through this.
Well, really, what they're planning to do is sacrifice red heifers, use their ashes to bless the beginning of the building of the 3rd temple, and then that'll lead to the abomination of desolation and everything else that I was writing about.
I think the Illuminati.
now you're talking.
I think the Illuminati realizes the power of superstition, and so that they study all the religions, and they emphasize superstitions on the mainstream to then bring these religious initiates to the conclusion.
Get the red heifer going. Hey, listen. If the red heifer expires, they can't use it. They spent millions of dollars getting these red heifers. The world has to come to an end after they sacrifice this thing.
Well, remember, the word world doesn't mean what most people think it means. It means an age in the traditional biblical text. It doesn't mean the world as in the earth. The earth is a planet. The world is
I know that. Apocalypse doesn't mean the end of the world. It means the revealing. Yeah.
Great revealing. Yep.
Well, if this is all, then it's just the age of Aquarius officially being entered into, I would say.
Well, apocalypse in Greek was spelled with a K, not a C.
Huh.
As I said before.
Just probably like K from Peter J. Carroll is spelled with a K.
To extinguish, probably use K to distinguish magic from stage magic. It's a word like Clint Eastwood uses A and E instead of E and A.
Think about this
it's
too.
It's a weird fucking thing.
Because K is number 11 in the alphabet, and 11 is symbolic of reflectivity.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of
some weird
in the mainstream narrative. I would say that the symbols,
it looks like light bouncing off a mirror.
Well, the symbols in the. Because everybody wants to take it to a biblical perspective for some reason, but okay, so
it doesn't have to be biblical perspective. It could just be an optical illusion.
Well, the symbols of the symbols of the Book of Revelations would point to like calendar dates, and that the calendar dates, I believe, were some sort. They might have been predicting earthquakes or some kind of catastrophic event or something.
Well, May 1st is May Day, is communist birthday.
Wait, so
Illuminati's birthday. No, what it is, it's an ancient fire, the birth of life. It's like a March is the birth ritual, the life, death.
Something
as
else
you go through the seasons, all the leaves. The seasons of birth, like it's the.
Oh yeah, well, I call it the calendar religions.
There's something I find really weird with this eclipse recently, in the fact that it, it covered all of every major prophetic sign all in one thing, almost like it went over the city of Jonah, and then went over 7 cities named Nineveh. There was a bunch of other stuff in between that tied into it, and it all happened under the constellation of the Whale. And 40 days to the day afterwards is Pentecost, just like Jonah had given Nineveh 40 days to repent. So I'm curious to see what happens on that day, if anything, or how things go from that day onward.
Well, it could be, it's, that's this whole idea of prophecy is, see, that's the same idea as saying that time, that there's a book that's written that all people must do this thing that's already been preconceived.
Well, yeah, it's like the same thing happening in different iterations and foreshadowings and buildings over time.
Well, I don't believe
time is a spiral overlapping itself, building upon the events of the past.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't believe in fate. I believe in chaos, and that
I believe in chaos, order, and entropy, and they all work in tandem.
But the whole idea of fate, continue, Todd.
There's a lot of traditions. All right, I was raised in a Mormon community. Just how this is the principles. Once I realized that ain't the principles, I looked into my own principles. Magicians.
Yeah, that's what I did too, and I came back around full circle.
Yeah.
40 years.
Let's see here.
Mormons are like Christians. Mormons are like Christians. Jesus is the Savior. Jesus is the Savior.
Yeah, but Mormons don't follow Christian doctrine.
Well, I think it's all symbolism.
But I don't buy none of this, because thousands of years of fighting against religious oppression, to say that Joseph Smith had visions. A lot of people had visions around the time of Joseph Smith. There was a giant religious revival.
I have quite a few now.
It spread across the United States. The Mormons were all wacky over here in Utah, and not wacky. I mean, they had their own religious visions and Christian principles. Can we live outside of the Abrahamic principles, their religions? That's my question. Can we live outside of the Abrahamic religions and not get killed by them?
I don't know. If you remember during the Exodus, the Jews and whatnot, kind of.
Should I not believe in any of them?
Fine, but anybody else completely
not get killed. No, I don't want to die. I don't believe in the end of the world. Maybe I do.
I don't recommend it. It's quite terrifying. It's very
I'm not dying for the end of the world to come. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, this whole precession of the equinox thing, I think it's
life, death, rebirth principle.
Well, I think it's just
more complicated than that from what I've seen.
It's humans. I think language is a million years old, and this.
Well, in the beginning, there was the word. What is a word but coherent vibration, movement with will behind it?
Well, I wonder though. From my understanding, though, from the mystery school teachings on the whole religious aspect is that the secret word was used to create the universe. It was used to make things, and then later along comes this initiate who uses the secret word to heal people and so on, and then simultaneously in the Egyptians, the secret word was, I guess this is a little bit.
The secret word itself is just word. The concept of
what's cool. You know what's cool, Clint, is that you sitting.
Well, okay, so in the Book of the Dead, in the original thing, the secret word of the Tetragrammaton was said to be used by the initiate to enter into the spirit world, and that mathematically, okay, so if Euclid was a pupil of Abraham, who was a mathematician, I believe that the word of the secret word could be some kind of 4-digit key algorithm for for some sort of moving equation, and that this moving equation is somehow the numbers of reality, and that the
have you ever seen something called the Vedic square?
Is that goes back
the
to
Vedic
the
square?
It's a number of squares. I'll see if I can find a copy of it quick. Let me look around for a moment. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I got it here somewhere.
I'll take your time. I had to eat. Sorry, Clint. Took me a minute to come back on. I was so hungry.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Oh gosh! After Daniel's show, it was like 4 hours. Whew.
Oh yeah,
it's starving.
It's like working, kind of doing the podcast.
Great show. That's a good show, though.
Well,
no, I have to work, and then I come home on a weekend. That's why I don't join you every night. I come on this week, but I couldn't even get on your live chat because I just passed out after I got home from work. I'm like, I can't even come on the show.
Todd, tell me what you guys think of that and the patterns therein.
What do we think of that pattern? It's too small for me to see. What is it? Just a big pattern. I can't.
The magic square.
Magic square, like one of those.
The outside.
I've seen magic squares. What do you make of it? What are we supposed to see in this? What are you seeing?
Some things I can't say exactly. It's known as the Vedic square. It's something that originated in India. But if you notice the
how
number,
many points is there? How many squares are there?
Well, that I couldn't answer, but I could tell you this: if you look at number,
just measure across how many.
1 and number 8, they are completely opposite. The pattern for number 2 and number 7 are opposites. The pattern for number 3 and number 6 are opposites. The same with 4 and 5. Now, if you look at the pattern for number 2, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and that's evens and odds, which are symbolic of 2. Same thing with 3, where you get the ratcheting 3, 6, 9, which are all multiples of 3, and so on and so forth. It's got a lot of weird qualities to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
what do you make of that? What is that? Why does that stand out in your mind? Why does that strike you? You know.
I have no idea.
Why do you bring that to our attention? Why do you bring that to our attention?
Not for you guys, this for that reason.
Well, here's my mathematical opinion: is that the magic squares are like slides to fractal, like the Fibonacci sequence or the Mandelbrot set. And that each when you make the magic square bigger and bigger, mathematical patterns create, and then if you put a color attached to the mathematical patterns, it creates a 3D fractal, well, not 3D, but a fractal visual of the it's crazy. I mean, it's like they made a map of the universe out of words.
Now check out this one.
Who's the fourth person on here? Who's the fourth person on here?
Oh yeah, Daniel's coming in.
Daniel on here? What's going on, Dan?
Daniel.
I think he's having a mic problem.
Yep.
Fuck, bring Dan on. That's all we're missing is the end of day's radio host.
Well, it's like if you look at the numbers,
like just showing. Well, you know that I would be untrue.
Well,
you know that I would be a liar.
And based on this,
if I was to say to you that Daniel could bring us higher, come on, baby, light my fire.
Try to set the night on.
Okay, but
come on, baby, light my fire.
To explain the
I'm gonna tip the gong over. What's going on, Daniel? Are you there? Bring Dan on. Fuck, we're all boring here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You saved our show. No.
Hey Todd, you're like the cable guy on the karaoke.
We're
with the cable guy where he does that. What song did he do?
When the truth is found.
Oh, with to be lies. And no, God, I would love to do that. And all the joy. Don't you want somebody love? Don't you need somebody love? That's horrible.
Oh, yeah.
That's me.
That was perfect.
No.
Iron Butterfly.
That's me. I tortured Daniel many years of singing bad songs.
Yeah. I actually want to bust the guitar out.
I like your singing, Todd.
I should bust the guitar out.
I think
Daniel plays guitar.
Ozzy Osbourne.
It wasn't.
I do an Ozzy.
Definitely bust the guitar out.
No, I do better David Bowie. Ground control to Major Tom. Testing circuits, countdown zone.
Did you see that photo the other day where people said they found spiders on Mars, and the first thing that jumped to my mind was Ziggy.
Spiders on Mars, Sunday, God's love be with you.
I seen a picture of like a gerbil on Mars.
Gerbil on Mars.
That's because
visions of Elon Musk
the desert
stick on Mars in the future.
Put David Bowie Ziggy.
Elon Musk is going to
Mars rover, not on Mars. It's Mars. In the desert.
Did you see that picture going around of Elon Musk in his swim shorts? He's all fat and pasty, and then people are kissing in the dune like he's the freaking Baron.
Yeah.
On Mars. Like, Mars puddle.
My dune.
They're making fun of his car that has all sharp edges. If you fall on it, you might kill yourself.
No, even worse. Those cars, when they short out, they
short out.
Lithium fires.
Guy's trying to drive down the road, the battery's catching on fire.
Those things burn like napalm and worse. It's more like thermite.
If you accidentally fall into it, you get cut because the door's so sharp.
Yeah, and if it shorts out, you burn to death because those things are freaking impossible to extinguish.
That's what the reports are saying.
It's all about the American V8 engine. Fuck all that communist electric car bullshit.
I liked my 6.8 diesel personally.
Oh yeah,
Daniel jumped in on a weird spot.
It's always weird, Brian.
It's always weird where Clint is. Yeah.
What were you saying?
This is like multiple weird.
I didn't hear what Dane was saying.
What's up, Lee Z?
Yeah, what's up, man? We could all do fucking acapella or something.
We could do an acapella.
Nobody loves me.
The Beach Boys song. Charlie Manson comes through at the end.
Yeah, so what's what should be the topic of discussion? I mean, we're 2 hours in.
We got Dan on here, man. Daniel is fucking so deep. Daniel, what do you want to talk about? Because we are deep on weird stuff. But just what's the biggest topic, Dan?
Yeah, anything from earlier you want to touch on?
My notes left from my show earlier. If you want me to go through,
yeah.
I can.
Yeah, what was the
Please do.
Yeah, because some of the modern topics are definitely you see all this stuff trending on Twitter. It's like my uncle was all pissed off that he's like telling my aunt to text me to fucking ask what kind of search engine I use because he's sick of all the search engine garbage. And I was telling him to make Twitter. But anyways, go on, Dan.
Well, there's quite a bit of stuff going on in the world. There's one news story I did not get to, and that is of an ex-Satanist turned Christian. He's like this, let's see, where'd it go? I had the article pulled. But you guys see this stuff every once in a while. You see these stories of ex-Satanists, and they like become very, very Christian.
Are you talking about
Ozzy Osbourne? Ozzy Osbourne, yeah.
Do you know about Anton LaVey's last words?
Wait, what was that, Lee?
Are you talking about Russell Brand? Is that who Daniel's on?
Yeah, Russell Brand. Suddenly became Jewish.
Hey, oy vey, shut it down.
Oy vey, you got the chutzpah.
No, I'm a millionaire. No.
I'm Jewish. I can make those jokes.
Oh, yeah, what was the Damon? I'm pretty buzzed off that beer.
Me too.
I found it. So,
I'm out of cannabis and beer, so
CBN.com. Ex-Satanist turned Christian reveals what is behind the curtains. What is behind the curtains of Devil's battle plan? the co-founder of a satanic movement in South Africa, who had a supernatural encounter with Jesus Christ and renounced the occult days. He is now on a mission to equip Christians to handle and understand the devil's battle plan in the last days. Rian Swigalar, a former reverend at the South African Satanic Church, the SASC, stepped down from his position in May 2022, but recently revealed on social media why he has decided now is the time to reveal what is behind the curtains of the Satanic Church. I don't feel that our war is against physical people. I feel our war is in spirit, and what God has revealed to me is that we are in a time where it is crucial, he explained. We are living in the time of the book of Revelation. Ooh, I have to agree. So it is time to put this information out in a very respectful way, he shared. We will equip spiritual warriors to handle and understand the devil's battle plan, he added. And the article continues, but I think everybody gets the idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, my personal opinion, I think that the ex-Satanist bit, the Christians always, put them on a pedestal, and that it's like a weird ego trip in a way where the ex-Satanist is then, it's weird how people go from one spectrum to another. Like
pendulum can swing like that.
And they got a goddamn rule board that draws everybody on it. It doesn't matter what your religion is, and they mess with you. It doesn't matter what your religion is.
I would say the spiritual warfare is definitely very real, and demons are very.
Whoever's running this world, knows your belief system, your pinch points.
Well, I definitely believe in evil spirits. I mean,
I think that one thing that you could look at with these situations are, this is somebody that maybe the experience in the world of Satanism made them aware that there is a spiritual world, and at some point maybe they seen too much, or they simply realized they were on the wrong side of something in some kind of battle. Who knows? Maybe some of these people shared information with him. Maybe he had some kind of psychic experience with something demonic or something like that. But I think that sort of experience can offer you some sort of proof of a deity or something like that. However you want to put it.
Did you ever hear of Anton LaVey's last words on his deathbed?
I think I heard. What was it?
I know what have I done? Had a prolapsed anus.
Oh my, what have I done?
Oh yeah, I've heard that one.
I have a feeling he was having quite the psychedelic experience where he realized that he done fucked up.
What was he doing? Sucking Satan's dick? I mean,
well, he was just hold on. He was
what did he do?
He was a secular humanist.
What have I done?
Well, hey, I got a story about Anton LaVey.
It's quite literally self-worship over others.
Anton LaVey, like, he taught a system where like magic doesn't even exist, basically, yet he was doing ritual magic. Right. And he put a curse on I think this lady was like a model or an actress or something, and she got in a car wreck.
Yeah. That was I forget the actress. I remember that story.
I experienced something like that once.
I can't think of what actress that it was.
It was goddamn beautiful too.
Anne Heche.
I know that story. No, it was way back. It was in the 60s. But anyways, he put a curse on her, and she died.
Correct.
In an accident.
Now, there's also some talk about
Anton LaVey's connected to the Rosemary's Baby movie.
The scariest movie ever created.
Anton LaVey is connected to Hollywood Babylon.
Yeah.
Where Hollywood is filled with, you know what the rumor is, Daniel and Clint, and what's your Lee? Is it Lee?
Yes, Lee.
Lee, you know the rumor is that there's tunnels under all these houses in Hollywood, under all those mountains.
I could believe it.
And they go down to places like H.P. Lovecraft stories.
Yeah, I could believe it.
Deep under all their mansions and connect to some of these fucking places. That's the weird rumor that's getting.
Todd,
that's the weirdest thing. Yes.
Speaking of, people, you go into the deep oceans, and the deeper you go, there's all these horrific creatures down there. Well, they say that they discovered an underground ocean that's even below all of that. That's much bigger. Can you imagine what might be living down there?
Oh shit,
yeah.
That's the Abzu.
Totally. You can't imagine.
That's where Enki lives.
Your mind just
the Bible
reels
talks
in
about
horror.
these scorpion creatures that are the size of horses with the faces of lions. Who knows if that's not tied into that somehow, coming up from the bottom of the pit, which that
Your mind reels with horror, even trying to picture something like this. Your mind reels with horror trying to picture the underground tunnels under Hollywood's mansions.
I picture there being like little fucking reptilian monsters running around there.
Even funnier. Joe Biden's hometown
What's even funnier? What's even funnier?
Hollowed out in mind about
9,000. Bo Jidens.
He literally crawled out of a crack in the ground that's been hollowed out into a bottomless pit through mining.
Bo Jidens.
Look at the Wyoming Valley on Google Earth or something. Yeah, actually, here, I'll pull it up on
from Delaware. All right.
I'll show you the crack in the earth out of
Kraken. Unleash the Kraken.
Joe Biden's a genius. He says, "What are we going to do about this Palestinian issue?" I know. Let's just bring them all over. We'll just
bring them here.
Fly them over.
No shit.
Load them all up.
Blow them up over there, so we have to bring what's left of here when they're all mad.
We just got like another.
Make them mad. Drive them into the corner of their country and just bomb them until the last piece of them are left, and then bring the mad ones here.
Joe Biden's like, I need those votes. Put them over here.
And give them all the money in the world.
I'm not losing to
and
Trump.
Teach them how bad we are because we blew up that country. That's what we do.
We're sorry.
Sorry, blew you up. Welcome to our country. Everything.
Well, what?
Our country's nuts.
And the best part is, this slit in the ground here, it's not just a slit in the ground he lurched out of. It's mined out about 9,000 feet deep throughout this entire valley. So he crawled out of the bottomless pit.
That's where the lithium is? Or
no, anthracite.
The vagina of the goddess.
This is where all the anthracite that powered the Industrial Revolution essentially came from.
No doubt. Let me tell you something. The Industrial Revolution was beautiful. As people crawled out of their fucking horrible jobs. Let me tell you a story.
Is the oldest river
As
in the
the
world.
people crawled out of their horrible jobs, they could buy something. And this is where capital and capitalism started. The Industrial Revolution was a great thing because people could finally buy their little fucking hovel. They could buy their little thing. And that's why capitalism is good. If it's real capitalism, it allowed people to buy their way out of poverty. And as the industry grew, it created needs and would produce wealth for everyone.
Right, but at the same time, that caused everyone to get comfortable in a cushy lifestyle. When things get bad, nobody can actually endure it.
You can still have that going on. You could have a strong economy if you have a king and a queen. You could be a royalist and believe in a monarchy, and we could still have a great economy. One just has like little to do with the other.
I'm more for a old school hunter gatherer gardener lifestyle personally.
Like, what if we had?
There's too many people. There's not enough fucking wilderness. I guess you could. No, there's too many people now.
Well,
you can't go back. Depends on where you are. If you're over in the fucking rainforest, maybe.
Let's say that we made Donald Trump King of America for life.
Make him king of Jerusalem while you're at it.
King of America.
Trump.
Yeah. Make him king of Jerusalem.
Did you see the video of Trump being given
Give
the
him
crown
a fucking medal.
Israel?
Give him a medal. Make him a rabbi.
Don't be rude.
Make him rabbi.
No, they had a ceremony over in Jerusalem a couple months back where they presented Trump with a giant silver Torah crown.
No doubt. Even he brags about the greatest president Israel ever had. It's like, what the fuck?
I wouldn't be.
You're supposed to be America's president, not Israel.
That guy's
the greatest president Israel ever had.
He's the greatest friend to the Jews of all time.
He said if he was over in Israel, he would be elected as president.
Well, I don't. You guys know I don't really
Maybe
care for
something even
modern
stronger than that.
politics because of,
I know that you don't, Clint, but this is what's happening.
Well, I know that, but the unconstitutional state of things, it's for me, the modern politics is totally irrelevant because of the unconstitutional.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're freelancers who are stuck in this limbo.
And I know
of
you
being
feel
stuck in
that
the
way, but
system.
future is moving forward, and society is moving, Clint. They're moving past our constitutional. I like how you're trying to hold them to your standards, but it's moving faster than that. We're flowing into the future. Time keeps on slipping.
Have you guys
into the future?
Have you guys seen all the crazy solar activity and earthquake activity?
I mean, that could be attributed to the the solar eclipse, possibly.
Oh, no, even before the solar
eclipse, like an
cycle this year has been going off like firecrackers and M80s left and right. We just had what was it, an X1.69 about 24 hours ago, along with the players the same day after.
Well, eventually, I'm going to build a giant boat, and
we're going to need a bigger boat.
We're gonna need a bigger boat
on top of a mountain next to a lake. I'm good.
Listen, we've got Daniel on here. He's a fucking super brain. Daniel, what do you think about all this craziness?
Well, the craziness in general.
I mean, what do you think about this discussion?
We should not confuse chaos for evil, because chaos can lead to great change and good things, and that's really what the Book of Revelations is all about. Is like chaotic time that leads to a much better time where we're all evolved and we're spiritually smart. I don't think that the Bible is the only truth. I'm one of these people that likes to pick and choose and pull from different mythologies and religions and belief systems and stuff like that. But
what do you think about Clint's show? Do you tune into Clint's show? Ever?
Of course, this is Illuminati news. This is where we talk about
Illuminati news, man. That's where
the real Illuminati that was not created by Adam Weishaupt, and the Bavarian Illuminati is nothing but a copy. It's like an alchemical statement or text full of deception, because that's who these people are. They're deceivers.
I like that weird book you were reading, Clint, about the Mayans and the devil worshippers in Paris.
Oh yeah, the devil worship in France.
Oh, so weird.
Yeah,
weird shit. People are buried halfway in plaster. These devil worshippers.
Is that where the Hellfire Club was in France?
Kind
of. That was England.
About the same.
Oh, was
England, but same time period. 1776 is 17.
What about the Libertines? They were French, weren't they?
Libertines.
Well, the book was claiming that there was these people that were all like
buried between walls in plaster, still alive.
Yeah, like tortured to an extreme point. Like it was all very extreme. Like nobody knows if it's real or not, but it's definitely fucked up.
That was interesting read.
Well, look at all the like torture devices that they had back then, like stuff that rips your nuts in half and sticks a spike up your ass. And
imagine the torture devices they have now.
It's right there.
Imagine
they meant well.
Imagine the torture devices they have now.
What is that? What was that picture we were just looking at? Or
that's my giant cave on top of the mountain next to the lake for after the apocalypse breaks out.
Your giant cave, yeah.
It's a good hiding spot.
You can fit about 30 people in the damn thing. It's huge.
You may have just given it away.
You ain't gonna find it.
Well, I think see you there, Gio, when shit hits the fan.
Well, everybody's worried about certain stuff, but what I'm thinking of is
I'm not worried.
Well, hold on. The Druids had these giant stones where they were big stones piled up, and that I believe that they were
like big stones or little stones.
Huge stones, and
huge stones.
I think that they made meteor shelters, and that we should possibly make meteor shelters.
I don't need to make one. We got a billion mine shafts around here I could take refuge in if ever needed.
Oh, that's nice.
It comes in really handy.
Yeah, what's that? That YouTuber that goes in the mines and shit. That dude's crazy.
A bunch of them.
There's one. He has these ghost videos where he hears these whispers, fucking in one of the mines, and it's really creepy. I think it's a legit ghost video.
That reminds me of. Have you guys heard the fallen angel voices under the Euphrates?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty weird. I don't know how authentic that is, but if it is, it's quite terrifying.
Is that similar to the Russian hole thing that they hear weird voices in?
Yes, this one seems more real though. Like you could probably pull it up on YouTube, but it's basically kind of like, I'm sure you guys have heard the mystery sounds coming from the sky, the weird trumpet sounds and stuff like that.
I've heard them in person.
Have you heard them?
Sky dragons
too. It wasn't just dragons. We both heard them.
Like people all over the world have been reporting hearing these like loud noises coming from the sky. Going,
that shit scares me.
Yeah, stuff like that. It sounds like
another thing. Dan,
that is a weird shit.
You talk about the angels' trumpets blowing, and if you think about it, giant tornadoes are trumpet shaped, and they definitely blow.
There you go.
They didn't really have words for tornadoes back in those days. They didn't really have those in the Middle East.
You don't hear stories of tornadoes through the Middle East because probably there isn't big enough populations, and we don't care what happens to them over.
Well, then they don't really get tornadoes over there like we do.
Well, they call them sand twisters or something.
Yeah, they got like whirlwinds and small ones, but not crazy ones that are like ripping through.
Interesting.
Well, I think the whirling dervish.
They must get them. They must get them.
You get something called Scirocco's, I believe.
Well, I think the whirling.
The Volkswagen Scirocco. That's named after.
We live on this side of the earth. We're told that there's two sides of the earth. There's a south hemisphere and a north. Does anybody believe this? Is there a fucking Antarctic and an Arctic? Or
well, it's like
is there an
I can tell there's a New Zealand. One of my friends lives down there, and he's quite the funny character.
Does he live down there?
What's weird is
beyond.
Well, okay, so check this out. I used to, right during the start of the pandemic, I was playing Destiny 2 with these Australians, and then they all just disappear. And I'm like, where the fuck
Destiny 2 on a video game?
Yeah. And fucking we were doing these like fortresses or some shit, and fucking then all of a sudden they disappeared, and it was like, well, where the fuck did they go? They just
they were never real. They were AI.
We all went back to the fucking pub, mate.
The shootings happened at Christchurch, New Zealand, and everything shut down. Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump's grandmother's last name was Christ.
Was it? Isn't that figure? And she probably looked like Christ. No,
I knew there was something holy about that family.
I don't know about holy.
The whole like the word Christ in Greek means oil, and I think that
Christos, yeah.
Well, I think that the oil was simply associated with fire,
lamp burning.
The fire was the 1,000-year lamp. That
does make sense.
And also, Messiah links back to an anointing the forehead.
Dawkins did a song called "Into the Fire,"
and they refer to prophets as lampstands.
Wait, what was that? Everybody was talking at once.
They also refer to prophets, at least the two witnesses of Revelation, as two lampstands, which run on oil.
Okay, so what did Dan say?
I said that Messiah goes back to crocodile fat being used to anoint somebody on the forehead.
Huh.
Where was that at?
Ancient Egypt.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, crocodile is so weird. Every time I eat deep fried crocodile, I fucking have weird ass dreams.
Oh boy, deep fried crocodile. I've never had
deep fried crocodile. Oh my god!
You are what you consume.
I ate deep fried cactus. It wasn't good.
Mako shark was interesting.
Well, I'm used to in Florida. They eat alligators and stuff like that.
I'd like to catch a rattlesnake here and eat it.
Rattlesnake is really good smoked. I've had it smoked with hickory. It was
my one neighbor actually smokes rattlesnake and went out to. He told me if I brought him anything, he'd smoke them for me. So I'll definitely give that a shot.
Yeah, just be careful.
You can make an appetizer out of and a boot.
There's a crazy book that was around like back in the 2000 area, where it was about using snake venom to make yourself immortal.
King Mithridates.
Well, I think that humans are like littered with parasites, and that certain things, like there was this World War II veteran that was 105, and he smoked 16 cigars a day.
George Burns. He did this 6 a day, and he was in his hundreds.
Well, I think these anti-parasitic plants and stuff are detrimental to survival.
Tobacco is definitely a powerful one in that regard, and I incorporate quite a few. I have a wormwood plant outside I consume fairly frequently that I've been growing for 10 years.
Yeah.
Polypore,
How do you consume it? How do you consume it?
I chew it and swallow it.
Chew it and swallow it is in leaf form. Was it leaf form?
Isn't that what's in absence?
It is. I have never noticed a hallucinogenic effect from it, but I have noticed that if you burn it, like in a smudge, a bunch of it, and you inhale enough of it, you do get quite the interesting buzz.
Smudge it, burn it, dry it out, smoke it.
And the star wormwood fell from the heavens into the waters, and the waters became bitter.
Check this out.
Good stuff.
Do you know what the word Chernobyl translates to from Ukrainian to English?
What's that?
Wormwood. And do you know what they sometimes refer to nuclear energy as? A man-made star. And guess what? That one fell upon the earth in the sense that it was literally collapsed in on itself next to the Dnieper River. And this past year, there was a bunch of military kicking up and blowing up and, taking contamination everywhere, especially into that river, which flows into the Black Sea and into the Mediterranean.
Huh. The whole Chernobyl thing, it's like, how do they... Okay, so the nuclear reactors are like a giant... like steam engine, basically.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck did they fuck that up?
Well, the thing they're powering the steam engine with is really something you don't want to fuck around with.
You're basically just boiling water very efficiently.
Have any of you heard about the theory about it was done so that they could create an area of that part of the Donbass that they could wild. They call it wilding.
The inclusion zone.
Yeah,
these people are experimenting with everything. This is one of many experiments. These people are doing like the most evil experiments you can
look at the Dyatlov Pass. What happened there? And they're saying that was probably Russian military testing.
Well, if space and all that is real, why have they not built a spaceship that runs on nuclear power yet?
That's an interesting.
Me and Daniel are talking about how they're faking the moon landings. Notice how they're faking all the moon landings, every country.
Well, think about this.
They're not really going to the moon. They can't leave the atmosphere.
Boomed. It would cover everywhere in contamination.
Spaceships are like reaching the edge of the atmosphere and they can't quite get out, so they're going across the top like it's a layer of water.
Well, I think they're going in UFO. I think they're going in saucers, using centrifugal force engines powered by microwaves that are, and I think that there really could be a space war,
They never went to the moon. Neil Armstrong is like, we never went to the moon, but we wanted you all people to get along and love each other and be blessed by the idea that we could go there.
There's an incident that happened in France, like in medieval times, where they witnessed a huge UFO battle in the sky between like hundreds of thousands of UFOs. It's one of the most famous UFO stories, sightings.
I've seen that woodcut. It's got like weird shaped things in the sky, and that it's an interesting thing because Cooper has a caller on one of his episodes, and he's like,
the air battle of Stralsund.
Huh. I have to look that up real quick just so I can show a picture. Here.
Sounds kind of freaky. I don't know if we can handle this.
What? Stralsund? Or what's the word?
You know what? This isn't even the one I was thinking of. I'd have to look that up later.
Well,
but
I know what I've got a picture of it in my folder. I know what you're talking about. This.
I got a drawing if you need some sound effects in the background.
Hey Todd, you're gonna do a song with that?
Clint raps, so come on, Clint.
Yeah, Clint.
Well,
Just
I'm on beer number 7.
Come
So
on,
Oh, I found it. It actually happened over Nuremberg
let's go.
in 1561. It's 1561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg.
okay. Yeah,
My wife's gonna get mad shortly.
Did you guys happen to catch that thing that happened in Florida? I think it was Miami a while back, where there was like 200 police cars and people were saying they saw Nephilim coming in and out of reality.
Yeah, that's some weird shit.
Yeah, that weird shit.
Project
weird. One of my friends who's in the Navy is really high up. He was the first person to send me that link, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, he's going into this conspiracy, you know? Like, what is he?
Well, it's kind of weird that they brought like 200 cop cars for like 4 kids that were lighting off fireworks.
Have you guys seen that? The military general's talking to the cadets. He's like, yeah, you guys are in for it in the future. You're going to have to deal with like little green men and stuff like that.
Did you guys see this kid on? Did you guys see this guy on Daniel's show earlier, Logan, showing a video of this cop going, "You're from the future," and some guy shooting at him on a video? Logan on Daniel's
Did he say,
show.
"I come in peace"?
What? Logan's
Daniel. Did you notice that? Daniel, did you know Logan had a video going? He's from the future. And he's shooting him. He's half naked,
like
and Logan's broadcasting from the jail.
He's not in jail. He's in a shelter,
or the homeless shelter, or whatever. Let me show you a video of me shooting people naked.
Let Dan.
What is going on here, Daniel? What is going on here, Daniel?
I think it'll be good for Logan. I mean,
it'll be good for him to broadcast a video of some naked guy shooting.
I'll watch it.
I mean, this whole
you need to go back and watch Daniel's show tonight because you're going to be disturbed slightly, maybe.
I think
Daniel, what was up with that dude that was your first guest tonight?
You mean Logan the psychic vampire?
First guest. Guest.
That guy had some serious, like, weird energies, and like I had a hard time.
Yeah, is that story true, Daniel, or is he pulling our leg? Is that true?
What about Trevor?
Is he really hurting? Is he really hurting or not?
What about Trevor saying that Logan went into his room? And then Todd, there's that time when you were hearing Logan's voice coming through your headphones, and
I did hear that. That one freaked me out. It's true.
That's 2 examples.
I had one weird
of Logan's shit. Like,
but I can't confirm the other. Only my own.
That's 2 proofs that Logan has powers.
From the beginning of the show.
No, in Dan's show
tonight, I didn't hear the story. Where is he broadcasting from jail? Where is he at?
From a shelter.
Shelter.
He's not in the slammer.
I thought he was at first.
He got released.
I see these guys looking like they're wearing jail uniforms behind them. But
Daniel, I'm calling you, just got released.
Didn't it look like he was in jail when we first saw him come on? I was like, oh shit.
You're the first person I was thinking about when I got on.
Well, it's what's weird. Okay, so my friend that's got the voices in his head or whatever, they both, Logan and my friend that's with the voices, both said the same conclusion where they believe that the voices bothering them is better than the voices bothering other people. So they believe that them being targeted by the voices and this craziness is somehow they're saving other people from experiencing this thing. And it's like it's a weird thing, like psychologically speaking, where nobody knows for sure if they're being targeted by spirits or if they're being targeted by technology or if they're just crazy. And that, no offense to anybody, but like, it's a weird.
I would say it's all the above.
Clint, it could just be an old-fashioned love song.
It's ancestors.
Playing down the street for you and me.
Three Dog Night, I love them.
Well, that's what I asked him. I was like,
"Fashion love song."
Well, I asked Logan if he was channeling his ancestors.
Three-part harmony, 2 sweet odd dreams upon and
the book
listen
of
to a song.
It states that we are all surrounded by spirits thick as flies around us at all times.
Absolutely.
Just no love song.
Oh yeah, I've heard similar rhetoric.
You can listen to the good ones or the bad ones. That's your choice.
Well, what we used to call spirits in the old days, we can now call influence.
Call them aliens.
Well, it's like this guy was messaging me.
Influencers.
This dude was messaging me who followed me. I always say something to everybody that follows me on Twitter. But anyways, so I was like, well, he's like talking about souls or something. I'm like, well, I'm a spirit. I don't have a soul. I'm a spirit. And that he was, it's like so many people are under this, this dilemma where they're confusing consciousness with spirit, and that they don't actually believe in spirit, they believe in consciousness, and that
technically your soul is your individual genetic algorithm, while your spirit is what animates it.
Well, I don't actually believe in the soul because of the word being associated with the sun, and that I think it's like a play on words to try to get people to believe the solar mythos.
Well, regardless of the semantics of it, it's just your genetic personal algorithm, like your own personal fingerprint.
The soul is the seat of the ego.
That's one thing it can be by definition.
But the thing, though, is that the religious movements use the idea of the soul to separate the person from the spirit, where it's you aren't the soul, you own the soul. No, and I think the rhetoric is it's making people not believe in spirits in the natural form, and that it's.
Possibly, but then that's on people for their own misinterpretations.
The spirit comes down from above, and then as soon as it lands, it starts coalescing what's known as a soul around it. The soul is like a cloudy substance surrounding your spirit, and it's basically your astral body that you use to walk around the astral plane. It's an intermediary. It's like ether or plasma. It's the in-between between physical and spirit. It's the bridge between physical and spirit.
That's an interesting concept.
Good way to put it.
Because people get confused about this. They think that the soul and the spirit are the same thing, but that couldn't be further from the truth. They are two separate things. We're like layered in three parts: our physical, our soul, which is the seat of the ego and the emotions, and our spirit, which is the spark of consciousness, the center point of it that has no physical shape or form.
Huh. That's an interesting perspective.
I'm a soul man.
Man. I'm a soul man.
Well, look at this comment. It's the Soul Train. Everybody, get ready. It's time for
Soul Man.
Soul Train.
What's interesting is that the Egyptian, they have the five elements of the soul, where one is the shadow, and that I think there could really be some kind of weird shadow realm in that these five stages of spirits. It seems like there is
astral projection, most certainly, where there's no light and everything it's a bizarre place to be.
Yeah, it is.
Last time here's the crazy part. Last time I was there, I was surrounded by weird things, and I started speaking in this tone that just sounded like weird lightning. And all of a sudden, I'm about to say this thing that seemed like it would shatter the entire dark realm. And my roommate comes over and wakes me up and pulls me out, like, "You look like you were dying or distressed." I'm like, "You motherfucker! I was just about to bring them all down to their knees and beyond." Like they literally used my roommate to pull me out of there. That's how bad they wanted me down.
Bitch.
I can't wait to get back in there. I mean, most people find sleep paralysis terrifying. I find it quite unique.
You love that.
Of these things.
Well, one of the tricks to leaving your body and gaining control over your astral form is to focus on the very moment that you fall asleep. If you can remain conscious and feel yourself break through, you will start to understand the process of how to break your consciousness into that dreaming world, or the world of dreams, or the dreamscape. That's what they call it.
They go through to the other side.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side.
Psychedelics.
Or
the day becomes a night. The night becomes a day. And you try to run, try to hide.
Hey, calm down.
But you meditate, right? And you imagine yourself with invisible hands climbing up a ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
If you want to learn how to astral travel,
Jacob's ladder.
My technique tends to be jump into it straight from sleep paralysis.
That makes sense in some ways.
I had a dream about my dead cat.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. We have 5 people on here. Who's the other 2 besides Daniel and Clint?
Somebody's druggy.
Lee and
Leezy does it, and Geo, which
Lee and Geo.
George.
Geo, why did you speak up?
I've been.
Oh yeah. Well, speak up. You both have the English accent. Can't tell which one's who.
Speak up, Nick.
Are you both over in England? Are you guys both over from England?
I won't have an English accent.
Couldn't tell you apart, yeah.
I mean, hell, I can have an Australian accent too if you really want me to.
Ground control to Major Geo.
Fucking hell, mate. Your fucking Australian accent fucking sucks.
Not shrimp on the barbie.
Testing countdown, Major, come through.
They actually made a 3rd Crocodile Dundee movie and no one knows.
Oh,
that's
Crocodile Dundee.
Speaking of British musicians, there's an interesting new book out about the whole Paul being replaced by Saul thing.
Yeah.
They probably don't like that. They're from New Zealand, not England. Not the United Kingdom.
Okay, so if you take Paul's ear measurements and his nose measurements and like all these face measurements, and you compare them to the next
It's
Paul.
not about the fucking replacing of the guy. It's about the programming of an entire society with their phony music program. Down. I
want to hold your hand. So we learned their subtle techniques so they could limonize everybody.
That's what it's about.
Lee's trying to say something. Hold on.
Nazis may have lost World War II, but they won it on a spiritual level.
Just Ringo wants to say, "Don't call me by my stage name."
Ringo's like, Ringo did that song. Ringo did that song now. What was Ringo's song?
Oh, that Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, y'all live in the Yellow Submarine.
Robert Hieronymus, the sole expert on the Great Seal of the United States, says that the Yellow Submarine was an alchemical principle, and that yellow
hold on.
some kind of color for some kind of state of mind, and that
it wasn't just Yellow Submarine. It was I get by with little help from my friends.
Which is an obvious communist song.
I little help from my friends.
Lucy,
I'm a commie with little help from my friends.
No, Joe Cocker did it better.
Joe Cocker did it way good.
It was Rocky Raccoon. Rocky Raccoon, the best Beatles song.
Anybody do Joe Cocker impression?
What? Have you guys heard that new Beatles song?
What I wouldn't do if I should
That's incredible.
Buy me a beer.
And I'll sing you a song. Motherfucker, I'll sing it again.
One at a time here. One at a time.
You got it.
See,
you
Clint,
won this. You won this.
Now you
Damn,
know.
who was that sang just like him?
Stevie Wonder.
That was you. Who was that?
Oh, that was me.
Incredible.
I'm a vocalist. I can do these things. You should
I love that.
me cool sometime.
I want you to sing our theme song for Daniel's show.
You say you want a
theme song.
Done
well, you know.
We're talking about the end of days.
There you go.
Yeah, I like
Do
that.
you want a technocratic hellscape? Well, you go.
Yeah, the days.
I like it.
You say you want the end of days. Yeah.
I love it.
I like that Marilyn Manson song where he's kind of copying that song. He goes, "Say you want a revolution? I think you're just full of shit," or however it goes.
He's right.
He's creepy.
Burning coil like cigarettes. That's a good one too.
Yeah. Whatever he's doing, that could be our theme song.
And what was the other one he did? The Dove Show. Remember that one?
Oh yeah. Some of his songs are pretty decent, I have to admit.
Love his music. He's being accused of being like the devil.
Music is the one thing God and the devil can shake hands on.
Yeah, and say the devil meets you. No, it's true. If you're gonna produce a hit, the devil comes and makes a deal with you.
He teaches you how to play guitar.
He all of a sudden overnight you're like playing guitar. It's like, whoa, incredible. It only happens one time though. That's Robert how magic works. And the devil, Robert Johnson.
Yep, at the crossroads.
At the crossroads, that's true.
And Eric Johnson.
Was it Eric Johnson or Robert Johnson? It was someone.
Well,
Johnson.
no, I'm saying that Robert Johnson's the devil guy, but Eric Johnson, I think he made a deal with the devil too because he's a good guitar player.
Well, look at the 27 Club.
Definitely.
Jimmy Page, maybe.
Jimmy Page was hardcore
Cobain and all the others. Janis Joplin.
Kurt Cobain, Janis Joplin.
Even.
Like, look at how
Jimmy.
much Led Zeppelin is into Lord of the Rings. That tells you how much into the cult they are, or were, or are.
They take out the young ones. They end them. You put out themes. You put out one number one hit,
and also
or two, and then they do it again.
14-year-old girl.
And you can't forget the aspect of MK Ultra. They constantly, take children and repeatedly, expose them to trauma to the point where there's no longer any identity left, and then they form.
They're running out of real talent, so they're using people like Britney Spears nowadays. But
Taylor Swift
it still sounds good. Taylor Swift.
Going to California, Kashmir.
Hotel California.
Stairway to Heaven.
Such a lovely
No
day.
Quarter.
Misty Mountain Hop.
Misty Mountain. Are you going to tell me that
Misty Mountain High?
Hold on. Are you guys going to tell me that the Beatles are better than Led Zeppelin?
Not to mention Led Zeppelin's ties to Boleskine House over on Loch Ness.
Totally.
I like
I wouldn't say we were better. I would say we were different.
Got Bigfoot over there.
I like Led Zeppelin more than the Beatles, I would say.
Same here.
What would you do if I sang out of tune?
Hold on, Pat.
Would you walk up and stand out on me? Would you stand up and walk out?
Rock and roll, see double picking with the guitar.
I get high with a little for my friends. Whoa, I'm gonna get high and get kicked out of my house from my friends. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Todd, sing Kashmir by Led Zeppelin.
Oh. Kashmir.
Every 30 years.
In the days before now.
What song is that?
Kashmir.
Why is it that every decade after multiple 3 has awesome music?
Kashmir.
What do you mean, like 96 or?
Talking about the 1930s, when they had the whole swing thing, and then you had the 1960s with all the
hippie
rock and everything. Then
Woodstock. Think about it. Woodstock led to Coachella and Stagecoach. So
what
was funny is how the CIA used the hippie movement, spread the LSD, put out the sent out what's their names?
Tim Leary.
The hippies. No, that bad hippie band, Grateful Dead. Yeah, they sent out the Grateful Dead with a bunch of LSD to spread that around the country. Jesus Christ.
The Merry Pranksters, yeah.
Merry Pranksters. The worst band, Grateful Dead.
Timothy
Send
Leary.
them across the country with Timothy Leary. Pass that LSD.
What about
Jesus
Kiss?
Christ.
Is Kiss a band? Can anyone name one Kiss
Kiss is
song?
1976, Daniel.
But were they any good?
The Mary Faces were 70.
Looks like
or 67.
Hold on, Kiss was like a precursor to ICP in a
Call
way.
me Doctor Love. They call me Doctor Love.
One at a time here.
Or Slipknot or whatever, and I heard them, and it was like Motley Crue, but like toned down. I was like, oh my god, this is awful.
What, Kiss?
They did not
look Dr. Love.
Like I didn't look. And the first song I ever heard by them was "I Love It Loud" with Gene Simmons singing. So I expected everything to be like that, and nothing else was.
Yeah.
Well, in the north. Well, okay. So in Michigan, you
don't remember Christine 16 or anything? Remember Christine 16?
Oh god.
I don't
know. God.
Okay, so
the Beatles did a song called "She's 16," and
I would say Aerosmith is better than those guys.
Wow. Back in the day, they used to sing songs about girls 16 years old.
Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, the Beatles.
Well, I'd put Jimi Hendrix up there, even though he might be a possible military industrial.
Who's at top of those?
I would put CCR in there too because they were pretty influential.
Yeah, CCR is nice.
Black Sabbath.
Finally, a good
Black Sabbath.
Well, Cream was a good band.
Cream definitely.
Oh yeah, all of them. The Birds.
Field,
8 miles high, and when you come down.
Guns N' Roses.
No, not Guns N' Roses.
Well,
no.
Hold on, Guns N' Roses was.
I don't need your
wait. Everybody be quiet for a second. Everybody in modern times,
I'm always quiet, Nick.
Hold on. Everybody in modern times wants to glorify the 80s, but they want to leave out Guns N' Roses.
I don't want to glorify the 80s. I lived through it.
For good reason, yeah. We don't want to hear "Welcome to the Jungle."
I know.
We're done with that shit.
I'm talking about like the youth, 20-year-olds, like they're all about the 80s, but they're not really repping the real 80s of like Guns N' Roses and E.T. and stuff,
Bad music.
It's funny that Axl Rose wanted to beat the shit out of Kurt Cobain.
Huh.
Axl Rose turned into a wheezing cheeseburger.
But his girlfriend.
Yeah, these guys are sad.
Only way I can describe
the music industry controlled them.
Well, who's
for all their glory?
Rain.
Well, the thing though is,
we're all melting in the rain.
Hold on, ignore all the songs and stuff. But think about this: it's like they may have been one of the few last bands that might have been possibly just an independent band that was popular, based on and not a controlled popular, and that
just people liking their music.
Yeah, true.
And
well, they came up with this song, not the computer or some fucking evil cult.
Yeah,
when grunge came around, the entire hair metal, hard rock scene just died overnight, and they hated grunge after that.
When Skull and Bones didn't control the music industry completely,
But Nirvana was like a CIA sort of like secret society intel thing.
Totally. Courtney Love was spreading LSD all over.
And what about Tiny Mustache Man's song, Black Hole Sun?
Black Hole Sun, here we come to destroy your minds.
Wasn't Courtney Love
our bad music?
Wasn't Courtney Love's father like in the mafia or something?
He's in the FBI.
No, she's in the army. Yep, the army.
Jim Morrison's father was a CIA.
Yeah, all these guys are all
CIA. They're all CIA. That
too.
Once you learn about
hold on, what were you saying, Dan?
Well, Gio was mentioning somebody that else was in the CIA.
What were you saying?
Jim Morrison's father.
Yeah, Jim Morrison.
When you learn about Laurel Canyon, where all the musicians got together and all their fathers were part of the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, Jim
and
Morrison
all the best songs from 1967 on. Whew, that's when you know. Whoa. Whoa.
Well, the
Laurel
music,
Canyon.
the
Just
whole
go look at Laurel Canyon. All your favorites. All the leaves are brown. The leaves are brown.
How the
And the
elite
streets
hold
look at
on.
of them
humans
is
and going to
gray. The
what they
mamas
have.
and papas.
What does that
all the
mean?
leaves are gray.
What does that mean that all the leaves are brown?
Well,
I
it's
went
falling.
for a walk
I
on
mean,
a
these
winter's
songs.
day.
I mean, we've all heard them, and like they have weird meanings. You know, I don't know
The
if they're
seasons
cultural
are
or.
changing.
The thing with artwork, it's all dependent on the person and how you
I
interpret
went
it. Because
for
you're
a
going to project your own,
walk.
ideas and moods and everything else upon the artwork that you're taking in, be it music or be it painting.
No, but they got the greatest
But
artists, all the best bands. Tell them, Daniel, what that means to
Doesn't
Laurel
Eminem?
Canyon.
Doesn't
Tell them what
Eminem?
they did. Have you ever heard of the Wrecking Crew? You guys heard of the Wrecking Crew?
But what about Eminem? Doesn't he have a track called Mockingbird, like Project
No,
Mockingbird?
this is 1968. All the greatest songs were all produced by family from the military-industrial complex.
It was a big
Jim
psyop.
Morrison's dad was
well, so you're saying it's
Navy
controlled then?
intelligence.
It's almost like a
yeah,
controlled
it's all
dividing.
It's all controlled. All your favorite
It's all,
songs,
it's
everything.
all synthetic culture.
Wow.
Like I say to my daughter, tell me one person you know that does their own poetry independent of corporate synthetic culture. Tell me one person you know.
Me.
That does it like in a vacuum, like painting.
Me and you. I mean, us right here, right now. That's the only people I know that aren't controlled by that.
And you can look at how rap music followed up rock music and is just as controlled by these people. Like look at these rap artists and the things that they're doing, like P. Diddy and like Eminem, and how like the guy that's Eminem now isn't even the original.
Dan, do you remember when they used Debbie Harry to kind of get the hip, what do they call them, hipsters, to get the hipsters?
Oh
into
yeah. Oh yeah.
with Rhapsody.
Super sweet. Yeah, super sweet. Beautiful girl.
The original beatnik movement
Stupid
was
song.
but the intelligence agencies took the beatnik movement and they turned it into, they subverted it, and that's when Hey Ashbury and
they controlled that whole thing, the punk movement. All the bands, we love them, and we love them, and we love them still. But even if they did that, we love them. The reality is the Illuminati is good and bad.
In San Francisco in the 60s, there was a war between witch covens.
Which coven?
Witch covens. You had a magic war.
Well, yeah, I'm in New England, so yeah, it's absolutely fucking everywhere. Yeah.
And you're in New England, United States.
Oh yes.
What part?
So Western Mass.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's absolutely everywhere here.
Right on. Lucky you.
Oh, yeah. And of course, I come from England, so everything, even the town I come from is Saxon. The name, it's not Latin. So like it's weird that you grow up and you see kids like me and Clint was talking about this. You see kids into modern heavy metal bands, but you never can. Nobody asks the question like, well, what did we used to sing 100 years ago? Like the gaslighting is just off the charts. So when you actually hear somebody write a folk song, it's like signal jams. Everyone's like, whoa, I never heard anything like that before. And it's like, well, that's what we used to sing when we used to pick up our own instruments and not be told by record producers, what the sound should be.
Yeah. Yeah, there is an ancient mystical music thing that seems to have been some people speculate that certain like what is that, the Last Supper, they speculate that each cup is a note on the musical scale, and that there's all sorts of weird stuff like that where music is part of being human, I think.
I think it's trippy is how music was first discovered and how history tells its origins. It claims that they literally found the notes, string instruments. Did you know how they found the notes? Music instruments produced a neck. They didn't find the string notes until music instruments produced a neck. And then they could do chords of a neck, of a bowl that produced, like a guitar.
Yeah, you're talking about that harp thing.
Of course. Pythagoras. Also, a civilization produced. A civilization had the knowledge to Vulcane of how to play the guitar and how they shaped a guitar.
But hey, Todd,
yes.
Listen, I need to ask you something. Isn't Lucifer the cherubim? Isn't he like the angel of music?
Lucifer?
Yeah,
the morning star.
He was like the head of heaven's musical division.
Lucifer had the beautiful voice, was the beautiful one. Yes.
Well, look at the mythology of sirens leading sailors
definitely
to the rocks. Yeah,
definitely. No, Lucifer convinced 1/3 of heaven to come with him. That's what you're talking about.
They call them 33rd degree Masons.
He said, "Oh," and 1/3 of heaven said, "All right, we'll go with you."
The dragon
God and challenged God
and knocked a third
what
of
is
the
this,
stars of heaven.
You got what is this bull image you got going on?
This is
a
bull's head from base of Lear, about 2500 BC. It's a giant harp with a bull's head, and you guys were vaguely mentioning it. See that whole L72 thing, that the bull's head and the 72. It's very interesting symbolic phrase of it's weird that they would make all these ancient harps with the bull's head, like Taurus, and then 72 things, and that this one guy on that Joe Rogan thing, or no, it was the Masonic book. Well, the Masonic book was stating that the Jachin and Boaz, aka Judah and Benjamin, were two symbols of the northern and southern poles, and that the northern pole it pointed at one of the 7 stars of the Pleiades, and that every dispensation that the point pointed at a different star of the Pleiades, and it was a weird rhetoric that I've never quite heard of.
The bull's an earth sign, and it's stubborn, unmovable almost. If you think about the image of the bull.
Why are they so obsessed with
people are, they say don't get the horns, don't mess with the bull's horns.
But in India, if a bull or a cow is crossing the street, you have to stop.
In India, they worship the cow. Yeah.
The Hindus do, yes.
And then if you
why do they worship the cow? They don't even eat it. Well, they don't even eat it there.
A lot of the gods in past civilizations were associated with cows and oxen, horns.
Oh yeah.
Well, do they eat the cow over in India or not?
No, I don't think so.
But in the Mayan, I don't think they're.
Well, that one book the book about the Mayan was claiming that before the bull there was the mammoth, like the woolly mammoth, and that the Mayans simply replaced the image of the woolly mammoth with the bull because it was the most similar animal.
You know what I think's going on? I think they're hiding a bunch of underground tunnels. I think that a civilization existed not long ago, and they're hiding a history.
Yeah,
and they're trying to convince us of some phony. They're trying to convince us of some phony ancient history, and right below our feet is underground tunnels. If you live in a big city, of same ancient city that they're hiding. I think that's what's going on.
I think that pretty much every major park in this country has some kind of cave system. I think that we could verify that by going there and pulling it up.
Probably reptilian beings if you go down deep enough.
My only argument, playing devil's advocate here, is there's been a ton of miners, especially people like my grandfather, who have been underground and all over the country. No one's mentioned anything about any of that.
No one's mentioned, but all right then.
I mean, there is definitely tunnels under things like what is it, Denver International Airport, and I have no doubt that they go out to other places. But at the same time, I don't think it's as extensive as people make.
I don't think anything's going on. There's just tunnels going everywhere.
Well, there's
nothing's going on.
There's
that famous network of caves. I want to say it's in maybe Montana or somewhere like that, and a lot of cave drawings came from this collection of caves, and I wish so badly I could pull
I've
this out.
seen these tunnels underground in the cities. I've seen these underground things. Have you seen the pictures of the Mormon temple? They just dug down 30 feet underground and exposed it was 30 feet deep of building.
What about the Brooklyn thing with underneath the Chabad place? You know, with the mattresses.
The Chabad place.
Yeah.
Tunnels underground.
We've got
don't think there's something going.
we got a Chabad not far from where I live, and yeah, I mean,
Chabad, you're shitting me. Over where you're at, there's tunnels.
No, the new Missouri. All those tunnels are going to be very tunnels.
I'm telling you, the tunnels everywhere.
Are those the tunnels? There is Jewish guys down there.
Where are you at?
Well, okay, so in my hometown, which I'm not gonna say, but it was a small town, and it was there was a 33rd degree Mason who made a mansion, and that this mansion I've seen with my own eyes these tunnels that were connected to the basement that went to the school, to the hospital, and to all these other places.
Yeah.
And that I think
tunnels. The Scranton Cultural Center, which used to be the Masonic Temple of the Scottish Rite, have a ton of underground things.
Temples, your malls, your shopping malls. There's tunnels under the malls.
Well, I mean, from what you're saying though, Todd, is that because I've heard the same Cooper stuff about.
I've seen them.
These
30 in Salt Lake. I was a janitor. I was mopping the halls in the Salt Palace, an event center down in Salt Lake in the capital of Utah. The temple is not far from there. The Mormons, that's a big city. That's the center of the Mormon thing. There's underground tunnels.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
People, they can ship you from the fucking temple to the Capitol to the fucking.
Check this out. I found it. It's called Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. It's 426 miles of surveyed passageways that twist and turn into the depths of the earth.
Oh yeah, the Mammoth Cave is one of the largest caves on the planet, and I've been to it once personally. And I think that it's a possible entrance to this underground labyrinth
that's natural caves. I'm talking about man-made fucking tunnels.
Yeah, I know you're talking about man-made, but I think that these man-made caves go to the natural caves, and that how that Apache or the Anasazi or whatever they claim that they went to the inner thing or whatever.
Have you seen these videos of melted buildings? You haven't got into melted buildings, have you?
I've seen the melted stones over in Egypt, so there's that. That picture I just showed, though, that picture that I have up right now is the Masonic Temple in Scranton, and that has tunnels going all throughout the city underneath it. I've seen them.
Yeah, there's tunnels going underneath.
Oh, dude, that place is crazy. Like, you walk in the doors, you look up at the ceiling, and in the middle of each square is a golden pine cone hanging down.
Whoa. Yeah. Ancient.
Oh, yeah.
Old.
Well, what's weird is that, okay, so in the hometown that I'm from, the tunnels also went to a Templar temple that was disappeared and turned into a restaurant, and that they also went to. But it's just weird. It's like, what are they doing with these tunnels? Like,
What are they doing in these tunnels?
Is nobody going to get back to the thing I was saying about?
They're trying to hide these tunnels
in Brooklyn.
Like, there's a ton of stories where people are renting a building, like they're renting a business, and all of a sudden they go down in the basement and there's a walled off. There's a wall where they won't let people go see what these tunnels that already exist there. Yeah, so underneath all your cities,
off limits to the public.
They're walling off underground cities that exist underneath the ground everywhere. So, and you think you know what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, some of the Chris Everard speculated that the royal family was abducting humans.
Fucking what's his name? Jimmy Savile was going between record shops using underground tunnels and going in between buildings, meeting with the royals. Jimmy
and
Savile.
Also the Rothschilds, when they were first starting their dynasty, at the time the Jews had to hide their activities, so they would use secret passageways and underground tunnels in order to transport their goods.
Same thing with the
they bragged about how they undermined Napoleon, smuggling stuff in their secret compartments, underground tunnels.
I think that if you look into it, you'll find that they actually have this machine, and they used a similar machine in Seattle to dig one of the major tunnels here, but it basically looks like something from like that old Ninja Turtles cartoon where it's a big drill.
I remember that.
Traps on it and all that, and it just
has colorful things coming out the back end.
Didn't they Musk build an entire company called the Boring Company or something that does that stuff?
Probably.
Oh yeah.
Well, it makes
These
you
guys
wonder
are
what
digging tunnels, cities, setting themselves up for the future. A future without us.
Well, it's like
just realize that is what they're doing. They're creating a great future without us.
Well, are
that's what they think. I have a feeling Mother Nature
using all of our money to do it too. So remember that as you die. Yeah.
Okay, look at it this way though.
On the surface,
look at how big of assholes people are, and how like crowded it is everywhere. If they got rid of the humans, would it be really that bad? I mean, maybe some of these animals could bounce back.
I'm looking at
the animals would love it. The animals would love it.
Well, the initiates, the real Satanists are worshippers of Gaia, in that they believe that mankind is a plague on the earth. Yeah. And so they want people to believe that humans are destroying the earth, because it's like a mad religion where they believe that humans are the problem, and thus it's their duty to destroy humans.
What they did was they turned on some serious propaganda. They produced some propaganda that was starting to put out that we could all die if society doesn't slow down growth.
But wait a second,
and then put some speed.
What about the orcas and the blue whales and all the species that have been wiped out through human building buildings in their territories and all of that? Like, we can't really say that we aren't fucking up the world or destroying nature, because we are.
But the distinction is, Daniel, it's a tiny percentage of a technocratic scientific class that foist these systems onto 99% of us. We don't have referendums. So what they cleverly do is get us to blame each other. Meanwhile, their families live in gated communities. It's genius.
Oh, God, those things.
Like they want
all protected, yeah.
They want the poor people to. They want the poor people to adhere to their rhetoric. Meanwhile, they don't. And that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Definitely, 100%. That makes so much sense to me, Lee. The people that really are destroying this world are them, and they're using their industry to do it. I mean, why did all the rainforests get shut down? Why did the buffalo all get wiped out? Why is the sea life dying?
Why doesn't nothing ever go in our favor, but it always goes in their favor? Yeah.
But irregardless, like, can we not say that this situation sucks, like something has to give at some point. Like my best proof of the end of days is nature itself, with all these animals going extinct.
My best proof of the end of days is we never win. Yeah, we never win. So
nobody's ever been able to beat me in a debate by me bringing up that simple fact.
Well, the whole humans in life, the food chain, it's like evolution happens, and that, well, not Darwinian evolution, of course, more like
if anything that they're doing was any good, we'd be winning in some way, but we're not. So
it's like the idea of dinosaurs. It's like, did humans eat dinosaurs to extinction? I mean, according to the Old Testament, basically everything's put here for us to eat.
I mean, like Clint says, on a very simple level, we don't even control our own medium of exchange. And yet here we are talking about exterminating large swaths of people that don't control the planet. They've demoralized us to an absolutely fantastic position.
Yeah.
And also, one thing I can add about is
the Earth's destruction.
In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve were supposed to take care of nature and take care of the animals, and that's have not lived
commandment in the garden.
Exactly. We're not doing that. We're destroying it.
I am. I just got done filming a nice garden bed earlier today.
Well, I think the whole Adam and Eve thing was some kind of metaphor about Atom from Egypt. The Atom was another word for concealed one, and that
it could also be the first human to develop sentience and a bicameral mind.
Well, I mean,
there was also the Adamu in Sumerian. Like the first human was called the Adamu, and there's no way that Adam and Adamu are not connected.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was a whole tribe, not just one person. I think that
some people do believe that
there were multiple atoms, and they were all quantumly entangled, and they played out differently. And that's why we get different cultures in different areas. The same thing, the same way that fire was discovered in different areas across the world at the same time, without it being anywhere like interlinked.
Well, everyone pictures it as a genetic thing, but I think that it was a system of initiation, possibly, and that this Atom initiation was, because if you notice that Adam has two women, the first one being, and that in the mystery teachings that the beginning of mankind is from a god with two women. The two women are water and matter. And that I think it's an ancient system of symbolism that has slowly been perverted over the centuries.
Definitely possible. It's also kind of weird how there's an Egyptian god named Set, and there's also the son of Adam and Eve named Seth.
Yeah, I've noticed that one too.
And then there's Cain, and then there's Tubal-Cain.
Yeah, the Tubal-Cain thing is weird, where that Mayan story was claiming that the five deities of Egypt were the five sons of the Mayan king, and that somehow the story of these five sons of the Mayan king went to Egypt and then anthropomorphized into the Middle Eastern rhetoric, and that it's like somehow this story, I think it really did come from the Mayan, and that it somehow mutated into these other stories, and that somehow we're all missing the point. It's like
I feel like there's got to be some kind of link between the Mayans and the Burmese, because why does their architecture look so intricate and so similar?
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay, let's say after Atlantis, like the survivors sell to different regions, and someone here, someone there, and they have
America definitely has a similar art culture to it.
Well, the Mayan and
South
the Burmese
America
both had a nine-headed serpent. And I think this 9-headed serpent and the 7-headed serpent, they both have some kind of symbolism that can be somehow deciphered through the mystery school teachings, and that
there is a break between American art culture and the Middle East or the African continent. There is a definite break in the style of culture, so that is odd. That is an odd feature. History tells us that the Middle East, African continent culture was developing in a different time period than the American.
Another thing I find to be really interesting about the Mayan architecture is a lot of it looks like technology may have fit in some of those grooves and little pockets and little square indentures in their buildings and stuff like that. In fact,
Definitely.
A lot of that stuff is near bodies of water too. So they probably had some kind of intricate system of water flowing to and from. Stitchen said that they were using that certain technology to process metals, and that was
giant
why
manufacturing systems.
Yeah,
that's why it doesn't make any sense.
That's what you would probably find in the Yucatan Peninsula.
Well, oh yeah. Well, they found that in Florida too, where Florida they found the spot where all these holes were in the bedrock,
underground tunnels that have been dug in.
Well, no, not
miles
like that,
deep.
but like a metal washing stations where they were putting the hot metal into the one wash and then making it overflow into another, and that it was some kind of weird. There was some kind of ancient metallurgy system that was happening that nobody knows quite sure what they were doing with these systems, basically.
Yeah,
I definitely think that that's very, very relevant. I mean, metal was everything back then. Whoever had the best metal was dominant. Whoever had the strongest metal was dominant. Like if my arrows,
these people, when they went after stone, they got into bronze sculptures. After carving stone, they got into making bronze sculptures. That was the new technology.
Oh yeah,
metal.
What were you saying, Dan? We didn't hear exactly. Oh, I was just saying back then, whoever had the stronger metal was dominant. If my swords and my spear tips and my arrows cannot pierce your armor or your shields, then I'm at a loss.
So
yeah, like Conan with the riddle of steel and so on.
Well, back then it was basically about who was the biggest and strongest and who had the best position. Because if you are from these bloodlines, these strong bloodlines of the kings, you would probably be like 7 foot tall or more, because all the kings were hybrids. Kingship was lower to Sumer, meaning humans were hybridized with these beings in order to create the royal bloodline. So they were big and tall, and they also, all their relatives were as well, the lords and people like that. So if you combine their size with the fact that they had the money and the people to create the best armor for them, they had complete control over the populations, because nobody could fuck with a big knight wearing this heavy armor. Like, who could contest that? They had complete control. But as soon as the gun was invented, okay, now everything has changed. Now, I think there's that saying, God made men something, but Smith and Wesson made them equal, or something like that. I don't know exactly how it goes, but point being, the gun ended feudal.
The gun made everybody equal.
Well, like that whole the metal thing. What was that? Damon, I drink 7-8 beers, so I'm pretty buzzed. But
I got you beat by 12, Clint.
Jesus.
No, I'm just teasing. I don't think it's 12. Maybe it's 9 or 10.
But okay, so in the modern history, they claim, the Bronze Age and so on, and I think there really was a hidden
going on my 11th,
kind of like in Highlander, where the Ramirez is like, oh well, I got this sword off the Emperor of Japan and blah 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 year, and he's claiming that Japan had the steel before certain, while other people were still in the Bronze Age, and that the steel factor is the main factor, whereas all this great construction with the ancient builders of these giant stone things couldn't have been done unless there was steel. And that I mean, that's the fact of the matter.
Well, let's say that these people definitely in charge of this shit know stuff that we barely know today.
And
they're building these monuments, the ones that are building these monuments.
To get back to that slogan, it was by Cult. It was the slogan of the Cult of the revolver, and it went, God created man, Cult made them equal.
I've always wanted a nice Colt 45. Go to Montana and buy one or something.
We'll just shoot one of those fuckers.
It doesn't matter how big and strong you are anymore. If anybody could just pull out a gun.
Oh yeah, well that's what America was about. Was the British outlawed this musket that was basically the powerful arm, and that the Americans used the musket and then fucking destroyed England. And I think that's why this whole anti-communist movement is so important, because the communists want to disarm us, and that they want to do the bidding of the New World Order so that we are further enslaved into the communist doctrine.
On the one hand, Clint, you got that argument. On the other hand, you have the argument that with every wave of, oh my God, the Democrats are going to take away your guns, it sells a bunch of guns. So the United States is the most armed country on the planet. Like every time there's a gun grab scare, they're politicians, they're going to pass a law. You might lose your guns. It increases gun sales.
Well, it's like
there's more guns in the United States than any other country on earth.
Oh yeah, but it's like Cooper says, there's not a nickel's worth of difference between the Republicans and the Democrats, where they're both enacting unconstitutional laws, and they're both furthering the New World Order, and they're both pretending like they're taking the side of the American people, but meanwhile they're deceiving the masses into putting their emotions into the...
I heard stories that when they took the Australian guns, when they said, hey, we're going to take your guns, Crocodile Dundee held out. Have you heard this story?
Well, they took them all over these 2 or 3 robbers that made these suits of armor or some shit.
They boiled their guns down. Have you seen those piles of guns, those movie videos of every gun in Australia? They boil them in a fucking gun.
Yeah.
The guy with the armor was Ned Kelly, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
I bet China went good. I'm glad they just buried all their guns, because we're gonna come in Australia.
Well, Australia
right down the road from China.
Well, Australia and China are both arms of England, and
I know
this whole colonial system never died. Like we're watching modern times colonial system happen, and that it's like it's crazy. It's like they're using different terms to try to claim that it's something else, but it's really just this old colonialization of the whole world.
Spooky. If you go look at secret societies, they're all connected with England throughout China.
And the
United States and
East
San
India
Francisco.
Trade Company.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Who had like the cult sigil as their logo.
The dragon.
That's interesting.
Oh, that whole rabbit hole goes deep. My God. And the whole piracy thing too, and the skull and bones, and the skull having an eye patch on, so he's like one eye for Illuminati.
Oh yeah. Well, I do think there was good pirates, and then there was also the crown pirates.
The United States is covered with tunnels. We're all Masonic. We have Masonic lodges everywhere. So, the world government, as the alternative history sees it, is in place. It's spooky.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. It's they're running the show, and they're trying
I told Daniel a long time ago, if the Masons are so good, then why are they down with all this?
Well, they've been
They're
Illuminati.
everywhere.
They've been turned into Illuminati.
But they're everywhere. But you could say the same thing about every religion. The Mormons, the Catholics.
Well, it's all weaponized. They've been weaponized against the individual. And that they're all...
if they're good, then why is everything going bad all the time?
Well, they're all moving towards the New World Order.
Why is the red heifers? You know, you've heard about the red heifers.
What about...
They spend a lot of money getting these red heifers.
Todd.
Yes.
I need to ask you something. You've heard about Art Bell talking about wanting a New World Order, right?
Art Bell?
Yeah.
No.
Well, in his book, he says that if these people want a New World Order and this would keep us from having wars and this and that, then so be it. Like, he openly promotes the New World Order in his book.
Yeah. Right. And that's what they all say. God, if we could just get there peacefully and everybody bend over and bow down. Yeah.
Yeah, we find out later that Art Bell was a Freemason. So I think
they're all Freemason, yeah. Everybody,
the bulk of populations in so-called civilized society are either ascribed to like Zionism, national identity, or cosmopolitanism. So it's
unbelievable.
It's Plato and Aristotle's problem of the one and the many, which is Neoplatonism, which they're still doing to this day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're definitely convincing the masses that the group rights are predominant over individual rights. So then the group votes for the group rights to take away the individual rights. It's all just fucking hocus pocus.
Man, when they're telling you that we just signed a $95 billion bill or whatever to give some other part of the world all the money that you've been manufacturing all year. All the wealth that you produce for a year, we're going to send it over to this country to fight this bullshit. Whew.
And on top of that,
communism.
Going back to the Freemason thing and Israel and all that, everything in Freemasonry is like from Judaism. The whole obsession with Solomon's Temple and all that.
Oh yeah, it's all connected.
Yeah, the only thing that
it's so whack nut.
What it really is these days is Zionism. Like let's be real about this. Like they're the ones carrying on all this Zionism stuff.
If you've ever looked into these hardcore Christian, these born again Christians that
the Schofield Bible. Yeah, Schofield
convincing people that the world's going to come in and donate me some money.
It's
They're
because
all disgusting.
Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati, they were just like the minions of this Rothschild Jesuit dynasty, and they are the ones that took all of that over, and they made it all about Zionism, right?
It's an underground industry. People don't realize billions of dollars are being donated to these phony religions.
Well, Cooper says that Zion is actually Scion with an S, and that the symbol of Weishaupt's order of 1776 was, when you put it in the Templar thing, it becomes the numbers 1110, which he says is the Prior of Sion's start date, and then the number 666, which is the completion number for Babylon, and the Sion. The Prior of Sion, I think it is just simply the Illuminati doctrine rebranded that eventually turned into the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, I think that's like all true. I mean, the only thing that I would say is that these people are expert deceivers, and they know that the Illuminati is much older. Like, I mean, just that word, like, why would it come from this group of jackasses just that long ago? I mean, the word is much older. The idea of there being an Illuminati, the Illuminati, in reality, it goes back to ancient pre-flood times in the Order of the Snake, which was started by Enki, which was about magic and healing people. It's only throughout the years it was corrupted by evil.
And Daniel, the trouble is as well, if the most powerful banking family in the world ascribed to the particular teachings of Jacob Frank, which then goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, which goes back to Maimonides, then it comes down to which Magi push the narratives into the through periods of history. That's what we're living through.
Yeah, totally. Which Magi? I like that.
Well, the good Magi, they would look at the stars, they would see God's creation. The evil Magi were deceivers, and they specialized in falsifying everybody's viewpoint.
That's how they shut everybody up now, by oversimplifying, by creating these words that trap people to call each other names like anti this or race this or whatever. But that's to stop people to act, like Clint would say, to do the archaeological research. So they can just make everybody scared of asking questions.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Very good point, Lee. Definitely. And I think the whole Smithsonian thing would fall into what you're saying, because the museums have too much control over the narrative of history, and anybody that presents an alternate viewpoint gets ridiculed beyond belief. And on top of that, you have Muslims occupying places like Egypt. So good luck finding out what the hell went on with those guys standing
no doubt. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, England that's supposed to be highbrow, took over the Middle East and made it lowbrow. Wow.
Well, it makes you wonder what's under
all
Jerusalem.
The ruins. Yeah, all the ruins.
Because they won't let anybody look.
What's under it is there was a mud flood. There was an ancient civilization. I don't know if it's... I'm looking around going, look at Easter Island. Let's take Easter Island. If you look at those statues, 30 feet below they dig down, the earth has risen 30 feet. Have you seen this?
To me, the mud flood was just the flood. And what they did was they screwed up history so bad that we have no idea how long we've been here. It's just like the Matrix movie when Morpheus is saying to Neo, we don't even know how fucking long we've been here. We don't know what the date is. It's impossible for us to know what the date is. That's how mixed up we are.
But have you seen these pictures where they dig down 30 feet? Those heads are covered in 30 feet of dirt. They didn't bury the 60-foot statue 30 feet down. The earth rose 30 feet. That means something happened that rose all the earth. And I don't know what that means for all of us.
But think about it, like what we think of as ancient civilization goes back, 4,000 years, 8,000 years, maybe 16,000 years at the most. Does that really sound like that long ago? To me, that feels pretty recent. And when you consider aeons of geological ages.
I'm just thinking there's buildings underneath our feet. There's ancient buildings that we're sitting on top of, that if you just broke through, there's tunnels of ancient old haunted buildings below our feet. That's the spooky part.
Well, they said that, okay, you look at the earliest civilizations again, 8,000
you live up in Seattle, Washington, where there's 3 stories of buildings underneath your feet.
Yeah, I think so. But they've also, out in the oceans, they found fishing supplies that you would have to have like modern manufacturing equipment to build these fishing supplies, and they're 30,000 years old. It's almost like the further you go back, the better the technology was.
Well, that's what that Joe Rogan 2 days ago with that Chris Dunn, he was saying that these holes were drilled with some kind of precision drills, and that the pyramid, the 3 pyramids, is some kind of electron processing type thing, where he wasn't quite sure what was happening with all this energy, but it was somehow the pyramids were a conduit, and that they were, collecting the energy for some kind of purpose.
an ancient electrical energy, like a energy company, energy system.
I pulled up that slide on my show that one time when you guys were on, and it was, I believe it was the Temple of Dendera, where they have those pictures of the big light bulbs and the guy that's like laying there, and they're like doing something with electricity and fucking with his mind or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen that. I cool. Speculate on whether that was some kind of psychedelic trip, and if they were seeing some kind of spirit bulb, or if it was.
It would be funny as if we all got together and just smoked salvia, like you're saying. Boom!
Salvia.
Whoa! We're all freaking out like Miley Cyrus, speaking in tongues. Speaking in tongues.
I've smoked over a lot of salvia in my day.
No, I never smoked. I never even done that.
I think
that sounds fun.
I think like magic experiences that you can have during rituals and stuff like that can be just as powerful as psychedelic experiences in the way that they alter your consciousness.
That's what people claim. I mean, my ex that was a cougar, she claimed that in one of the temples that she paid like $4,000 to go into at night or something. That
temple,
well, in Egypt, and that she claimed that some kind of gray type figure did some kind of spiritual surgery on her brain or something. And that
over in Egypt in the temple.
Yeah, it was a weird idea. You know, she drew a picture that I'll have to bring out sometime, that I sold a copy of the picture.
Does anybody know what happens when you do DMT and ayahuasca at the same time?
I could tell you what happens when you do ayahuasca and iboga at the same time.
Well, and iboga, what's iboga again?
Most powerful psychedelic I can possibly think of offhand. That,
well, what do they manufacture it out of? Some kind of weird root, or what is it?
It's a root. Anything. It's the bark of the root. You just eat it.
I don't really consider it a psychedelic because it lacks tryptamine.
Yeah,
I've heard of it.
But I've
heard of it.
What's this shit? Like another chat.
Just started
you go from stream to stream showing your feet to people.
Wait, what?
I was in a Stoner Time Live, thing like we're doing now, live stream the other night, and they popped in and they got on the channel and just started showing their feet to everybody.
That's weird. People are
for that.
People are going insane. I mean, it's
better than somebody jacking off. Yeah. Live.
Yeah, a couple of those that popped in there too, but thankfully this
shutting Clint's show
that's
down.
What you're supposed to do when they show the feet.
But,
people are lucky that
iboga comes from Africa. It's used for addiction treatment, but it's also basically a doorway straight to the Akashic, and I mean that in a very high, detailed, lucid way. But when I mixed it with the ayahuasca, it felt like Africa and South America were at war within me. And at one point, I sat up in the middle of the trip and I said, okay, either you guys sign a fucking treaty or I'm going to nuke you both by taking myself out of the equation. And then everything started to come down.
Did you make the ayahuasca, or did you go to somebody and make it for you?
I do my own brewing.
You do your own brewing.
It's really easy to make.
May I ask, how easy is it? What's the basic element?
You take
what's the basic thing?
I wouldn't even talk about this. I wouldn't talk about it on here.
You boil it repeatedly for hours, adding water.
What is the main element? What is the main element?
Dimethyltryptamine from usually Mimosa hostilis root bark, which you just boil for hours, and then you take an
Marcellus root bark.
Syrian.
Well, they don't sell it on eBay anymore. It seems like it's hard to source out.
Just curious.
There's a couple places to find it still online.
Banisterios Cappy.
Asking for a friend, as I say.
Yeah, my friend wanted to know.
And there's you can also get it out as chacruna leaves.
Yeah. Acacia.
The plants themselves don't do anything if you eat them by themselves. And
you need the MAO inhibitor, which is in the cappy vine or Syrian roof seeds in some instances.
Yeah,
all this information will get you killed in some countries. Fantastic.
Smoke it, and it's definitely active that way without the MAO.
Yeah,
I don't trust this person in the chat. I think they want to come on here.
Is there we got a troll in the chat? Troll in the chat.
This person's begging to come on here when they do stuff
got
like that.
Got a federal agent in the chat, a government agent. James Bond over there.
Could be Quentin Tarantino.
Wanting to show
Quentin Tarantino.
He likes feet.
Like
this whole human, this whole like ridiculous.
Like this person is literally jumping from live stream to live stream just so they could show off their feet to everybody, and they have nothing else to say but that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's such a weird. It's like a mental.
There's that person behind you. Say you're in the wrong chat room. Yeah.
They get a big dopamine high. Chat room. They get a dopamine high from the chaos.
Well, I'm just
show your feet. They get high. Yeah.
Okay, so if theoretically, if somebody flashed me in real life, I would consider that assault, and I would fight them.
No, me too. Totally. Even on video, it's like that's assault.
You got pretty brutal.
Weird. The youth is like brainwashed by this weird thinking pattern. I don't even know how to explain it, but they're just psycho. Like the youth.
No, what they're doing is they're producing a generation of kids that will just bow down.
Oh yeah, a bunch of bootlicker
just get down with whatever they're doing.
Generation of Bolsheviks that'll just respond to any stimulus,
Yeah, have you guys whatever is down, they're down with that.
Have you guys heard this one? That whole idea that religion and like probably especially Christianity, it's designed to get you to submit because you're always talking about Lord, Father, this, that, obey, obey, obey. It's basically programming to get you to submit.
Oh yeah,
they're doing it in ways you can't define. They're putting in video games and movies and.
Well, it's like layers of an onion. They're slowly peeling away at your subconscious to create to make you subservient to the system that is for the better of humanity, and that this whole
based
idea,
on their definition.
They're changing what's important in the world, and the generation before them doesn't think that's important. They're changing what's important to the new generation. That's what's going to be important. That's where the attention will be focused.
They're not even changing what's important. They're changing time, manipulating to think that things are important that aren't.
Yeah, and it won't be important, but that's what they'll focus it into.
They're a bunch of narcissistic, materialistic little
generational genetic degradation comes to mind.
And the arrogance, the egregore of the Frankfurt School, where they're like, "Oh, you're all completely programmable anyway. There is no individuality." That bullshit is push. Yeah,
that's the whole point of MK Ultra.
So they can focus that energy into transforming society in the direction they want it to go, and that's all they've done all along: killing Kennedy, killing our country, bringing the drugs. Transforming our country, breaking our banking system, bankrupting us. Now we're on
mass demoralization.
Debt, mass demoralization. When they kill your president in front of you, and they go, "Look, we did this," and hey, we know everybody, and then you go on, nothing you can do. And when they bankrupt your system, and everybody's getting broker and poorer and collapses, and they just drag you through this stuff. 9/11.
Well, it's just
when they put it in your face. When they put it in your face. No, hold on, Clint. I'll go with what's his nuts? The guy that's hiding in Russia.
Snowden. It's Snowden.
Snowden. When they go through Snowden 2013. And then they go through the other guy, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange. They say, Snowden told you we're spying on everybody and they got you under control. And then Assange tried to tell you they were doing this stuff. He's fighting for his life. That's where they're showing you that you're done. So our show's kind of an anomaly.
Has anybody seen that clip where Assange was asked about the Big 9 event, and he starts stuttering and going, well, anyway, if there is any truth to it, we should be focusing on other things. That was really fucked up. That when he was asked about
Assange.
Yeah, Assange was asked about the Big 9 event by somebody in the audience, and he started panicking and stuttering like he didn't know how to answer. And he was saying, well, if there is any truth that there was a conspiracy, we probably should look.
The weirdest thing Assange said was he said, Have you ever thought about evil smart dust? That's what they made, and they arrested him a week later.
Huh.
They can put it in paint and products. Assange said, "Have you ever thought about evil smart dust? That's what they're spraying in the skies. That's what they're hooking us all up to."
Lamont Weber was talking a lot about, and the implications that are really frightening. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys remember that wine test that we could do where we like take some wine and spit it out into the sink, and you see little like fibrous worm things squiggling around in the sink.
Huh. Yeah, I've seen those
if
videos.
You ain't seeing it. Clint don't believe in no chemtrails.
Well, no, it's not. I'm not talking about. We're not talking about chemtrails right here. We're talking about weird anomalies with possible graphene technology that is somehow. There's a weird nanotech conspiracy where people believe that nanotech is affecting people's blood streams and that the nanotech is clogging up the. I'm gonna have to block that fucking commenter if he doesn't shut the fuck up.
There's a fucking troll going.
See, now they're getting all weird because you won't let them
Trolls
come
are out there.
Show their penis. So now they're throwing a little tantrum.
Somebody's trying to show their penis. Fantastic, yeah.
I don't understand. I told them to add me on Twitter.
Fuck those assholes.
If they want to add me on Twitter, I'll send them a link, but I'm not gonna post a link in there because of all the weirdos.
It wants a hug. Oh, bless.
Yeah, be careful when you let on.
There you go.
Itching to show their genitalia to us.
Well, it's like, I asked them what they want to say, and they didn't quite say. They're just
nothing.
Saying all this.
Nothing.
Burn your dad. Burn yourself.
Well, I don't know if they're claiming they're Japanese, but if I like the Japanese. I don't want them to.
I can't see comments. So.
They got a serious need for attention. I don't think their mommy or daddy gave them a hug growing up.
He never had his body powdered.
Actually, this is the best night of his life. Yeah, everyone telling me he's a loser.
My advice to you is drop the foot fetish and get an actual life where you're productive and the people around you are glad to have you around, so you're not just going around showing your feet to random people.
Some people are so lame. They want any type of attention. Like they don't care if it's the most worst negative
side of their life.
Quite literally,
just want to be bothered.
Right in front of our eyes.
The worse the better.
He wanted to show it. He wanted to show us his Barbie doll collection.
I just hope we're not predating anybody, because then they'll be a very fucked up individual that I might have to hunt down sometime.
Turns out it's like a really hot girl trying to show us.
I want to see his Barbie doll collection.
But damn it, let's let her on.
Well, I posted the link for a second. I don't know if they're trying to.
They'd find that very funny.
I deleted the link just because
I got Scotty. I don't mind getting punched.
Well, I don't trust them until they show their face or whatnot. They're on the backstage.
Don't put them on your.
That's my rule.
They didn't
I'll
even show their face; they just showed their feet.
It reminds me of that Star Trek episode where Captain Kirk and Spock are walking across the desert. Remember that one where they're on a planet and they're going across those big rocks in the desert?
My guess is they're familiar. Too much internet and don't know anything about real love.
Do you remember Star Trek? The old Star Trek?
Absolutely.
Great.
There were some episodes where they were in the desert, big rocks.
Yeah.
Film these scenes. They're walking over the rocks.
Wow, they are persistent, aren't they?
Does anybody remember when Kirk fought the Gorn?
Yeah.
The monster, yep, and the rock desert thing.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Well, they said their feet and the thing. What the fuck is wrong with this person?
I called it. I called it from the get-go.
Someone in the chat.
The name on the.
Well,
where's Blue? Where's Blue? Blue was over there giving Daniel's show a hard time earlier.
Well, no, he was just giving Jin the Ninja a hard time. What the fuck is up with
Why is he fucking with Jin the Ninja? I mean, Jin the Ninja is nothing but nice to everyone.
The real test is for them to tell us how to read the lines in our feet and define the future.
Trippy.
I don't understand why somebody would want their feet to be. That's retarded.
It's gross.
Some kind of exhibitionist thing.
I drink 8 beers. I don't give a fuck about your feet. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
They're just enjoying life, so I don't see any of that.
They're gonna pull their wiener out and start saying racist shit.
Yeah, I don't understand why people think that they're.
Yeah, this is the type of people you don't want around your children.
Well, it's like there's weird shit going on in other countries. They're like into some weird shit. Like in
like, you seen the Facebook profiles for people from India? It's like nothing but dick pics.
Yeah, they're all disgusting.
Totally.
Really, like it's like not healthy, hyper focused into the fleshly realm.
Yeah. So if there's anybody here that's human, I know Daniel is. I know Clint is.
I don't know. I think that
I think Clint's real.
I'm definitely.
I've known Daniel for 7 years.
I'm human, but I'm definitely real.
I'm a Pleiadian. Gio's Illyrian.
It could be Pleiadian.
Arcturan. Clint is a. Which ones are left?
No, I'm teasing. I'm just
invisible.
Remember that movie, This Thing, where he's trying to test to see who's the alien?
Yeah.
You have to heat up this thing and put it in the blood sample.
Oh yeah. Well, I banned that.
Alien runs from it.
I banned that one user, and they're trying to come back, even though I banned them.
Oh my god, that's a new level of obsession.
Oh my god. What kind of places you've been hanging out?
This isn't your type of show.
On YouTube. What kind of places on YouTube have you been hanging out?
This is we don't want your lowbrow trash.
Bon Jovi.
I don't know. It's not cool if you're out there, they'll take your feet, put them in a blender, and dump them down the drain.
I keep you do with them, yeah. Flush them down.
They keep trying to join and they say punches you, and it's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
We're supposed to
kill you. Yeah.
I guess
they think they're so cool.
You're doing the right thing when they say you must die.
They don't have a life when they're going off having a tantrum on the internet because there's nothing going on in their own life enough to keep them occupied to where they get pissed off over stupid shit like this.
At 1 a.m. on some random stream.
In the middle of nowhere, that's a natural, spontaneous.
Well, four guys on a stream. Oh, I want to show my cock.
They're flipping me off now about backstage.
Oh my god!
I don't understand what their deal is.
Mummy wouldn't.
Sounds like a show. Yeah, 4 guys and a cock.
They're mentally twisted and they want to get off by just exposing themselves to people they don't know.
Well, what is there?
Sounds like a new kind of book club. Yeah.
I would not want my children anywhere within 100 yards of this person.
They're supposed to represent. If they're trying to represent Japan, and I'm not about to let them shame Japan and they
gotta be licking doorknobs.
Oh yeah, Japan will not. No,
they're demanding that I ban them, and it's like I don't understand what they're.
It's
a tall, effeminate white guy that has a ponytail and he walks around in a kimono.
Well, I seen that when he was flipping me off. I seen it looked like Japanese hair. He
wants to read his Ninja Turtles comic.
What is with the Japanese? There you go. Doorknob licking. You got inserting octopuses into various orifices. Like they get bored of it. Sounds like.
Well, I think it's the side effect of total totalitarianism is that
and all the radiation from us.
Yeah, having fucking nukes dropped on your head, that'll do it.
And Fukushima.
Well, let's not judge him before he. I don't understand what he wants, but
who is this? Ain't Blue, is it?
No.
Didn't show his face yet.
Oh yeah.
God, they didn't flip me off in the camera.
I don't know. Let him see what happens. But
Blue should have came on Daniel's show earlier.
Well,
he's came on your show. He's came on your show, Clint, all week, and he wouldn't come on Daniel's show. Why?
Well, I think that he got off on the wrong foot with Jen. Jen's easy to get off on the wrong foot.
Don't take on Jen. I don't know what's wrong with Jen, but Jen's smart as fuck. No, that kind of tripped me.
The one guy's flipping me off. I don't understand what
you got trolls going on in the background.
Why don't you just join us in this conversation and be a human being, Mr.
Because I don't see any comments, and probably don't want to see comments.
Is he mad that we're against communists or what?
I hate communists, so if you hate me because I hate communists.
Oh my God!
I don't like commies. So.
Punches you again.
I don't understand what's happening here.
Typical person. This is definitely. Oh, it starts demonic voice. You're funny.
He's demonic voice. I mean, if you want to summon
like
the devil, I will.
Not demonic voice. Something like that.
Well, I don't understand what's going on here. It's this person is extremely.
I'll eat your soul.
Baka.
They want somebody to punish them and give them attention negatively because they have nothing else going on in life.
Well, it's sad that they don't have any intellectual discourse to add to the. I think they just left. They left the backstage. They said "F you."
Yeah. That is a really unstable
just there.
Todd just channeled Evil Dead 2.
Totally. I'll eat your soul.
Hey, I'll swallow your soul.
I love that. I love that line.
I just don't understand what they
classic.
Why they would want to disrupt.
That is the most disgusting thing you can say. Like a demon. I'll eat your soul.
We got a demon to leave without mentioning Jesus. Now that's a first.
Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to.
Well, it appears like they're gone finally. So
I'll eat your soul.
But they probably just jumped around another live stream to try to get somebody to show up.
I love that.
I mean, we won in a way. I mean, it's a small victory for
one of the.
I love Bruce Campbell too.
I was so disappointed when I found out that Ash of Evil Dead on Twitter wasn't Bruce Campbell, even though
I wish we could get a hold of Bruce Campbell.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Remember, shop smart. Shop S-Smart.
Tell him we're a fan of his.
Well, we could all make a movie and fucking get him to produce it and
that'd be cool as hell. End of Days Radio with Ash from Evil Dead.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Sick as hell. Get on that, Daniel.
I thought about trying to make an anime.
Yes, you can.
Celebrities are weird. Man,
what's cool? Hold on. We got two guys from England. Are you both from England?
No, Gio's American, I think, isn't he?
Oh yeah, no, I'm straight up Scrantonian, Pennsylvania.
You're Scrantonian, Pennsylvania. You sound like you're fresh out of Ireland, or
you're from Amish country.
I can do that too, but I'm not going to do that too long. I don't go, bro.
Sound like my ancestors.
I do have Scottish heritage.
Well, technically, we're all American here because Leezy is a new American, so thus he should go out and buy a bunch of guns.
Fuck yeah!
I'm too
well, you guys get it here in the forefront. Lee, we heard from you. Now, who's the other guy?
Oh, Gio.
Gio from London.
He's not from London, but
London, Pennsylvania.
London.
He's from Pennsylvania.
I'm in Bidenville.
From Bidenville.
The holy Rashada.
Can't you tell he's from fucking
The electric city. Steamtown.
You ain't from fucking Pennsylvania.
I'm from the land of The Office, and I go to the food pantry across the street from the Dunder Mifflin building quite often.
Maybe you are from Pennsylvania. Never mind.
Isn't Philly in Pennsylvania?
That's like 200 miles south of me.
All right, guys. I gotta
job.
sign off. I gotta get some sleep. I'm sorry.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Daniel, for
It's
coming.
good seeing you.
Absolutely.
Love your show.
Have a good
plug
night.
Your show.
Everybody.
Plug your show before you go, Daniel.
End of Days Radio, endofdaysradio.com, and do not let that pervert in this onto this chat by any means.
Come to your show. God.
If Isaac wants to get on, he's a really cool dude. I've known him from other streams. I don't know if you know him, but definitely highly recommend his company.
I did send an invite if he wants to hop on. I'll delete the invite after he hops on.
And what are we to do with what's left of this?
He was actually in the other stream where the foot guy was the other night.
The foot guy? Oh my God.
I did send that invite.
Isaac, were you there when the guy came in and was trying to show his feet to Bongholio?
Okay, so Isaac made it. He's on board.
Cheers.
What's up, Isaac?
What's good?
What's going on, brother? Good to see you.
What's up, Isaac?
We have 5.
Cool.
Not much.
What's up, Isaac? Yeah, I haven't seen you for a minute. Right on.
I gotta take a leak real quick, so I'll be back in a second. Just don't say anything.
Let's all
crazy.
entertain each other. You go take a leak, Clint.
Isaac, were you in Stoner Time the other night when one person tried to get in and started showing their feet to Bongholio?
I was right after. I heard.
Okay, yeah.
Last night.
We found out who it was, or what?
Oh no, they came back. They came into this chat room and tried doing it a couple about maybe like 20 minutes ago.
A foot person. Nice.
Yeah.
That's the best way I could describe it.
Cruising around late night streams looking for people to show off their feet to. It's kind of gross. I looked at their actual page and they have one ASMR video with like the grodiest feet in the world up.
Trippy. Some brains are a little twisted, eh?
Yeah, more than their brain.
Yeah, true. Very true.
It's what they call in London a fucking toe rag.
But we're all normal here, right? We're all
very
super. We're all the super balanced people
normal
here.
To take ayahuasca.
Normal balanced people here.
Thing on the washing machine. We're unique individuals, all coalescing as one.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Everything
tired,
is fantastic our way.
Isaac, did you eat those mushrooms yet?
No, I've been taking a break from everything pretty much.
Oh no shit! I ate 5 hits of acid earlier.
Oh, no.
I'm done. I'm done shrooms in a while.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
something
it's been a while.
It's been a while. If you like that dimension.
Oh, when I did it last time, it convinced me that we're all connected.
Oh yeah, that's a good.
If you've ever had that experience.
Yeah.
The last time I did it, it made me cry, a little tear in my eye. I'm like, oh my God, we're all connected. Have you had that experience?
Many times.
Boom, where you're like, no matter if I die or anything that happens ever after, it won't matter because we're all connected.
We're in it together.
That one blew my fucking mind. And then there's that realization of the fungus among us. You know how
fungi
shrooms are fungi.
Fun guy.
Exactly. Fungi. He's a fun guy.
He's definitely a fun guy.
That's like a different creature, different being. Fungus.
It's very alien, yeah. It's like
what I'm walking at?
Very alien.
I have a theory that it's like some sort of angel DNA or something.
It is very strange.
It's been a little, I don't know, detached or something unusual.
What?
Everything cool with you? You seem a little distracted or something.
What did I say?
Oh no, just your demeanor. You seem a little detached.
I'm a little out of it. Yeah, I'm a little like tired, and I wasn't gonna come on, but I was like, yeah,
I'm fucking out of it. I shouldn't even be here tonight. I should be in bed, passed out.
Tired.
Been in bed hours.
I walked out. I almost passed out when I went out to the.
I'd make some coffee if I had cream, but I'm out, so I gotta wait.
I think I took one too many edibles.
Oh yeah, you need to lay off the edibles.
I think I took one too many. I come back and oh my God, what's the conversation about?
So what's up,
Kinda
Lee?
tripped
What's
me
up, or Isaac? what if you were to pass away at this very moment? What would be the knowledge that you have found that would pass on beyond your mortal existence?
I got you. I would say that heaven is on the inside.
The kingdom is within.
Well, I like that. I like that.
Mine would be.
I like that.
Mine would be people lie.
People lie.
Everybody lies. Gregory House, MD.
House. That was a good show.
I love that show.
What was I gonna say? So let's.
It wasn't bad, but I'd pick Batman or fucking Gilligan's Island over the house.
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, I would do that, or I'd make up some bullshit.
The music was better.
Tell someone I hid some treasure, but never did.
The girls were cuter.
Hid some treasure.
Just have them go on a goose chase. Never was real.
Here on Gilligan's Island.
Well, some of those, like that. What was that thing in Arizona with some kind of treasure map with like a heart and like a hand symbol or something? I think that's possibly a legit treasure
for
map.
sure. I think there's real ones. I was just being trolling. Like some people in their deathbed, like give out a secret. I could just.
Well, have you guys
the treasure's hidden in the
gold,
and then just die.
Have you guys ever seen the videos of the ex-military people who are on their deathbeds in their retirement homes, and they claim that they claim there's like a treaty with the aliens, and the aliens are real, and etc.
Have you guys seen the jellyfish UFO over Baghdad footage?
I saw that one.
Oh,
I saw that
one. I'm not sure about both things I just heard.
Very weird.
Well, the thing in the video looks like a disembodied, translucent outline of how they describe cherubim in the biblically accurate
sky. In the sky.
I got some AI art on that.
Cool.
Huh.
Well, no, it's a jellyfish head thing. It's not that actually.
Kind of reminds me. I think there are organization or aliens. Beings living in the sky.
Had a weird dream about.
I think there are cloud creatures.
Oh wait, hold on. What was Isaac saying? A dream?
I had a dream about aliens like twice and gray aliens once.
Okay, what you were saying, Todd?
Oh, cloud creatures. I think there's a species of beings that exist in our atmosphere.
Oh yeah, I've seen.
I know this is weird, but Charles Fort talked about their alien beings. They're cloud-like.
Well, I've theorized about radionic life forms made of just radiation. So
above us in the atmosphere, there are strange beings.
Oh yeah, I've seen serpent UFOs that seem legit from the Chris Everard.
I put the jellyfish UFO link in the private chat, by the way.
Oh yeah, let me.
They've shown. Have you seen those pictures of alien, like slug-looking creatures feeding on the sun in sunspots?
I've seen those. Yeah.
They got these videos of creatures like sucking off the energy and.
I've seen that. Check out the link in the private chat footage I just sent. That thing's really weird. I made mainstream news too.
I think our universe is filled with things we can't see.
The weird thing is they can only see it in infrared, and it keeps shifting between really hot and really cold.
Well, it could be like some kind of planeswalker entity.
Oh, what is that?
They could be using hot and cold, like polar and non-polar, or like electricity or something
like that. Yeah, if you watch the
video,
like
plasma beings are like feeding off of energy waveforms.
Well, this one's pretty old. Yeah, 2018. Yeah, I've seen this.
It hasn't been around for a while.
I thought it was a new one.
I think it's definitely well, what I don't understand is how the military claims that they're not a threat, but yet it's in restricted air. It's in restricted air territory, and these things are, they're clearly, if they are unknown,
most definitely.
Jellyfish UFOs. Well, yeah, I'm thinking if these fuckers are off the radar, maybe they're like the Rockefeller drones. You know, like drones of the Rockefellers that are off the grid. They can fly between.
I'm going to say
they
just
can fly
somebody
between the planet's radar system.
It could be Jeff Bezos in his rocket suit.
Jeff
It's hard to
Bezos.
tell how big it is. Like,
mobile.
How high is it off the ground?
It could be a what's his nuts, Elon Musk.
Well, you guys seen that the black satellite, the Black Knight satellite?
It could be Elon Musk.
That.
The Black Knight.
Up over the North Pole.
Satellite.
Well, these Black Knight satellite thing, it's weird how it's always some kind of weird shape. It's not like a geometric shape. It's some kind of oblong shape that just happens to be floating through the air.
Is this thing, are we supposed to expect that this is a real light, like traveling through the neighborhood somewhere? Is that what we're supposed to take in from this video?
Well, what if it's like some kind of spirit that's looking around or something?
Looking around, it's like just flying by. Well, fuck, why aren't there spirits everywhere all the time, every day? Why is there only one on this occasion? It doesn't make no sense.
It was that guy trying to show his feet.
Why can't? Yeah, I don't know.
Just show his feet. Makes more sense.
Isaac?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking it didn't make sense, actually. Never mind. I was just thinking what it might
strange.
Be. A light traveling down the road. No, they could do that shit, and we wouldn't even give a shit because it
could be Amazon testing the new delivery drones.
Good ass drone.
One of my friends,
Uber delivering your food.
Well, check this out. In the 90s, one of my friends ate a bunch of mushrooms, and he said that there was these shadow things that were coming from the sky that were swooping down, trying to grab him or something. And that there's all this weird rhetoric of like people tripping and seeing these things flying in the sky and coming down, trying to grab them or something. And it's really bizarre, you know, how like the Harry Potter scenario where those things called some kind of soul eaters or something, where they were trying to get Harry in the fourth one or something. And it's the concept it's very, you know, I think that the concept could be real of some type of supernatural entity that is going around policing the sky.
You know, I'm big on magic, Clint, so I believe in magic, but not Harry Potter necessarily.
In one of the Harry Potter movies, like where they remade it with Dumbledore, they like harness that evil force as energy, I think.
Well, that whole idea of like Harry's marked by because Todd's probably not familiar with the rhetoric of Harry Potter.
I kind of know the story, but I'm kind of like, no, I'm not going into this because real magic and real magicians and that whole lore is so much deeper than Harry Potter. Well, Aleister Crowley fighting in the Golden Dawn, and the Golden Dawn history is so much deeper than Harry Potter.
Well, to try to break it down to you real quick without you having to watch the movies, it's like Harry Potter was marked by this Magi who was the supreme Magi who marked him with the Z, the 26th letter of the alphabet, and that he somehow was he was imprinted with the spirit of some type of high divinity, which then like masqueraded itself throughout it's a really complex story. It's like
it also can be seen that he's Lucifer as well, because he's got like a lightning bolt that is he has to become enlightened. He has to know that that's his destiny.
I mean, I kind of know the background of this. Does it matter?
Well, it seems as though from my point of view, it seems as though
Harry Potter, there's so many videos. There's like 6 or 8 movies. They made about 8 movies.
Sometimes
10, 13 books.
Well, some of the hugest occult things are thrown into the open for the masses to see.
No doubt.
It was a weird coincidence for this J.K. Rowling lady to write about these the Phoenix initiation and like all this weird
No
symbology
doubt.
that I mean, it's
she was
part of.
probably working with Tavistock,
and she's
well,
under attack now. And J.K. Rowling has been under attack because she said, "I'm not down with your wacky program."
Yeah, I'm not sure.
J.K. Rowling is under attack by these people, by the way.
Yeah, well, she believes in biological sex, doesn't she? Which obviously because the Neoplatonists.
Yeah, she thinks a man's a woman or a woman's a man.
Well, the
I
people that rule
don't
the world want us to
understand what you
believe that
can't
everybody is
understand.
the
Wow.
Baphomet, you know.
Wait, what were you saying, Lee?
What was that?
They're like the Royal Society in England. They're the Platonists, so they want they want like the Baphomet. They want the gender to be dissolved, you know. So that
Lee, do you remember that song by the Kinks, Lola? La 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 Lola. La 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 Lola.
Yeah.
That was about.
I don't understand why you can't understand why you look like a woman and walk like a man.
And your cock tastes like cherry cola.
Load.
It's a weird. This culture is weird.
La, la, la. That's when they were starting to, kind of like, it's okay. La 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 la.
Yoda.
Yo,
Yoda.
Don't understand when she walks like a man.
You went a bit reggae then, Todd.
Wait, so Todd,
I don't remember all the lyrics exactly.
Todd,
I probably did. Yeah,
you did the intro on End of Days.
I did that song.
Is that kind of older, or is that a?
It's way old. I had friends. I have really talented musician friends, and I sang the funny intro. We did about 3 versions. Sent it to Daniel, and he mixed it. It was really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to do something with you, Clint, because you rap. That could be so cool. I got some friends, Clint. No, listen, I'm not talented musically. I'm kind of funny, but I have some friends that play guitar and drums and are really talented. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I've worked with this AC/DC cover band called Let There Be Rock, and they were well, it was the band not including the lead singer. They were looking for a lead singer, and I traveled to their place, and they were they were mad because I sounded like
hold on, Clint. You caught that I sang the intro song for Daniel's show, right?
Yeah.
That was the funnest thing I ever did.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
one of the funnest things I ever did.
I think we need to flat out produce an anime or something. I mean,
I think we need to just do a record, like 12 songs. Anybody out there in the audience do music? If you don't know me by now, you will never ever know me.
What's Isaac thinking? He's the youth of the group. What's the hip hop? What's the hippest thing we could possibly do?
Dude, we could do rap. We could do rock. We could do. We're not limited by their.
Let's hear what he has to say real quick.
I was just gonna say. Only thing I was thinking, I dropped a freestyle on my channel a week ago.
A freestyle? What's a freestyle?
A freestyle like rap or sing or whatever. I have 3 on there.
It's got to be a mix of rap and country. That's the new thing.
Did you send it over to Clint's channel?
No, I didn't know he did music.
Oh yeah, I'm a musician.
Well, how are we gonna hear
it? If you want to hear it, but it's up to you.
Are we gonna do the Sugar Hill Gang then?
I went 5 minutes in.
Huh? Well, we could pass.
I guess it doesn't matter.
We could pass a SoundCloud song back and forth and throw lyrics back and forth on it or something. That'd be cool.
Like you mean like make a song right now?
Well, not right.
Oh hell yeah! Make it right this minute. Do it right now. Get on the keyboard. Get on the.
Yeah, sometimes we'll put on beats and we'll just freestyle and
put one out. Do it right now.
I can freestyle, but the delay is because I had this dude from Africa freestyle on here, and the delay was messing it up.
Yeah, you need the person that's gonna do it to play it from their end.
I want to eventually start a keyboard session, and I think I gotta pull. I think I gotta pull Clint off the radio station and go behind the scenes, and I'm gonna start some keyboards, and we're gonna do some music and have Clint start going rapping some shit, rapping.
Well, if you upload, if you upload something to SoundCloud, I can just take it off SoundCloud and then, add vocals to it or whatnot.
If I upload,
yeah, I mean that's the best way to. I can step by step show you what to do or whatnot.
Yeah, I have some. I have 4 beats on. I have 4 mixed sounds on SoundCloud. 2 of them are beats. One of them's like a freestyle, like Zelda sounding like beat, and one's a anime remix. It's all funny. It's about Rick and Morty and like Jason Bourne and Limitless put together.
What's your ethnicity? Are you part Irish or something, or what's going on here?
What is this? What is this beard? What is this beard? Is this beard is cool where you live?
I don't know. I just started doing it one day, but I was
growing a beard one day.
Yeah, I just started one day. 8 months ago.
Have you ever tripped really hard and just was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna shave the beard"?
All the time. That's why I never grew it, because I would just randomly I'm gonna shave it for no reason.
Oh yeah. Well, I always shave my head because of the Buddhist thing. It's like start new every day and shave your head.
That's cool. Yeah, my goal is to not shave my beard this year once. But I guess I'm part Irish, part native Oklahoma something, part
Oklahoma,
Scottish, and Welsh.
Oh yeah. So is California like
European somewhere?
Well, is California really shitty to live in, or what's going on there?
California is shitty to live in if you're in a big city right now. I'm not in a big city. I'm in a nice rural area, like a countryside, small county fair.
That's cool.
Farming.
Is it hard to afford rent, or do you own your place, or what?
I'm just here with my mom and my dad. Rent is expensive right now, but I'm not the best keep a job and just.
They're starving everyone out. Don't feel ashamed, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I did it for 5 months in Colorado, and it was so expensive. I was worn out, just not having enough money in my pocket, and mentally worn out, not actually.
Oh yeah.
That's
what's crazy.
Cost of living isn't too bad here. Me and my roommate get half a double, 2 floors plus a full attic and full basement, basically for $1,100 a month, all utilities included.
1,100, yeah.
I should.
Over in the U.S., it's 1,800 if you want to live nice.
I am in the U.S.
1 bedroom.
What's crazy is so I got a couple friends from Colorado, and they were I don't know what they do, but they sell the dude sells loan reclassifications or some shit. I don't remember what it's called, but it's really bizarre that he could sell these reclassifications of loans to set a new interest rate or whatnot. What's that called?
I'm not sure.
But he was doing that, and it's he was getting by.
Clint, I want to say our country, the United States, is haunted. I want to talk about that topic. Haunted by our actions. Continuing to be haunted by more actions. Haunted by our actions, and the actions are growing. So, you can talk about current events or whatever you're talking about there, but basic stuff in the background is making stuff spookier and spookier for us.
What are you talking about, the ghost dance movement, or?
I'm talking about the goddamn shit we've done, all the wars.
Well, we though,
unjust, unjust wars. We're the ancestors, inheritors.
Well, it's not us though.
It's
we didn't fucking choose to do it, but we're inheriting.
We didn't start the fire.
Yeah, but see that whole rhetoric.
But we did invited and the women died.
Well, that whole rhetoric is the same thing that they're doing to the black community, where the socialist communists are using black people to. Where did he go? But the socialist communists are using black people.
Where's my backup vocals?
Hold on.
That guy's good.
They're using the socialist communists are using black people as damn it, you made me forget what I was doing with this song.
Whatever, I like the other guy. I like the guys back me up.
But
on the vocals.
It's like this whole
we didn't start the fire.
It's back to hold on. It brings it back to the reparations.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on. Listen, there is no injured party or it's complicated, but like how black people want reparations, it's like no different than that. Where the communists have empowered the masses to want to pay back black people for slavery, but yet the Constitutional Republic
Americans from black people.
Well, hold on. The Constitutional Republic was canceled, and the world government has taken hold of the United States, and so there is no Constitutional Republic. So there can be no injured party that is, or not injured party, but it's like they're asking for reparations from the world government.
Whatever. I'd rather you guys sing.
They run that psyop thing because they know it pisses off people who work jobs. That's why.
Yeah,
that's why they do it.
Divide and conquer.
We didn't start the fire.
Think about this: the woke agenda, essentially, whatever we want to call it, the woke agenda rolled out the red carpet for a dictatorship to come rolling in afterwards and make everything great again.
Yeah, it's that what they call it, tikkun alarm. Have you heard of that Hebrew tikkun alarm, healing
I've
the
heard
world?
Of tikkun alarm.
The light into the nations, basically. So in other words, by using the alchemy again of the people who want to be nation states against internationalists, whatever comes out of it, whatever wins, will collapse humanity into the singularity. That's what they call tikkun alarm.
That's
yeah, totally.
Singularity. Is that the same as the bottlenecks of basically where we all got wiped out except for a couple people that carry on the genetic lines in the past?
Well, did that go back to Eros and the Escatron?
It's like the circumpunct. The Illuminati have the symbol of the circumpunct, which is the same logo that they used in the French Revolution. So you pit the masculine against the feminine, the Girondins against the Jacobins. And then that whatever wins comes out of that eventually will return to the singularity.
Sounds like order for chaos and order forming out of entropy.
Yeah, like that thing eating its tail, it will eventually eat itself.
What that guy said.
Oh yeah. Damn,
you guys are on it. You guys are on it.
I didn't
say anything. So
the one dude bounced out on us and fucking.
One dude who bounced out.
He didn't even say bye.
Yeah, he seemed a little off. He doesn't typically
Daniel
have demeanor.
No,
Daniel didn't say bye.
The Isaac dude. It's rude not to say bye.
Yeah, Isaac seemed cool. He just seemed like perhaps he was a bit buzzed. He was a bit out there. I don't know.
Or he needed sleep really bad.
Yeah,
but he got offended. I think he got offended once when I said the Christ consciousness is the Luciferian consciousness rebranded.
Well, if you look in the Book of Revelation, you call Jesus the morning.
He got offended when you said Jesus took it up the ass. No, I'm just Jesus. No, he didn't.
But damn it, I'm pretty buzzed. That fucking Dunkin' Donuts beer is really this. The first one was really bad, but the second one was kind of good. But
I didn't even know Dunkin' Donuts did beer.
Yeah. Looking at that now.
I wouldn't recommend it. I mean,
I wouldn't recommend anything from Dunkin' Donuts.
I wasted $20 on it.
So what's better, Dunkin' Donuts coffee or Wawa? What do you reckon?
Well, usually I try to get European beer, but I mean, usually I don't even drink beer. I don't know what's going on. I mean, my cat dying has definitely been making me drink beer.
That's kind
Are
of.
you gonna get another cat?
Clint, when the last time you did some shrooms?
I'd say it's been at least like 5 years or something. I mean,
5 years or something.
At least even a low dose would probably be helpful.
Well,
maybe do the microdose.
Well, I've got some kind of digestive issue that's like parallel to IBM or whatever, and I got to take these plant medicines.
Irritable bowel movement.
Clint, have you tried incorporating whole fermented foods that are rich in probiotics into your diet?
Well, like I'm allergic to. One time I got the allergy test, and they said I was allergic to everything, basically. And
well, what are you gonna do?
I had one of those once. They said the same thing, but I told them to go fuck themselves.
Well, I mean, I definitely everything makes me itch and sneeze and stuff. But I mean, besides the weed is weird. Where it's like when I used to spend the night at my friend's house when I was a kid, and if I had weed and I forgot my asthma inhaler, I would somehow be more okay than if I didn't have weed and forgot my asthma inhaler.
Oh yeah, it's a bronchodilator, like Datura and Jimson weed. The flowers from that and smoke it, anti-asthmatic effect. Same thing with, I believe, mullein.
Huh.
And I'm kind of sneezy myself. Kind of hard to breathe.
And if you're having allergies,
where I'm living, I'm kind of hard to breathe. Just blow your nose, Clint.
Well, aren't you right by Phoenix?
What?
Aren't you right by Phoenix, Arizona, or something?
Yeah. Blow your nose, Clint.
Well, there's a lot of pollution there. I mean,
blow your nose.
Right now, it's like super allergy season, and the pollen levels this year are outlandish.
Keep blowing your nose.
My cousin's from Phoenix.
And drink a beer.
He's like half Espanol.
If it's a Friday night.
I like to check out Arizona. There's some wine.
Shit will work out right. It's nice, Clint.
What's that?
That you're doing a show like this, where people can call in and talk to you and just different opinions, weird stuff.
You mean it's better than arguing with people on life? Facebook?
I love it. What's that? What's that?
You mean it's better than arguing with people you don't know on Facebook?
Yeah, that's why I got off Facebook. That's why I left Facebook. So I could argue with you guys.
Right back.
Facebook won't even show me the comments at all. I mean, like, not period. I mean, and it's like Facebook is so controlled compared to Twitter. I mean, Twitter shows me every
long time ago. Well, somebody a long time ago, like 5 years ago, showed me Facebook, and I got on and posted all these videos, like all my favorite songs, and bombarded everyone I knew with all my crappy videos and songs I loved. And then I realized nobody even wanted to hear that shit.
Well, I
was wasting my time the whole time.
Well, I always think of the...
It was so ridiculous that I felt embarrassed by the end of it. And I'm like, I'll just walk out of here. Sorry. Never went back.
Well, it's like Terrence McKenna says, find the others, and that
kind of like I'm doing here now. No.
Yeah. Well, all these people that we know and stuff are all, I mean, besides a very few small percentage, most of the people that we all know are they're brainwashed, and that they can't see the world for what it is. And that
the only reason I'm here now is I believe in the message that's is putting out and what we're talking about.
It's like my dad tells my daughter, basically, he's like, oh, your dad, he's not the same anymore. I don't know what happened to your dad. I'm like, Dad, I developed critical thinking skills. That's what happened in a nutshell, and you didn't.
What are critical thinking skills?
The ability to do the trivia, to ask myself, what categories of evidence can I pass? And is it reasonable? And if it's reasonable, and am I sober, then I might repeat it, potentially.
That's a good question. And run it by yourself.
Yeah.
Good self-check.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, people are going around these days just believing rumors without verifying them, and that's a dangerous thing.
People are doing things because somebody said put a covering on your face.
Going out and actually living.
Well, it's like, no offense to Dr. Rob, because I think he's cool and stuff, but he was believing Trump was a racist based on all these rumors, and I confronted him and I was like, show me name the witness and where they said the statement. There was no name on the witness. There was no place where the statement was said, and I was like,
Dr. Robert's a Christian too, correct?
I'm not sure.
No.
Sure about that?
Well, it seems like he believes in the soul science psychology.
No, I was just thinking, because in Christian doctrine it says, don't devolve into gossip and stuff like that. That's essentially
I mean, he might be. I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's not.
I've tried to get him to come on.
It's not that it's not. It's not. It's not that he's not. He's not anti-Christian. He's just not Christian.
I could have swore I heard him reading some scripture or something one night.
Well, a lot of people will believe in the psychology.
Dr. Robert is like, well, he's Los Angeles.
All right.
You want to know?
It's like he's educated in the classical sense of, like, law philosophy and
UCLA, Berkeley.
He hasn't divulged himself into the shamanic, belief systems, and
he's super educated. That's why I love Dr. Robert. Wow, he's smart as fuck.
Well, a lot of people don't believe in spirits. It's like this weird person that added me.
But he believes in spirits.
Well, he says it, but then he always...
I live it.
Well, then
he knows. He's not talking about voodoo kind of spirits.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but...
I've had to deal with demons before where people's eyes turn black before my eyes, and I'm looking at them going, well, that's definitely not normal.
Well, he also, though, is always bringing up the
it's not a bad thing.
Well, the psychological aspect of
demons aren't a bad thing.
There's this thing in the science community where people will dance around the subject of spirits, and that they'll simply mask their rhetoric in a form that doesn't insult the person who does believe in spirits, and that it's like, to me, it's like, you can flat out take a certain amount of psychedelics and see a spirit, and that's the proof. But so many of these religious people, like,
you don't need to eat them anymore, and you start seeing everything around you in sort of symbolic ways that show you the energy dynamics that play within the spirit world.
Well, it's like people like Jamie and Jay Dyer. They're never gonna take a psychedelic journey. They're afraid.
I have heard Jay Dyer.
You're not Jay Dyer, are you, Clint?
I don't know Jay personally, but I have heard him say that he has done LSD.
Clint, you're not Jay Dyer, are you?
Well, no, I'm definitely not. But the thing about doing, the trip, the trip is the trip. You could trip 100 times and not see anything, and that only the very few amount of people actually see a vision. And that
I've encountered straight up what have been described as seraphim in ancient biblical texts, so I definitely agree with you on that.
Oh yeah, like entities,
like overpoweringly bright and loud things that are covered in eyes and flames and feathers and are telling me, "Be not afraid."
Yeah, that's similar to what I've seen with the
Lovecrafty and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I seen the Flower Life thing on a weird trip, and it was really, I mean, it was kind of loud. I would say it was.
No, this reality was no longer here. I was within a giant vortex of fiery purple and green feathered eyes that were showing me apocalyptic visions. Well, I was convinced I was dead because I couldn't even see my own hands.
Huh. That sounds similar to the visionary journeys that I've went on, where, one of them I was like engulfed in the sun, and that all these people were obsessed with McDonald's and toys and shit and TV, and that they were all being melted, and that I could feel them melting, and I was pulled back
melting.
out. It was so terrifying. I was on my friend's couch in the fetal position screaming.
I've had that trip before where when I seen the thing with the eyes, the many eyes, that was the flower of life thing.
That good or bad, yeah.
Well, I laid on the ground and I couldn't move, and I was screaming for 4 hours straight, as loud as I could possibly scream.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much. It sounds like a similar experience.
And all my friends were like, they weren't tripping, and they thought that I was never gonna come out of it, and I could see the patterns in the air go into their head, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah, in my case, I couldn't see anyone else. I mean, I was blinded to this world. All I had was visions of this giant, conglomerated mess of eyes, fire, and feathers.
Sound like Bo Jiden.
Well, these psychedelic journeys are. I think that's what the people that wrote the Bible were going through.
Well, Moses was
on
DMT because he would burn acacia once a year in Yom Kippur in the tabernacle, which is a small enclosed space, and he was also in where harmala seeds grow, and he probably combine those with burning that, breathing it in. You're going to have a DMT trip, plain and simple.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about more the New Testament, the Old Testament.
I think I want one of those, yeah.
I wonder if it's all about ancient deities in the Old Testament, and the New Testament is the initiates.
Future.
Well, think about this too. Moses, at least as far as the stories go, was raised as Pharaoh's brother, so therefore he would have been privy and exposed to all of the practices of the Egyptian high priesthood and their initiations to people's like in the royal family.
Yeah,
but how would we know?
There's a guy called Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. He's done quite a bit of thorough research into this.
So, Rabbi.
Yep.
It's a complicated subject. I mean,
absolutely.
Until we taught him, though. I mean, we can't get to the bottom of where it all began, but we can build top sides on the edges.
Well, there was the Amen god of Egypt was a ram, and that on his head was two tablets, and that they say that the Moses had 2 tablets, and I think it was some kind of symbolism towards this ram god of Egypt with 2 tablets on its head. I can't remember the name, but like all these deities had the symbol of what they were on their head. Like Isis had the throne because she was like part of Osiris, and that the other god had grain on his head, and that the Ma deity, she had an ostrich feather on her head, and that she was the symbol of the weighing of the heart of truth, and that this whole story of the Book of the Dead, I think, it's a map of the spirit world.
I've had that.
I wanted to go through the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I found these 3 books, Clint, a while back. By
that tied into the Egyptian weighing.
Easy Lessons in Egyptian Hieroglyphs by Sir E.A. Wallace.
Oh yeah, E.A. Wallace Budge, Legends of the Egyptian Gods. That was a good book.
Yep.
He did too.
I wanted to go through these 3 books because he discovered at the turn of the century the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Yeah, Budge was one of the biggest writers on Egyptian history at the time.
I found all 3 books, and I thought maybe we could go through all those. It might take a minute, but by the time we're done, we'll have a study in Egyptian language. Might relate back to the Masonic stuff you're doing, Clint.
Oh, yeah.
The whole link in the private chat to that Harry Rosenberg guy and talking about psychedelics and Judaism. If you want to check it out when you get a chance.
Oh yeah, I did open it, so it's on my history.
Okay, good.
But I like what you got going on over here. The nice Daniel joined us. Wow, we lost what's his nuts. We lost Robby Marx. Robby Marx. I love Robby Marx. You know that, Clint?
Oh yeah. What was
You're so lucky to have Robby Marx on here.
You're making me wish that the liquor store was open at 4 a.m.
well, like I'm all out of beer. I mean, I guess I got out of that coffee beer.
I play the drum.
Yeah,
I can't drink it
the
with
drum.
coffee.
I'm gonna play the drum. I hope the liquor store is open. Boom, we're going 8 hours out.
Yumma.
Yumma, 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 yumma.
We're almost on hour 5 of this one. Lazy does it's been pretty quiet. What's
Clint and I did a show like 8 hours. I'm like, I haven't heard the full 8 hours. I passed out.
What were you gonna say, Lee?
No, I was just listening to Todd. Todd had the floor.
Oh yeah, you gotta start drinking some European beer, Todd.
European beer, yeah, that's all I need.
Listen.
I think American beer is doing quite a fine job.
Whoops. Is this just audio?
Yeah, is it working?
Well, I can hear it on the share screen. Only does the screen, not the audio. So I mean,
that sucks.
Playing it through. Usually, I'll play my
audio.
Well,
if I bang a gong, Clint, bang a gong.
Let's see here.
My wife will get mad.
Well, the trick is to turn go to the audio settings.
Okay.
Go to the audio settings and then turn the echo cancellation, the reduced mic volume off, and then when you play the music, it'll play it to the fullest thing through your microphone.
Gotcha. So just basically do what I was doing and start over after I did that.
No problem.
All right, hang on.
Oh, what
Clint, I shall bang a gong.
Bag a gong, let it on.
Bang gong.
Unless you want
Is that what they
to
say?
your ass sideways, I won't do it again.
My wife says no more banging of the gong.
Sorry, Todd.
Is that what she said?
I may bang that. Yes.
I think I heard her say it, but she said something about sideways.
She said, "I'll back that gong off your fucking head."
What is what's your wife like?
Last time you hear the gong tonight.
Damn, I can kind of hear the song.
Sorry.
So your wife is Espanol, Todd?
There's 2 in here.
Oh.
I don't want 2. Where's the other one?
What's Todd's in trouble.
How many of those do you eat? Huh?
Babe.
What?
I'm on the fucking show.
I don't fucking care.
Clint show.
I don't care.
My wife don't care.
Tell your wife I said hi and that.
My wife, Clint says hi.
Who cares?
Well, ask her if she can come say hi and wave.
Will you say hi and wave?
No.
No.
But we enjoy Todd. We're part of.
He says we enjoy you. She says, "Fuck off." I'm in trouble. Yes.
Well.
No, I'm not in trouble. I mean, I'm in trouble to the point where it's like.
Well, just try to explain to her the synchronicity of everything, and maybe she'll.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, I almost busted my guitar out earlier.
Then my wife's cool. She's cool.
I wasn't sure if that was real or not. I thought it was part of the
she's
recording.
gonna beat the shit out of me, but no, she lets me do this.
She was mad about the gong, or what was going on?
She's mad about the gong.
Okay. Don't hit the gong again, and
I know.
We don't want to upset your old lady because she had some powerful vibes.
She is baby. She's beautiful. Maybe.
She's like Xena, the warrior princess.
She is. That's why I married her. She's like that.
Hear the lamentations of the women.
Conan.
Stick around.
Somebody messaged. Oh, it looks like Logan messaged me on Twitter.
Logan Messenger.
He sent me one of his weird videos.
Get to the chopper, Logan.
Well, I'm still not. Ouch, that's loud. I'm not convinced of the reality.
My wife can get mad, but bang the gong again. No, my wife's beautiful. She put up with me for 20 years.
20.
Hey Todd, I never thought you could turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Get out of here!
Get out of here! I told you.
Put that cookie down.
Close.
It's not a tumor.
Get the chopper.
Yeah,
My stepfather is German.
Well, I hate that Arnold is pro-socialist. It's like he's always been my hero.
I know, I hate that.
My father was a socialist.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is like,
he's a celebrity.
Screw your freedoms. If you don't want the vaccine, screw your freedoms. Take the vaccine, the experimental vaccine, it'll kill you.
So you take the cigar and you wipe it with the tequila and light it.
My friend lived in California. He said he could never take it seriously when Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That's my favorite thing to do is do Arnold Schwarzenegger.
My friend said in California that
I don't want the vaccine. You're an American. You want to kill your grandmother.
Serious, but Jesse Ventura, oh my god.
Well, Jesse Ventura seems. You wonder if Jesse Ventura is like a fake celebrity, where
right? So over the top, it's not funny.
Well, that one
he is an ex-professional
show.
wrestler, so that's kind of burned into his personality, I imagine. But still,
well, that
I almost do
show,
Jesse Ventura, but Arnold's too easy, so I don't go to Jesse.
What was that?
I do a great Bill Clinton though.
Which governor on your shoulder?
If you want to go to Bill Clinton,
Billary is what
I do the best Bill Clinton you've ever
Hillary
heard.
Clinton's father's grave is about a mile to my right.
So
it's across the street from the house.
When you want to hear my Bill Clinton,
let me know.
Well, we call him Billary just because of the algorithm.
Little known fact: Hillary Clinton's father's grave, and the
I
entire,
do Bill Clinton, and I do
completely disheveled.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I do Obama. I do Obama.
Well, he's Oblama with an L. Oblama.
Obama.
Leave Obama alone.
Osama.
Yeah, we don't use the real names. We don't show them respect because they're
American.
They're all Marxists.
Commie.
Yeah, they're.
He wasn't born in Kenya. It's a lie.
They don't deserve respect. They're all fucking trying to undermine the constitutional republic. You know, it's
I do a good Clinton when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Go for
it. You go for it.
Bill Clinton.
All right, let's hear it.
Ask Bill Clinton a question.
Hey Bill, what was in the jibber jab?
What do you think of the Monica Lewinsky?
How dare you? How dare you? I never had sex with that woman. How dare you?
That's for context of the photo. That's just my garden.
I never had.
He sounds like he's still having sex.
How dare you?
Chris Everard.
Have you seen my wife?
Well, Chris
if you see my wife, you'd have sex with that woman. There you. How dare you?
What about your time with Daddy-O and the Sax Maniacs?
Well, Chris Everard shows this clip of a video.
I never went to Epstein Island. I
never inhaled. I smoked, but I did not inhale.
If you see my wife, you do what I do.
Chris Everard has a video.
You see what I
hold on, let me.
If you see my wife, you do what I do.
Chris Everard has a video where
that's too much.
It's behind.
That's too much.
Well, hold on,
Chris killed. That Richie will get you killed.
Oh, Chris Everett has a video of I think it's the Illuminati series, like number 3 or 2, where he has a video before some kind of interview starts, and Billary is talking just like that, where he's like into this hypnotic state of like, and this person's doing makeup on him, and it seems like he's in a hypnotic state, and it's very bizarre.
My wife does not use adrenochrome.
I never watched it. I said when I saw Bill after I shot my adrenochrome.
Oh yeah, we had basically another extra there. Holy crap!
Once I shoot those 36-year-olds, oh.
Damn it, there's
fucking
this video
Elvis Presley.
I'm trying to find this video of that.
No, listen, I do Clinton. How dare you?
Oh wow.
How dare you?
Unabashed.
Can you do Bill Cosby?
I do Bill Cosby, not Bill Cosby, but I can do I can do like George Bush Sr., the New World Order.
Read my lips. No.
Read my lips. Hold on. No more broccoli.
I found the video of
moans.
I found the video. Well, I found the video of
Bill Clinton.
I found the video of Clinton and the hypnosis real quick. Hold on, listen.
How dare you? There you go. Schmooze his big fat nose.
The sponge is kind of
fat
cold.
red fucking nose.
At least Walmart opens in an hour.
Scummy, sleazy. Yeah. 90s president.
When they're gonna turn on the drone.
Gross.
Oh yeah, so you guys seen that, right?
Yep.
The video I just played. I think that he was in a hypnotic state during that video. And
remember when Monica Lewinsky was under the desk giving him a blowjob, and he was running a cigar tube up her rear end? And they were putting this on the
job planting tulips.
And they were putting this in the news every day in the United States. Oh my God!
Todd, Monica Lewinsky was working an under the table job planting tulips.
I know.
Tulips right where they belong.
You know what? I wonder what her religious preference was. Wonder what religion she was from. Give me a break.
OTO.
Lewinsky.
Sounds Polish.
Polish
Catholic, probably.
Probably. And that's not a bad thing.
You remember what Frank Zappa said about Catholic girls? He wrote a whole song on it.
Oh no.
Catholic
Frank Zappa was over there over there in that fucking Laurel Canyon situation with the Beatles and the Beach Boys. Down now, down now, down now, down now, down now. Oh yeah, I tell you something. Down now, bum bum bum. Down now, I want to be your man. And when I say that something, down now. I want to hold your hands. I want to hold your hands. I want to hold your hands. Man, that's one of the coolest songs ever made, isn't it?
What do you think the esoteric? What do you think the meaning behind the song was?
Oh, please say to me, boom, 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 boom. Those lyrics, they had classic. They had the best musicians with them on the Beatles.
Yeah.
They literally. It wasn't just the 4 Beatles. They had a studio full of the best musicians helping the fucking Beatles. They couldn't put out these records as fast as they did. It was a British invasion. It's something you'll come across soon, Clint.
Yeah. It is interesting that the early Beatles songs before Vatican II were all very kind of polite about dating.
I love that song.
They were a little bit simpy, and then after Vatican II, 65, where they get compromised by the Rockefellers, and then everything just goes full on Age of Aquarius. And,
who isn't possessed by that song? And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's just a feeling that my love. I get high. I get high. I get high. I mean, give me a break. That is the beginning of the cultural mind expansion of an entire generation, the British invasion.
Well, look what the effect the White House had on Charles Manson and all that.
And you think that was just a coincidence, some small town band that got lucky. No, that wasn't a fucking program.
Yeah, it was a psyop, definitely.
Well, what were they teaching, though? What
were they teaching? What were the Masons teaching? What were the fucking Knights Templars fighting for? What was the Masons programming everyone? Who are the Beatles? Yeah.
Well, I mean, from some of the esoteric standpoints, they state that the Beatles was...
That's what your show is going on about. That's why we love your show, Clint.
Well, like they state that the Beatles was a symbol of the Immaculate Conception of the dung beetle of Egypt and all this other like rhetoric. But what is your take on the esoteric meaning of the Beatles songs?
Who are you speaking to?
The military-industrial complex controls the music.
Yeah, I agree.
The
Rand Corporation in America and the
disco music, the rap scene
in UK,
everything.
Yeah.
Shatter all your.
Well, I mean, do you think it was to pacify people, or
so? Is that, are they good or are they bad? That's where your mind goes. That's where your mind breaks.
To shift the Overton window, the perception of acceptable cultures and discourses, and to move people away from more kind of, what's the word, parochial, conservative, like family living. They wanted people to rebel more against their family and say, you don't understand it because you're all just boomers and you all just went through the machine guns, and we understand it, we're the neo-pagans. But in reality, they were all
separate the kids from the parents so they could put the message in so the next generation comes up short of the parents' protection. Yep.
So once you break that bond between a daughter and a father and a mother,
what are the kids that came up from the non-protection of the parents, because the parents didn't realize they were attacking us?
So I have this problem with my dad.
This stuff is.
I still have this problem with my dad today, even at my age, in the sense that it doesn't matter how objective you try to be, because you're not part of the establishment. You don't have the respect or the credibility. So your parents just think that you're conspiracy theorists. Yet we know they've gone through a brainwashing system with the education that we did, but we were like I wouldn't say the first ones to emancipate ourselves, but we're the first ones to be able to articulate it. That's the difference. Because we've had
the sad part about. Here's the sad part about realizing this. What do we do from here? What do we do from here?
Like we said earlier, Todd,
and I'm old now, and I'm old now.
You just got to find people.
But I still say, everyone keep fighting, keep believing. Don't stop, don't stop believing. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on.
I think that
stupid song.
Micro farming. Well, I think micro farming is the way of the future, where people start micro farming their own food. And
micro farming,
basically slow down the consumerism, and to try to create your own tiny farm.
What the problem is? I'm going to tell you what the problem and the solution is. Because things are advancing faster, Clint, Buckminster Fuller. Have you ever heard of Buckminster Fuller? In the 1950s, he theorized that intelligence is in the explosion phase. It's going faster and faster and faster. So the people that run the world are in control of the intelligence explosion curve.
Yeah.
They're guiding it. They're trying to hold on to it, but it's exploding.
And the other problem
what they don't have is the number of people. They don't have the number of minds under their.
And do you remember that
they
Canadian?
Have the money. They have the money, but they can't hold the fire hose.
And the Canadian
behavioral.
And that Canadian behavioral psychologist in the 60s, that Marshall McLuhan, he knew because of the sensory ratio, like the percentage of when we read books, when we see things visually, like things with our imagination. There's
knew too many of us. Yeah. There's too many of us poor people that are reading. Yeah, the rich people that have the wealth are not reading.
Yeah.
So they're not getting smarter, and the computer can't make you smarter.
Yeah. Well, what Marshall McLuhan
just looking at the screen can't make you smarter. People that are actually
they actually ridiculed Marshall McLuhan later because he pointed out if you don't have a healthy sensory ratio of interacting with things in the physical world and reading and painting and singing, if you have an imbalance, you become psychotic, and then nobody will argue, or no one will agree on the perception or the reception of information. Everybody will argue over the different lens to see everything through, whereas our ancestors got to see things through the same lens because we all played the same fields, we all fought in the same fields, we all ate the same things, and that's what they took us away from.
I wonder sometimes.
This whole concept of the person thinking that it's their own little world, and that they've never been. Yeah. Well, they've never been like physically attacked by someone who's proven to them that it's not their own little world.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, like you said, Clint, before you were saying like the difference between like if you're a blue collar guy and you know the consequences of like having your ass beat, it does bring a certain, almost like a martial arts code about the way you conduct yourself around people. Yeah. Whereas if you go online, you can just act like you're a god. But if anybody actually cornered you in your property, you'd be screaming for a cop.
Like most people don't realize they're slipping into what's known as solipsism, where they believe they're the only thing that exists and everything else is part of their dream, but that's not the case because polysolipsism is far more realistic in terms that we're all co-creative in this experience.
Yeah.
But if you can get there's a theater that's being created for argument, for debate that's up to this point very civil, and it's nice that we can all sit and discuss these topics.
We're all prisoners of the rules of the physical plane, and
if we lose civility, we won't do this anymore. But thank God for now, we're all discussing.
Well, hold on. What we call magic is to break the rules of the physical plane, and that I do believe that it can happen. But
I've witnessed it.
The common person is.
I think that the common thing that's running our society will shut this down in a heartbeat once they realize what we're talking about.
Well, I know some big problems.
They haven't shut it down is because they don't quite know what we're talking about.
Communities.
Wait, what was that?
A big problem what's going on right now is people are watching the news, world news, and places far away while they're completely ignoring interacting with their own local communities.
Exactly. Good point. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's difficult in the small communities when people are so like it's fucked up where it's like people are like, oh, you're wearing a bandana, you must be some kind of thug or something.
That's why these channels like Clint's might become more valuable as society starts to collapse.
Absolutely,
all over the place.
And it is depressing.
I like listening to Clint. I like listening to Clint. I like the fact that Clint comes on and reads some shit, whether we're here or not. Reads a book. Right on, Clint. Keep doing that, and then we'll join you when we can. Yeah, how's that sound?
In the common friend world, like I used to, when I skateboarded, 10 years ago, you know, constantly inviting people over to hang out. And these days, you can invite all sorts of people over. Nobody will come over or anything.
You know what it is, Clint? Because people are terrified that you're going to have these conversations that have come out the synthesis or the dialectics of social media, whereas previously there was more of like, you know, like the word organic, but in the sense that you did impulsively the things that you wanted to do together. Whereas now people are like, oh, what about if we start talking about things off social media? Then we'll fall out. So they avoid it.
They keep on falling out. Dun, dun.
Well, it's sad. I
they
mean,
keep on falling out of line and into the dust. They keep on falling out.
You know, like how you'll always get
falling
somebody
out
say
of line
something like,
and turning to rust.
You'll always get that idiot say something like, oh, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? My dad's mate, who was a retired motorcycle cop, he was about 70 years of age, and he was like, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? And I was like, well, what do you think about Adolf Hitler? And he was like, I was like, well, don't you think that somebody would have asked that question 50 years ago just the same? You're asking me, I don't have access to the military industrial complex, but I'll tell you one thing, he's a Rhodes Scholar, and they prepare these people to sit in these positions of power to bring nations against each other with different ideologies. If you don't learn that, that's on you.
So Putin is a Rhodes Scholar as well?
Absolutely. Yes, he is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Putin.
He's a what?
Rhodes Scholar. They're promoting world British rule.
Yeah, the Anglo-American system of the late 19th century, after the French Revolution.
Putin is everything bad.
They're promoting. Well, it's like, okay, so Dr. Rob, I hate it when he brings it down to white supremacy because it's a lot more complicated.
You caught me up talking about Dr. Rob.
Well,
by the way.
Well, it's this thing that Lizzie was talking about, you know, with the Rhodes Scholarship.
I love Dr. Rob.
It's because there's so many different kinds of white people, but they're not all this certain group that wants to promote world British rule. You know, it's even the British themselves are victims of the British government, and that it's like white people enslaved white people. You know, it's like.
Now, what these guys are, they're councils of people that want the United Nations giant one world government to control us in the end. They don't have it down yet, so they're still working on it. Thank God they haven't achieved their goal.
Look at when they dropped the pandemic, the first thing they did was have Justin Trudeau, Christine Lagarde of the European Central Bank, and Klaus Schwab sitting together saying, "Today, now is the day for a great reset for the fourth industrial revolution." They told
now is the day that you will all bow down to our rule. You will take needles in your arms. You will bow down. You will bend over, and you will be happy. You'll eat bugs. That's what they would have had for all.
You will eat the bugs, Todd, and you will not bang the gong.
The bugs, and you will own nothing.
Stick around.
If you bang your gong again, I get your wife to kill you.
Get in the chopper. I'll fly into a coffin.
Some of those bugs are tasty.
You cough inside the bug.
Well, I mean, shrimp is good. What's I'm trying to think about?
Maybe I'll do some crawdads.
How dare you?
The bastards.
I kill you.
I told you I kill you. You think you're better than me?
Arnold Schwarzenegger's rolling in his fucking sleep. Arnold Schwarzenegger's rolling back and forth furiously in his sleep. Like, what the fuck? I sense somebody's impersonating me.
Why are people praying to me?
Pray to me. I am your
God. Now, play Zero.
You should be mine.
Cigar.
Well, it's weird how they made him. They made him Hercules. They made him Hercules, and then they made him Conan. Yeah. And then they put him in these
I will control you, California.
Red Sonja.
It's a weird thing.
Red Sonja, you be mine.
Well, in Conan too, he kills Baal or whatever at the end, and or I don't remember what deity it was, but it was synonymous with certain deities, and that it's weird that they put. Yeah, they put him in
very
this
sexy,
powerful position.
He's ripped.
The destroyer of the serpent cult.
I'll give you a conspiracy theory. It's a hot take. Right? You know that the National Socialist Party were basically followers of Nietzsche, right? And Nietzsche spoke about the Übermensch, man being, ultimate potential. My hot take is that that Schwarzenegger was used to launch Hercules to push the macho male all through the 1980s with like the Van Damme movies, the Seagal, the steroid taking, the WWF.
Well,
that kind of pantheism, yeah.
The first quote in Conan is a Nietzsche quote that says, "What doesn't kill us will make us stronger."
Yeah.
There is a weird psychology aspect
No, listen.
to it.
The United States had Conan, like Edgar Rice Burroughs was like one of our the United States' great fantasy fiction writers from the early 30s. H.P. Lovecraft's friend, Edgar Rice Burroughs. These are secrets that people don't understand.
Well, he
all
was
of our
friends
fiction.
C.S. Lewis, yeah. Well,
I love Conan. I love Hyperborean tales of sword and sorcery.
Samaria.
Are you saying that
Samaria.
he's a co-writer of Conan with Robert E. Howard?
Robert E. Howard, yes.
Okay.
Hey, friends with H.P. Lovecraft. Wow. Is that a coincidence? I think so.
Well, I definitely think that there is something to that, how they were friends with Lovecraft. I think that the whole world of the
Something
Conan...
about Lovecraft is, I'm digging into that, why he's so popular. Is that a coincidence? Is
that whole
great fiction writer? Or is this a crafted fiction?
Well, the Hyperborean age, where it was like these ancient like
10,000 years ago. Yeah, Conan.
Yeah,
because that's when that's
it's like the antediluvian age.
Antediluvian, before history, prehistory. The snake cults are running the world.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Because we are told that the snake cult is the oldest religion on the face of the planet.
Do you remember the pop band from the 80s, Duran Duran? They had a song called "The Union of the Snake."
They did. That's correct. I bet you could think through all these snake songs.
Well, like in the early 2000s, they changed. They were like, "Oh, there's a 13th zodiac sign, and it's the serpent sign or whatever." And I think that was some kind of weird. It was a weird anomaly. Like, well, why are they claiming that there's a 13th zodiac sign of the serpent out of nowhere, and then they all of a sudden delete their comment? Basically, they're like, "Oh,
all I can think of is Duran Duran's best song, and I'm hungry like the wolf."
That brings to mind, speaking of number 13 in that regard, that brings to mind the Gospel of Judas, where Jesus refers to Judas as the 13th
number
demon.
13. Jesus, yep, Judas was 13.
Well,
I said it was 13. 13 is the unlucky number.
So would that be adding him to the zodiac then, in that sense?
Well, I
zodiac has 12 houses.
Because Clint, where you always talk about Zodion being the word for beast, and saying the interpretation of 666, meaning that men were following the Zodion. That's why they weren't Christians. You know what I mean? That they were heretics by following astrology.
Yeah, it was synonymous with the Aramaic.
They knew mathematics. They're evil. Yeah.
Well, the Aramaics thought that. Well, the Aramaics thought that the 12 zodiacs were the Djinn, and that the zodiacs were putting a spell on people, and that it seemed as though they were accurate in this whole word soup that hypnotizes people into believing that there's something made out of words, such as the zodiac, when they're not bound to those rules, and they believe they are. And it's like a weird psychology thing where the psychology thing emerged, and then people were put under the spell of these words that was in the story, and that it's really bizarre. I mean, it's Because how many atheists believe they're a zodiac sign? You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they claim to just be believing in the Big Bang and relativism. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
I know my sun sign's a Leo and my moon sign's an Aries, and I've pretty much lived up to that my entire life without even knowing it most of the time.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to offend anybody or anything, but I always break out the thing where it's like you ask any atheists, do they believe in a religion? They'll say no. Then you ask them, do they believe in the zodiac? They'll say yes. And then you ask them, well, do you know the zodiac is a religion? And they'll say, no, it's not. And it's like, well, it's this weird system that seems
it's
to
an
be
esoteric system. I wouldn't say it's exactly a religion, but
well, to go on to elaborate what Lizzie was saying about what I was saying is that the New Testament was saying that the people were marked by the beast, the symbol of the beast on their forehead, and that the word beast in Latin or Greek or whatever means zodion, and that so they were marked by the zodiac, and that they had the mark of the beast. The zodiac mark was the beast.
It does make sense, because if you were taking your theophanies, your signs from God, from the stars, then you wouldn't be listening to scripture. You would be heretical by that logic.
Yeah, that's divination.
Someone put those books back. Put those books back.
What is that book?
Budgie books. Budgie books.
Well, on that
E.A. Wallace Budgie. 3 of them.
And bid you all a good night and good morning, technically.
3 of them.
Are you passing out, Gio?
We'll get back to those.
I'm probably not sleeping tonight, so I'm just going to get my day started and start getting my shit together. Go out and
I'm not sleeping tonight. Not feeling right. Going to bed, I'm laying down, but I'm thinking around. Come on, one of those heavy metal songs.
You should probably at least try to go to sleep.
I just
make it hard to sleep. I'm not sleeping around.
Just eat a turkey sandwich and drink a warm cup of milk.
Turkey sandwich.
I just drank a bunch of coffee and ate 4 hits of LSD. I'm not going to sleep anytime soon.
I love to sing.
But you never know. I mean,
it's a valid point. I have fallen asleep in such states before, and sometimes coffee knocks me out.
Oh, fuck you. I just sing you to sleep, so.
Back in like 1998, I would always trip. And
in 1992, that would have been like so cool.
I've tripped at least 3 times in my life. I remember like laying there and seeing like behind my closed eyes like this giant pyramid covered in emeralds with this crystal purple and green skull spinning around on top of it, and then I just unconscious.
Oh wow!
I always used to see kaleidoscope patterns.
Cool.
Really cool experience. It wasn't bad in any way. It was just like, oh, cool. I'm seeing this. I was just exhausted, I guess.
Well, what do you think of Clint's show? Do you like Clint's show?
Absolutely.
I love Clint's show. So Clint, right on. Good job.
Very educational and very good conversation. I'm definitely down.
He's bringing on some good guests. He's got fucking Robby Marx over there.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, Robby was quite well educated on a bunch of.
I love Robby, and when he brings on Daniel's high level.
Oh yeah, I was just over on Daniel's show with you.
Oh yeah,
Daniel's high level, so he don't show it off, but when he talks, he knows a lot.
Oh yeah.
So fantastic.
What is it? Damn, we're on hour 5.5.
That all?
5.5, having some fun. Right on.
Time go.
Where's
the time go? That's what I said.
Holy shit!
I did one with Clint. It was 8 hours. I think Clint caught me after I passed out or something. I was on there passed out. Clint was talking to me while I was zombie state or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hopefully I was singing good.
But yeah, I'm not sure what subjects I'm pretty burned out. I don't know if I mean we can go on a little bit longer, but
Todd's
Some
gonna
of my
sing us.
funnest.
Todd's gonna sing us to sleep.
We gotta sing you to sleep. We're gonna take you down.
Guys,
Put your head on the pillow. Oh, we're going country tonight. No.
Well, it looks like
Sing anything.
It worked.
I'll sing
Geo
anything.
bounced out.
No. Obama loves you.
Oblama.
Oblama.
Yeah, he's
Black
part llama.
Oblama.
I'm sorry.
The llama person. Oblamatron.
Barry Cicero.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's the whole conundrum is it's like something that you would only
These
see in
guys
Hollywood.
are too easy. They're too easy to make fun of, you know. Dude.
Yeah.
Like,
the
make material for days to make fun of these assholes.
And why not?
Joe Biden on Howard Stern.
Bo Jiden.
But yeah, Bo Jiden is like, oh, you're so incredible. God, you rescued children? Fuck, I would brag about that everywhere I went for the rest of my life. Anywhere I went. Howard Stern said that.
Well, he's retarded, obviously.
You rescued a child? Yep. When I was in law school. When I was in law school, I rescued my 7th child from the pool. I dove in the pool with my law book in hand.
This whole the ditching of comedy, they're afraid to make fun. The real Howard Stern.
I rescued 7 children, not just one. From down in the pool.
It's like
that
all
is
these
some
people are
funny
just.
Shit.
Well, they would have burned. They would have made fun of him in back in the 90s, and.
Yep, that's gonna get me killed.
This whole
that
bowing
joke
down
I just heard.
Well, the PCism, the PC religion is so strong that even comedians like Howard Stern bow down to it and worship it, basically, and
Howard Stern looks like a Muppet.
He does.
He looks like a fucking Muppet with a weird wig on. Like an animatronic or something.
I mean, look at Sesame Street. Can you believe they put that shit into children's
Shuffling around
fucking
like
Sesame
2
Street.
Muppets.
I mean, the whole
thing
garbage
is like
show,
something
man.
on Sesame Street.
Hey, Bert, what you doing, Bert?
It's sick.
Yeah, some people say that
can't
the
believe the United States
psychology
is
of
being run by this.
I think that's a communist show, Clint. Sesame Street, definitely.
Oh yeah, it's definitely weird. I mean, it's the guy
Very
lives in a
sad.
garbage can, and
Very
they
sad.
have no lives or anything.
And then all he does is try to scare people about Donald Trump coming.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump's coming. And I hope Donald Trump wins so he can kick the shit out of these nutballs. I mean, literally. That's what we're all dying for, is to see him come in and kick the shit out of these assholes.
I think we can all agree on one thing. This is going to be one fucking batshit crazy year.
If the United States doesn't explode after this, they don't put everybody in jail or...
Well, it's like all the leftists are afraid that Trump's going to win, but there's no way the communists are going to let him win because he's against the communists, and so we obviously know that he's not going to win simply because they're not going to allow it.
I'm saving something from that Neanderthal conspiracy book, Clint. I was going to read these parts of this where they were talking back in 1960, 1970 about how Richard Nixon was pissing off the liberals. They hated him. But at the same time, he was passing everything the liberals wanted to to have happen. So it's like they put a Donald Trump figure, Richard Nixon, that pissed off the liberals and let them push through everything they wanted to do.
I mean, we all know it doesn't really matter who they put in power, but if they really want to divide the country straight down the middle even more, they'll put Michelle Obama in office. That's what I think. That'll really divide the country.
Totally. And just fucking let it all hang out right in front of everybody's face as a big cucumber pants. No.
Right. Well, I mean, the whole
Michael Obama.
Well, there's been multiple people who have ran for office who weren't.
But Michelle Obama, Michael, whatever.
Well, there's been multiple people who ran for office who weren't technically United States citizen, natural born, such as Ted Cruz. And like, not that I'm against Ted Cruz because he seems like he's pretty smart, but like the fact that someone has ran for president without being a natural born citizen, you know, it's proof that the Constitution is not, you know, full state. It's like Ralph Epperson goes to the point where Ralph says that, well, the Constitution only says that a male can be president, and that because it's in the contract, and that you know, the Constitution, and that it's an interesting thing that Ralph Epperson busts out, because it is, in the simplicity of it, it's technically true. Is that
the CFR that counts on foreign relations that has every politician in its pocket.
Yep.
Every politician in the United States is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations.
And they're all Rhodes Scholars as well,
They're all Rhodes Scholars. Goes back to England. The center of power is in England.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're trying to make it so the Crown
City
and
of
Rome
London
are back in power.
That's where they hide. You know, when you know, World War II, when the bombs were falling, they weren't falling on Downington Street.
No, you're right. They put them on the Victorian slums.
Yeah, falling over in the fucking suburbs.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting.
They won't do that in the United States because the United States now pays for all the wars, and that's why we're getting the bad karma. We're the muscle.
Well, there is
for
no
the one world government.
Well, there is no us though. I mean, it's the world government already sanctioned the U.S. military, so I mean, it's not us; it's the world government, and that. These people aren't dying in these wars for the U.S. They're dying for the world government communists, and that the sheeple are under the illusion that there's a sovereign nation called America when America is only the Constitution. When there's not a Constitution that's followed, it's not America, basically.
They don't quite have the world government, you know, like formed that everybody's all down with. I think they've been rushing the program.
Hey, Clint, did you know that David Bowie did a song called "This Is Not America"? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I heard that song.
To read the
I'm a huge Bowie fan. I've heard every David Bowie song, by the way.
That last video he did before he died was really strange. I think it was...
This is not America.
This is not la 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 la.
Well, I think he was trying to show some kind of
I love David Bowie
teaching that, you know, it's weird how people, you know, it's like that whole thing that I was stating earlier about what kind of knowledge would you bring to the table if, you know, you're going to disappear off the face of the planet, and that knowledge would be the only thing that was left of you.
David Bowie was like he not worshipped, but got into Hitler for a period, and then he hurried and shifted.
Well, it's weird that they would, want to study.
He did a bunch of study and then hurried and shifted off.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't realise in the UK in the 1930s they pushed National Socialism under a guy called Oswald Mosley, the same as they did in Germany. So yet again, proving that they're always synthetic creations that are disseminated amongst the population.
Have you seen this video of Hitler this week or last couple months, a month now, where Hitler's tweaking out at the Olympics? They're showing Hitler tweaking, watching the Olympics. He's going tweaking.
Yeah, he's leaning back and forth.
Das ist nicht ausgezeichnet.
Take over the country. Yes, it's very good. Yeah. Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get in the chopper.
The Americans are coming.
Americans. Shooting arms. No, it's too cool.
I didn't know you were so good at doing Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is my favorite.
Arnold Braunschweiger.
Because my stepfather is German. I've been talking to him, making him feel his German roots. His name is Klaus. His brother.
Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab. His brother is named, I can't remember his brother's name.
Cotton Schwab.
Cotton Schwab. Which is a German very well. And then, let me tell you, his brother's name is...
My other brother is Bill Cosby.
His brother's name is getting some bread from the German market tomorrow. When we go to California, screw your freedoms.
Can't you tell him American?
You don't want the vaccines? Screw your freedoms.
Screw your constitution.
Screw your constitution. I'm the governor. Oh.
You will listen to the National Socialist Party.
National Socialist. Heroes. Hitler's good. No, I never said that. Never said. Oh, that's too fun. Who is making me do Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions? I'd rather do Bill Clinton than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Bill Clinton was good.
No, I love Arnold Schwarzenegger because Conan. Stick around.
Stick around.
Putting knives in people. Slicing off their heads.
Wrong. Hi, cutie pie.
So fun. We could just do this all night.
One of us is in deep trouble.
One of us is in deep trouble. You're not me, I'm you. You're me. Oh.
I'll tell you what I think of it. I live to see you in that contract, but I'm going to put my fist in your stomach and break your goddamn spine.
Oh, I love that. That's so good. Go on.
That was from The Running Man.
Oh, The Running Man. That's so good. Fuck. Just go on forever. Clint Eastwood. I suppose his shoulder long. We stick around.
Forget Clint Eastwood. I'm more into Charles Bronson.
Clint Eastwood, I'll kill you if you don't listen to his show.
Where is Clint anyway? Is he okay?
Where's Clint? Clint, where are you? I'll come and find you.
Knock,
knock.
knock.
You up, make you stick around. Where's Clint?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got a pretty impressive library there, Todd. I see.
oh, my library is fucking so impressive. Ask me one question about anything, and I will answer in a nigga's voice.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite American horror author?
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
I do. Oh, I do a great Sean Connery. Sean Connery. In case you're looking for something more, you know, um, Sean Connery is
James Bond.
James Bond is.
Do you know where
What do
Clint's
you
gone?
expect? James Bond.
I think Clint's gone to get his vaccine.
You do good. You do good, Sean Connery too.
Here he is, back.
You do.
Yay!
You do good, Sean Connery too.
Highlander.
There can be only one. There can be only one.
Goldfinger, what is it you expect of me to do? I expect you to die.
Shovel down half a burrito real quick.
Pen, did you sneak a burrito in while we were doing impressions?
Well, I also ate a partial bagel.
A bagel? With cream cheese?
Yeah.
But you're not
Jewish. I don't know how you
Jewish.
drink so much. I only drank 8 beers and I was like starving.
8 beers? Oh shit.
Well, usually I don't drink. So.
You kept up with me.
Yeah, I don't usually drink at all.
Oh, it's my weekend to do it, so I'm doing it. You don't think I do this every day, do you?
Oh no,
I only do this when we get together for our powwow. I save my get smashed for this occasion. For my Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hey, Clint, you never told us about Native American beer.
Beer? Well, I mean,
yeah, what did Native Americans get drunk on?
Well, the South Americans had beer, but not the North Americans.
They didn't need to get drunk. They had peyote.
Well, I mean, not all of them had peyote. Only the Southern
ayahuasca.
But the South American beer was yucca that was spit. They would chew the yucca and then they would spit it into a big bin, and they would all drink the yucca beer, and it was basically spit beer.
Spit beer sounds tasty. Not.
This is as good as Heineken.
It gets you high.
Well, I mean, it's crazy that they. I mean, it's interesting how they had their own beer and that they.
Gross.
It may not have been the same.
Spit in it.
Well, they would chew the yucca, and then the mouth saliva had the composition to break down.
Let me tell you, that's something weird people are not understanding. Is ancient technology was using people to produce toxins inside their bodies and spit it or secrete it back out.
Well,
ancient people were using people as factories. This is a weird.
Well, they understood that the mouth saliva would break down the starch.
Not just saliva. Was producing weird substances.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's weird how the whole sativa and indica, the weed conspiracy, they've worked very hard to erase weed.
You're saying sativa, you're saying weed. In the ancient days, Clint, in Greece, they used human bodies to secrete chemicals.
What do you mean by that exactly? You talking about
They would
Greece?
produce secretions from human bodies that would put people in trance. The chemicals that they secreted produced
Where'd
in
you hear about
ancient
that?
Greece. These shows that are going on lately, that they're talking about ancient Greece documents that they're describing ancient mystery cults.
Well, the Greeks were definitely very they were very Babylonian in essence.
Using people to produce secretions from their bodies that were chemicals that would, you know how like toads, people are licking toads' feet.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean the
In
toad thing
ancient
is
Greece, people were producing stuff from their bodies. They were using people to produce chemicals that would.
I mean, what do you? I'd have to hear more details exactly. What are you talking about? Like some kind of food they were ingesting, or
Ancient mystery cults would use technologies where they could produce secretions from people's bodies.
well, I mean, you're gonna have to go into more details sometime. But
yeah, I will. At a later date, I'll introduce you to the programs where I heard this stuff.
Well, I definitely think that there's. It's weird how people are used in a way by the culture.
Stuff is being produced.
What well, I mean, like the whole idea of like energy is being harvested by the priesthoods and so on. It's
there you go.
It's an interesting subject. I wonder if the psychic
ways
world...
to get through the portals to the portals.
Oh yeah. What was yeah, what was it? You ever seen that Futurama show where the guy is the slurm drink is?
No, I never saw that.
Well, there's an interesting episode where the slurm.
I remember the TV series, but tell me.
Well, they're all drinking this stuff that's like Mountain Dew, but it's called slurm, and like they find out that it comes from a giant bug that's like secreting this stuff that it's got everybody under the spell and stuff. It's really interesting. It's similar to like the concept is pretty peculiar, but I mean it's like the plants are doing something similar possibly with the sugar cane and the
gotcha.
Because sugar,
I figure one day maybe we'll sit down and go through the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Wallace E. Budge.
Oh yeah, I've got a copy of it.
Those 3 books. I figure we'll go through those one day. It'll take us like 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Oh yeah,
we can definitely do that. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that, and I think there's going to be a lot of reading attached to that because it's definitely an intense subject.
Start with the first one, and then go to the second one, and then get to the last one, the big one. So we shall do that on a later date.
Oh yeah.
Today, what is the Illuminati news?
Well, I think there's definitely been a huge the whole like the indoctrinations of the masses into Marxism. I mean, it's so extreme that we've seen it in real time where that guy lit himself on fire. I mean, they're extremists who are insane, and this whole leftist theology is like consume the masses where they're all in denial and they're all going along with the leftist theology just to try to not feel left out, I think. And that but it's all a very dangerous thing, technically.
But Clint, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Well, I mean, you can say whatever you want. I mean,
yeah, I can say whatever I want. You don't.
But
what's your other guests have to say about this?
Hey, what's going on, Lee?
Yeah, all good, man. Yeah, entertain me. Todd was killing it with the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Entertain me, make me happy. I smile. Stick around. No, Lee. Yes. I'm glad you're keeping Clint company.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so Lee's new American. So what advice would you have for him?
Help us out, Lee. Help us out, Lee. Stick around.
I would, but I'm from Austria.
I'm Austria. In the end, Arnold Schwarzenegger just he didn't say anything. Just, In the end.
Yeah. Well, it's weird how he, in his first movie, he didn't even.
I had to leave an high note.
You what, Clint? What was you saying? What was you saying in the first movie?
In some of those first movies, Arnold didn't barely even speak English. He was. They're just like, oh, he's strong. Put him in the movie.
His first movie, he was pumping iron. Yeah. That was where he's lifting weights, and no one never said anything. And disco music.
Stay Hungry, wasn't it? The other one, yeah.
Disco porno music.
And what about when they made Stallone do a porno as well called Party at Kitty's? Remember that?
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's called Party.
God, the shit is getting nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like this whole obsession with like people and their idea that somehow like it's like some of the strongest people I've ever met they didn't look physically strong. They were just straight up beasts. And like this obsession with like these ideologies and caricatures are it's.
And my dad used to take me to this bodybuilding gym when I was younger, and I saw how insecure all the men was that were on steroids. Like they were frightened, man. They weren't really scary men. They'd watch too many movies and watch too much wrestling. You know what I mean? They weren't really tough guys. Like you said, the tough guys were working on building sites, and they were just regular people working on the rail line. And
definitely. Because that's all the world is people working, just working people.
Yeah, all these
if anybody comes on and starts going, oh, we need to get crazy and start rebelling, that's one of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean that's all I can say. If anybody comes on and goes, let's do something, that's them.
Well, that's what I'm always saying. The law is on our side thing, where we've already won if the law is enforced.
Yeah, we can kick back and watch this shit drift down the line. Do 9/11, pass all these laws, spy on all this. Doesn't mean anything. No one's getting hurt by it. Keeps going.
Well,
when you live in a totalitarian dictatorship where you can't move, you can't even drive down the street, that's when you'll go, oh, what happened?
Oh yeah. Well, somebody was arguing in one of the court cases about the stop sign or the traffic cameras it was an interesting court case where they were like, "We'll prove it's
You're
me in
not
the
being
car."
inconvenienced by it yet. Wait till you find out they've been snooping and spying and documenting everything evil you ever did. Wait till you find out the voice of God, the ear of God has been listening to your every conversation. They're calling it they're calling it the ear of God now. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Well, they want the people to believe the AI and the computer is God.
And spying on you and figuring every evil thing you ever did, and they're gonna come back through and pin it on you.
Well, that's where the idea of symbolism, the symbolism comes into play. Where people we
so you go, oh, they won't do that to me. No, they won't do that to you yet, but they got that on you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the same rhetoric as the Polish had. That's the same rhetoric the Polish had in Nazi Germany, where they were like, "Oh, they went and got the Jewish people. They're not gonna get the Polish people."
Oh, you can trust these guys. They're good guys. No, they're evil. Am I evil? Yes, I am. I am man. Dun, dun, dun,
I thought you were going to sing, "Who stopped the rain?"
Who stopped the rain?
What was that? That first
song? Yes, I
Diamond.
And I wonder who stopped the rain.
You guys are both programmed by music.
Oh yeah, Creedence Clearwater, everyone. I know them all. I'm a computer program from the future coming back from the past to sing a song for you.
Somehow Logan's still up. He messaged me on Twitter.
I'm just teasing. You set it up for me, so.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of bands don't get the
Who'll
recognition.
Stop the rain.
What was the? I mean, there's so many bands that are, we see it on YouTube with all these new bands that are trending. Like, well, they're not new, but they're old, but they're like B class bands. Well, I mean, like that whole what is that? The fish head guy, or what the fuck is that called? The 60s dude that
Fish head.
I can't think of it. Something head. I can't think of the name. Fuck, my friend's nephew listens to it and he's all about it, and he thinks it's like the sine qua non of 60s rock or something, and it's like some weird band I've never heard of. I bet you I could go to his Facebook and look for 5 seconds and find it, but I can't.
Do you remember when they had the Trololol?
I know everyone, so it must have been something really weird.
Oh yeah, Captain Beefheart is one of them.
Clint, do you remember when they got everybody?
Come on, we'll play something. Say something cool like Beatles down and down. The Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones.
So, Clint, do you remember when they got everyone hooked on that Trololol song? You know that? Trololol. Remember that one? That was like millions of views. I was like 2007 or 8 or something like that. Everybody was playing it.
I don't know.
Like YouTube anthem.
I'm outside of the I'm outside of the whole mainstream rhetoric where oh yeah. Captain Beefheart was a sober musician, friend of Frank Zappa. But
well, my dad said that the Beefheart was supposed to be the what do you call it, the meatus on the penis. It's something to do with the way he grabs his cock. It's like a Beefheart.
Well, it's weird how they always want to equate things to like sexual references. It's a lot of humans are perverts, I think.
You think?
Yeah, but what was it? Somebody said something about chemical that gets blasted into the bloodstream. I'm not sure what fermented. Oh, I think they're talking about an old comment. Or they were talking about something we were talking about like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, what Todd was saying about the fermenting from the bodies or something, the fluids.
I was talking about how there's descriptions of ancient cultures in Greece where they produced chemicals from human beings. They would use humans to produce psychoactive.
Oh, I think the commenter's thinking about like the whole
drugs.
adreno thing, you know,
like adrenochrome, but even weirder. There's a guy that's doing the searches that's pissing everybody off. There's a professor that's going on other podcasts.
Well, that whole thing about
if you want to hear
what's his name, Dr. Gonzo. Nobody ever knows what happened to Dr. Gonzo.
In ancient Greece, there were cults and religions that are just far beyond anything we can understand. And they were doing stuff, and
I mean, some of them. Terrence McKenna says that Mycenae meant land of the mushrooms, and that they were simply doing psychedelics and somehow connected to this ethereum of the psychedelic realm, and that they hid it in their symbolic religion, and that it was all like slang basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole
well,
then he equates the word mycelium.
Yeah, Bonger Clinton.
He equates the name of the land mycelium or whatever to.
Clinton's doing the Bonger. I better do one of these.
Well, to the name of the mushroom, the mycelium to Michael, and that he claims that Michael was the Greek word for mushroom.
God, Clinton made me drop the thing and kick the drum over it. All right.
And what's in the Nintendo games as well, Clint? The mushroom is called Toad, which is interesting.
Toad, it almost sounds like Todd.
Like licking the Todd.
Oh yeah. Well, the toad was originally in the Egyptian. It was the
Kek.
It was one of the the sacred forms of the first spirits or some shit. Where
like the Kek.
Yeah, I think you're probably spot on because I'm pretty buzzed.
I'm getting a knife and I'm fixing this.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What's getting fixed?
Hey, don't stab my drum. My wife doesn't punch holes in my drum.
Well,
that could be the end of my, time on Clinton show tonight.
Well,
I dropped my drum.
Let's see here. Damn it, that's hardcore.
Was it loud? Did it bug everyone, or just my wife?
Well, I didn't know we were keeping your wife up. I definitely did. Well, we could just talk quieter, so you don't get in trouble and stuff with your woman.
My woman.
You'll have to start singing. Yes, woman, I can hardly explain when I bang my gong and drop my drum again.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else is up.
Get rid of.
What the hell? Pam Grier is up.
Pam Grier?
Pam Grier?
I thought she passed away, didn't she?
Who's Pam Grier?
She's on my Twitter. The actress lady from the 70s movies.
Sean Connery.
Still alive?
Is Sean Connery around tonight? How's Sean Connery doing this evening?
I'm too busy fucking Pam Grier.
I say Scotland's the best country in the world. Scotch is my favorite drink.
Would you like one of her chocolate muffins?
Would you like me to say any James Bond line? You pay me to say James Bond.
I'm trying to think of a line from Indiana Jones 3.
Oh yeah.
Do you expect me to die?
Oh no, the one he said. What was it? Indiana. We called the
Indiana.
dog Indiana.
Indiana Jones.
It's not that.
My son.
I've lost him, my boy.
It starts with a Z.
My boy.
He paraphrases that one philosopher in that scene with the birds and the seagulls and the umbrella. Damn it! I'm too buzzed to remember.
Doesn't bother.
Don't drop your drum.
Finally,
Jehovah starts with an I, not a J.
Be proud.
We filled them all.
Baltimore, Scotland.
It's interesting. Dang, it sucks. I can't believe I forgot he passed away.
Horrible. He passed away.
Yeah, Sean Connery passed away.
Yeah.
I really
He was such a character. I mean, even though he was possibly one of the, I mean, he was in that The Man That Would Be King movie.
Never forget.
Brilliant movie.
The legacy. My legacy.
Well, it's like, was he just an actor, or was he some kind of a?
I shall live forever.
You wonder how far it goes. It's like is Tom Cruise some kind of high initiate, or is he just some schmuck?
Oh yes, Tom Cruise. Yes, his real name was Mothers.
Shall live forever.
Indiana.
Yeah.
Don't cross the sacred seal.
Find the ark.
It's very dangerous. You go first.
Damn, I'm trying to think of a quote.
It's too much. It's too bad.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
It's too much. It's too bad.
Do you remember when he was in The Rock? Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah. The Rock.
Do your best. Only losers do their best. Winners get to go home and fuck the prom queen.
Who knew that you did
the prom
Who
queen?
knew you did Sean Connery perfect? Holy shit.
The prom queen. That definitely is a good line.
Don't drop your beer there, son.
Yeah, the
that is unreal.
I can't think of any more quotes.
So good.
Don't get banging that gong.
Sean Connery.
You win. You win. You win.
You can be Arnie. I'll be Sean.
Totally.
Yeah,
I wish I could even.
That movie.
I wish I could even come up with a counter character. Fucking A. God, that's so good. Oh God, hands down. You win.
That one movie, he in the Man That Would Be King, they like pass the Masonic signs or some shit, and then they say all this stuff to they're trying to get money, and they're like saying all this fancy talk, and the rhetoric is so fast. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck did they just say?
And Michael Caine's like, boobies as big as grapefruits.
Yeah, I've always wondered about Michael Caine, because he was in that movie too, and it's like, is
Michael Caine was Batman's butler.
Oh yeah,
putting up with Batman was having moral issues, and Michael Caine's like, you must do what you have to do what you have to do, master. Right? Michael Caine kind of
Shine. There's your fucking
do
soul.
what you have to do.
You get your fucking Batmobile and fuck off.
Notice how the New York billionaire in Secret Batman has the British butler that's guiding morally.
Well, in the story, Alfred was a Knights Templar.
Alfred, the British butler, is telling the New York billionaire.
He's like, I like America. Your hamburgers are wonderful.
Here's what I do, bastard.
You guys remember that movie? What was that? It had Sean Connery, and there was some kind of like the something gentleman or something. I forget the name of
the League of Extraordinary.
Oh, they're all bad. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah, there was some Masonic symbolism in that movie, and the whole subject is weird because they had the submarine that was from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
The Watchmen tripped me with the superheroes that. What if they could have changed the world, but they didn't, so the world went bad. So now they're hanging around in the background.
Well, I think there's some kind of weird symbolism with the superheroes and the general masses. Somehow the masses, they equate themselves to the superheroes, and then it creates this hero type rhetoric in their head, and they think that like they're gonna save the world or something. And there's all these crazy people.
The superheroes, we've been cultured, shaped by superhero comic characters.
Oh yeah. Well,
every war, we didn't. The superhero in the comics wasn't the war, but it drug along during the war, and that was characters that we all hold.
They used Captain America, didn't they, to represent the military?
Captain America
as well, yeah.
Superman.
Well, I mean, like
it's insane.
Well, you wonder, are they taking the Greek gods of in the classical sense and then assigning them to the characters?
That's the Marvel and DC universe, exactly. Yeah.
Well, so it's pantheonism, basically.
It's exactly that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, what's weird is that the modern X-Men story on the new Disney movie, the new Disney TV show, it's all about Nimrod and the Sentinels and this new form of some kind of like AI / nanotech virus that's infecting the masses.
Whole generations will pass and they won't even realize this is what they were putting over on everybody.
Doesn't the X-Men refer to, because they've been genetically altered, they're like without biological sex, like they say X.
Some people claim that, but
here's
the thing though: the new
Gay
rhetoric
guys,
of the cartoon is
girls.
that. Well, hold on, the new rhetoric of the cartoon is that when these people who are infected with this nanotechnology virus that was from the future, from Nimrod or whatever, that they turn into sentinel robots and they start attacking the mutants.
Yep.
And that it's like that's the same thing with the leftists, just flat out attacking anybody who isn't a leftist, and that the communist religion of like them, what if the symbolism of the Sentinels is the communist takeover? And that, because Stan Lee it's interesting because this modern storyline isn't off Stan Lee's. I mean, it might be, but he was poor in the end. I don't think that he was, like one of these. I don't think he was part of the military complex or whatever.
Oh, jeez. Stan Lee was Jewish.
Yeah,
Stan Lee was.
So many of those comic books came out of different forms of Kabbalah, didn't they? And Greek pantheism.
Oh yeah, Superman has all these Kabbalistic.
And people get triggered because they think you're attacking, actual or Jews or something like that. It's like, no, you're pointing out there are people in
mythologies over time.
Well, you're pointing out that there are writers that are doing their own interpretations of different forms of mysticism.
Yeah, and you know who else is Jewish? Let's talk about who's Jewish. Seinfeld's Jewish. No,
I wanted to ask.
Clint.
Well, here's the thing.
Clint, hold on. Seinfeld just came out with a movie this weekend. It bombed.
Did he?
He's Jewish. Yeah.
Well, the PC culture, they don't
Big
accept
movie.
Seinfeld
Big
because,
movie this weekend.
well, he's been rejected.
Let me go on. Everybody that's in your comedy world, your comic books, all Jewish. Doesn't mean anything.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Are they making the comic book rhetoric because they want people to believe in the deities, or are they just making it because they have a
What do you think?
Well, hold on, or because they have writer's block and they're just straight up plagiarizing their own religion onto the comics. I mean, that's the question. It's
you
like,
tell me.
They're just ripping off their own religion just to make comics.
If they can get anybody into relativism,
how bad it is.
As long as they can get people to be relativistic, people are always lost, and then they'll always ascribe to studios and movies.
Time moves
tell
on.
them, yeah, what is true.
Time moves
I mean, what if it is like just all about selling the story? You know, like how Jordan Maxwell says the Bible is the greatest story ever told. It doesn't mean that it's real or whatnot, but
the greatest
fact that
story
it's
never told. Yeah.
Well, it's like
it's 2,000 years ago.
The idea of a story that's told over and over again, and then when you take the story and then use the same story but change the names and stuff, somehow like well somehow it's like the masses eat it up, and like it's a weird phenomenon of how this remasked lie is like.
I've heard the story and I ain't buying it, and I don't blame people for buying it.
Well, it's like
but it
Superman
influenced me in the way that these people are influenced by it. So go on.
Well, you know how Superman, his father is El, which is that's a name for Saturn, but then he gets his power from the sun, and that this whole rhetoric of it is like
I'd buy that faster than I buy this ancient 2,000-year-old book.
Yeah, because he's Lucifer, isn't he? He's Kal-El, and then you got Jor-El, who is his father.
Well, the thing about it though is this ancient symbolism of, you know, because the old priest was wearing all black is the symbol of Saturn, the master of time, or the astronomer, and that this ancient astronomer figure would always wear red and blue, and that it's a weird thing how ancient stuff gets somehow like sewn into modern mainstream mythos, and that the people are all about it, but don't realize that it's the etymologies of the words and the story itself and all this stuff seems to have, you know, some kind of esoteric origin, and that it's a weird thing. Like, how many stories out there are like that, you know, like that are in mainstream Hollywood that are rebranding. Like Cooper says that the Lion King, he does a whole episode with the Lion King, and that he says it was all just a rebranding of Cain versus Abel and this whole biblical thing. And it's just weird how it was such a popular movie, you know, and it's this rebranding of a story. And that's the huge question. Is it popular because they're subconscious? They hear this story and they go to it or something? Or is it popular because, you know, it's some kind of new meme that's...
No, Clint. Is it weird who's listening to the show tonight?
We got 3 listeners right now.
Tonight.
Well, I'm probably going to crash out pretty soon. I mean...
Cheap Trick did a song called Tonight.
Well, my name's Sean anyway. It's been good to meet you.
Sean Connery.
I don't know if you've seen my movie.
To make your acquaintance.
I was in Highlander.
We'll have a glass of scotch. Have a glass of scotch with this, Sean Connery.
I'm
trying. One foot in the grave, and the other foot in your ass.
Damn, I'm trying to think of the Indiana Jones movie as quotes.
Indiana Jones, my son. There's the last temptation together.
It's weird how it's like such an epic movie, number 3, and like the whole.
What
it's like
fun!
like the Masonic lore.
We drove Clint to bed. Saw me in a bed, Clint.
Well, the Masonic lore.
I'll come around later with a washcloth. Why
the whole
sweat off your brow?
This whole like Fisher King. It's weird that they would bring Indiana Jones 3 to the Fisher King and the old Templar lore.
That I should have gained it off you.
Well, it's like, to me, my thing about that whole movie is what idea were they trying to convey to the masses, that they were putting they turn the viewer of the movie into the initiate by watching the movie.
That's it.
And
you got it.
Well, I wonder what the whole meaning of it was. What gnosis were they trying to give the initiate after he crosses that invisible bridge or whatever, and
before my wife beats me up, I better get off this channel. But after I leave, I'll listen to you and
well, I mean, I probably better go to sleep too. I mean, is your old lady telling you to get off?
No. Oh.
What time is it there? Like 4 a.m?
It's 4 a.m.
I mean, the sun's rising up here. It's 6 a.m. here. Definitely need to crash out.
Sound like your iced tea song. Anyways, tear it up, my man. We shall get together again. Maybe we can write a book shortly. And as Sean Connery, I wish you the best of luck this evening, sir.
And don't bang your gong before bed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I'm definitely
I can't even leave without pressing the button.
Well, it's almost 6:30 here, so I don't know where Kopi.
Maybe I can leave this program.
Yeah, it's cool. We'll call it a night.
The world may. What's the famous Dr. No? Dr. No.
Dr. No.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna take off too. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, take it easy.
I drink 7-8 beers and I feel like I only drink 3. All right. Well, nice talking to you. All right. Well, peace. All right. So that concludes our episode of the Illuminati news. Someday I'll get to the second chapter. Maybe I could go over it real quick. Just a couple pages. Damn it, it's pretty late. I better just go to sleep. All right. Well, I don't know who the 2 viewers are, but thank you for listening. And hold on, let me if somehow you made it through all of this, where the fuck is his what's it? Logan sent me a thing. He's trying to get a new place to live. Where the fuck is that link at? There it is. Okay, so he's trying to get a new place to live because he's in a bad spot, but I'm sending this Cash App on the comments so you can, if you somehow made it through this 6 hours and 26 minutes. Damn it, that's not the right link. Hold on. Okay, here, this is the right link. Sorry, that last one's not the correct link. Actually, I'm going to delete that one so that nobody accidentally because that was like the link to the messages or something. Okay, so this is Logan's Cash App. He's in dire need of a new headquarters and wherever the fuck he's at, some kind of state, in the Middle East or some. Well, not. He's like to the left of Wisconsin, like 3 states or something. I don't know, but anyways, yeah, he's SOL, shit out of luck, and so if you could he's trying to get a new apartment or something. I mean, he's living in a homeless shelter, and he could really use some help. And that he's definitely stuck in a state of mind that is preventing him from living a normal life, and that he's we're trying to set him on the straight trail of knowledge and understanding, and he's gonna get there. It's just he's went through some hard times, and if you could donate to him, because I'm not actually monetized, and I don't have anything to donate to. I mean, technically I could leave my girlfriend's Cash App sometime if you ever want to donate to her, but technically Daniel from End of Days, he also needs a katana because he's in Seattle, and fucking Seattle's fucked up, and I'm surprised he would live there without some kind of weapon in the house, at least a baseball bat or something. But yeah, definitely trying to help out Logan. So if you go to the Cash App and if you want to donate him something to help him get ahead in life or some shit, it's up to you. I'm not, technically I wouldn't donate anything to anybody because I'm poor, but if I had money, I would definitely help people, I guess. Or I don't know. I'm pretty tired, and I drink 6 Heinekens, and I'm still we had a lot of guests tonight. We also, this is hour 10 and a half for me. The podcast, I mean 6 plus 4, so yeah, 10 and a half. Yeah, I'm ready to fucking pass out. I'm gonna sleep until 3 in the afternoon, so my whole day's already shot. I was supposed to help my dad stack wood, and for his, when that coming up of winter, and it's better to stack wood in the early summer than the midsummer because it's so hot outside. But yeah, but I guess I'm gonna go. So if somehow you've made it this far, or try to subscribe, because I need some more subscribers so I can get the YouTube plaque, so I can throw it in people's faces that I actually accomplished something. But plus to spread the knowledge, and I don't know. Sometime I'll make some good. Maybe sometime I'll make some. I'll get one of my older cars running and do some burnouts or something cool to, like, some whistling diesel type shit. I don't know. No, I only got 1 viewer. I fucked up. Something I said is fucking. No. But yeah, definitely. I don't recommend this drink, whatever this is. It's Dunkin' Donuts alcohol drink. I mean, the first one was horrible. The second one was okay because such a high percentage of alcohol, but it was definitely not worth dropping a $20 bill on fucking Dunkin' Donuts. I was technically buying it for my old lady because she likes coffee stuff, and I fucked up because she hates it. So nobody's gonna drink it. It's gonna sit in the fridge for months, and anyways, what's crazy? There was no Ice House at the store. There's no all these old brands of beer. They're not at the stores anymore, and I don't remember when, somehow reality, somehow the mainstream world just kind of stepped ahead 5 paces, and I'm still stuck in the, like, early 2000s, basically. I'm still stuck in like 2003, basically. And that don't know. But yeah. All right. Well, thanks for listening, and subscribe, and share the videos and stuff. Listen to William Cooper. Eventually I'll pay for the website, and you won't see the stupid duck logo in the corner. And eventually I will read chapter 2 and then of this book and get through some new books. And sorry for the delay, but I definitely I don't even know who listens. There's like 80 people every time, but whatever. I definitely thanks for listening to my dribble. But there's a lot to learn, and I should have documented my research 14 years ago when I started. I mean, I started researching way more than 14 years ago, but I should have taken more footnotes and taken I think it's adoptable. It's epic. Sean Connery. But yeah, I should have taken a lot more notes and copious notes and screenshots of books and all that jazz, and all how all these people got big books like that. J Dyer dude got that one enormous book full of all these, what are those, like those paper things, the sticky side and the notes, the sticky notes or whatever. He's got like a million sticky notes and that shit. But see, I take the screenshots of the page and the paragraph. And the problem is, over the years I've taken all these paragraph screenshots and I didn't write the page number in the book, and I did fuck up with that one. But and a lot of the stuff that I know is just straight up upstairs, and that because I didn't feel like I was gonna have to prove it to everybody what I know or anything, and I was only trying to prove it to myself what William Cooper says, and that it's after proving it to myself, now I feel obligated to prove it all to you, because and I'm definitely taking a slow ass time, so sorry about that. And maybe, I mean, really, the best thing you could do is listen to William Cooper, even though he may seem old school and kind of annoying and blab on about Jesus shit too much, but like when it all boils down to it, it's there's a lot of stuff that he says that I can't possibly reiterate or repeat, and the like some of those Raw Intelligence episode when he's just blabbing off all these court cases, and then you like pause it on every court case, and it's like you're reading the syllabus of the court case, and you're like, what the fuck? This shit is insane. Like, they're ruling in favor of UN fucking charter over the Constitution. Like, how the fuck can this? I'll have to show it on here sometime, but like, that they're, it's like all throughout since the UN charter was written, everybody who had a brain in fucking Congress and stuff was like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is going on? And that technically I could swear now that Kitty's not here except in spirit form, but what the fuck is going on? They're sitting there fucking violating the Constitution, violating the supremacy clause, the war powers clause. Some fucking piece of shit, Alger Hiss, writes the fucking UN charter, which is synonymous with the fucking USSR Constitution. And then our country has to bow down and fucking submit to this communist fucking doctrine that was written by Alger Hiss, and that all of our judges in the whole country are ruling in favor of this communist United Nations charter, which violates the Constitution and therefore is not law, cannot be law, and never will be law, but yet they're ruling in favor of it. I'm too buzzed off the alcohol to really get angry and yell at enough to scare Ghost Kitty, but because the cat would always get scared when I would start yelling about the New World Order, even though I wasn't yelling at her. And that's the Cherokee side of me coming out. That's anger. My great uncle, he would always say, he would say he's Cherokee, and then well, I don't remember what he would say, but he would say that he was Cherokee over and over. And but smug pipe. He would smoke his tobacco pipe and say he was Cherokee in the restaurant down this small town, and everybody was always really annoyed with him. But they had to put up with him because it was, oh, Cherokee. I can't do the impression of him like my friend you could do, but my friend used to work at that restaurant, and he witnessed my great uncle who was Cherokee, and it's fucked up because my great uncle was, my great grandma was Cherokee and my great uncle was Cherokee, but he was born in an outhouse, and so he was mentally retarded. But I mean, it's just fucked up. It's sad because he was literally born in an outhouse, like plop right down in the shit, and fucking something about him like landed on his head in the shit made him fucking mental, and it's fucked up. It's like he died on his moped. Somebody ran him over or some shit, and I was always really embarrassed about saying that I was part Cherokee because of my great uncle who was, I met my great grandma who was Cherokee, and I was always, I used to care about her and stuff, but I was always embarrassed of being part Cherokee because of my great uncle who was born in the outhouse, he literally born in shit, plopped down in a world of shit, it's, and the dude, hopefully he's up there in Cherokee heaven, fucking, living the good life, and that, everybody hated on him in the town that I'm from, but he was the last of some of the Cherokee from around, and it's like, there's no Cherokee people and there's no Blackfoot, there's all these different tribes and they're all just gone. And that's why I hold on to the tribal lore so hard, because the tribal lore was, why should I bow down and worship your fucking Jesus when fucking my ancestors were pulverized to dust on, part of my family tree, and that, the people that held the honor were those who weren't the deceivers. And from my understanding, the Cherokee and the Blackfoot weren't deceivers. They were being deceived, and therefore they held their honor, and therefore I should take their side of my part of my ethnicity in a way, because they held their honor. And that, I don't want to hold the side of, not saying that anything's bad or anything on the French, German, Scottish, Irish, Swiss, all these other European sides that I got. 'Cause definitely, it's just sad. It's like there's no. I've never met anyone who's pure Cherokee or even half Cherokee, or I've never met anyone who's pure Blackfoot or even half Blackfoot, and that it's like I've only met people who were part, and that we're so far down in the generations from, that's what's different with Americans than the British, is that a lot of Americans are, like at least 1/8, part Native American or something. Well, maybe not, probably like 1/16 for a lot of, 1/32 for a lot of people, or 1/64, but it doesn't matter. It's that it's just fucked up. It's like they want to erase the culture, and that the ghost dance and this, everybody just like judges Logan because he's on some weird shit, but like he's part Native American too, and that people are scared of him because he's got strong ideas, and it's not that he's any type of danger or anything. It's just that, you know, this he's like a brave, you know, and these, it's like our culture and our society has been brainwashed into this PC crap, and anybody who's got some heart to them, you know, is instantly labeled as some kind of scary person, you know, just because they got heart. And that the you know, having heart is something that is very powerful, and that it means a lot, because the people with heart will generally speak out against those who are oppressive. And that, you know, it's to speak up when no one else is brave enough to speak up is, it's a very scary thing. You know, I used to get kicked out of class all the time for it. And that, like, you know, I've been threatened by police for speaking up to try to get black people in Kalamazoo to fucking, you know, exercise their rights and their right to fucking due process and the law and stuff. And, you know, I had like literally had police tell me, you can't tell them to fucking speak up for themselves or we're going to arrest you. And it's like, well, I thought this was a free country. You know, where's my First Amendment right to freedom of speech? I'm not giving them legal advice. I'm simply telling them that they can speak up and that they don't have to stand there and look at the fucking ground and not say one word. And that fucking, these people in charge of shit are fucking, they've got this whole, you know, this industry set up in a way that people are all forced to bow their heads and to accept their fate, and that they all believe that they can't fight it, and that there's nothing they can do. And that, you know, and I've literally argued the system my whole life, like since 1998, arguing the pro-constitutional rhetoric. And, you know, and I've been slammed in court when I was a kid, fucking told, you know, that I was a fucking idiot for quoting the Constitution. There was no Constitution in the courtroom. And, you know, that still applies today with even, you know, that guy in New York who was getting slammed with that court case. And it's like, I told him, I'm like, dude, you better have a real strong fucking argument. Otherwise, you should probably, you know, bounce out of the state and fucking get the fuck out of there. You know, because there's no shame in running. And that, you know, like legally you can go to Florida and hide, and, you know, and if you didn't do some crazy crime and you didn't injure some party, and if you know, it's like the guy was just exercising what he thought was a Second Amendment right, and, you know, he should have went to Florida or something, because he's gonna, you know, be sitting in the fucking slammer for 18 years possibly. And it's like, he didn't even do anything. There is no injured party. He didn't commit a crime. But under the world government standards, you know, he violated the UN laws, and that he was a threat to the world government democracy. And that it's like all these 2A advocates don't understand that we don't have a constitution, and that for us to have a 2A, we need to have a constitution. And that's why I'll obey every unconstitutional law, because I know that we're economic slaves in a fascist system, and that we have to obey these laws. Otherwise, they'll make an example out of us. And fucking, you know, it's like, you know, in a way, Cooper made a bad mistake by letting himself be made an example out of, because he was so detrimental to the movement, and he knew so much, and he had such a strong following. You know, I wish to God that Cooper would have bit the bullet and fucking tried to just went to the court and fucking, you know, but he was like, fuck that. He drew his line in the sand, and he said, I'm not fucking doing this shit, because in the law, I didn't break the law. And he proved it. It's just fucked up, because he was so detrimental to the movement. And like, he literally let himself become martyred, and that his opinion would be far more valuable today than anybody that we've see online, because he was he read like hundreds and hundreds of books. And I mean, who knows? I mean, he could be batshit crazy and by now if he was still alive and drunk off his ass, but he might have still brought real shit to the table. And I mean, who knows? It's like maybe Cooper says not to put anybody on a pedestal or they'll fall off real quick, and that maybe he was just a fellow student, and that the knowledge and being a student is the most we can ever hope to attain. Because all these people who claim to be masters of knowledge they're not masters, they're just students pretending to be masters. And that the student has more power because they don't believe things and they don't accept them, and they're still searching, and we're all still searching for knowledge and truth. And all these leaders of all these religious movements and all these all these different fake truther movements and stuff, they all claim to know that they have the truth. And I just don't accept it. I don't trust anything because of how easily words can be used to deceive someone. And that I'm not saying I don't have hope. I mean, I have hope that we'll lawfully and peacefully have the Constitution reinstated, gold and silver coins reinstated, the war powers of Congress reinstated, the allodial titles on the land reinstated, the abolishment of direct excise taxes and taxes without enumeration reinstated, the courts that are constitutional and uphold common law and the Constitution reinstated, because right now there is no constitutional courts. And that I just don't understand how Dr. Rob doesn't understand the power of the Constitution, where I'm sitting there telling him, like, these people are under oath to the Constitution, there to uphold it, by the law. And that he's like, oh, well, he basically just was like, oh, I believe in violence. And it's like, well, violence is only going to get you fucking, violence is what the man wants. And that the man wants people to be violent. And that's why nobody can be violent. That's why we must attain peace. Because if you do something violent, or if you're pro-violent, you're only part of what the man in Moscow wants you to do. And that we've already won in the law. The law is on our side. The Constitution is on our side. Supreme Court rulings is on our side. Peace is on our side. If the Constitution is reinstated lawfully and legally and peacefully, then the end of all these wars, because Congress hasn't waged war. They can't send troops anywhere without Congress waging war. And Congress hasn't waged war, so they should not be able to send troops anywheres, period. And that if there is ever a war, there should be the country that's the country would have to step foot in American soil and attack American soil for there to actually be war, not these Ukraine and all this other shit, all this Middle Eastern shit. That's all it's all just flat out UN communist wars to control these Abrahamic faith religious countries, and that America has nothing to do with it. And that the fact that people think we do is proof that they're brainwashed, because the founding fathers were totally against intervening with any foreign nation unless the foreign nation directly, stepped foot in America and started shit, because that's the old tune. That's the same old tune of the old monarchies of Europe, to have all this foreign intervention and to spread themselves thin and to, whole spreading themselves thin thing is that's how Rome fell. They tried to build the wall of Hadrian and they spread themselves too thin, and and then they fell. I mean, it could have been a planned fall and collapse, or it could have simply been a fall and collapse in which they gathered what was left and then created a Roman secret society and eventually tried to bring Rome back to the head of the ruling class. And then I think they couldn't 100% do it, so they knew that they had to reemerge with the monarchies of Europe, and that the monarchies of Europe we're all going along with this Illuminist Jesuit plan, and that I think the plan all along of the Illuminati was simply the Jesuit Roman plan to retake over the world, and that it's I just don't trust anything. I don't trust the mainstream news. All I do trust is that peace is we will win, and we're because we have truth, and because we're about peace, and that the peace, because we have honor, and honor will win. And it's all these people without honor. It's like you step into a boxing ring with someone, and if you don't have honor in the fight, you're gonna lose the fight. And that's why we lost to Vietnam and the Vietnamese, because they had honor, but we didn't. And fucking our country was just fighting because they had to, and the Vietnamese were fighting because they were trying to protect their culture and their families. And not that I'm siding with the Vietnamese or anything, but I'm just saying that the person with honor, it's like some kid getting beat up by bullies, and then he fights back and wins because he's got honor, and the bullies are in the wrong. And there's too many times when Americans in our own country are being bullied, and we're not in the wrong, but we still get bullied into it. And that but it's time that we all stand up metaphorically to the bullies. We all speak up, we all speak out. It's like the William Cooper says, the silent majority must become must stop being silent. They must speak up. And that it's so hard for people to speak up, but I think that speaking up, if we all speak up, then it will change the world, and that truth will echo through the ears of all the stupid people that don't understand it, and they can all bitch and gripe as much as they want, but the new world, the new future, the future is going to be led by truth. And that all these people that oppose truth, they're going to be dragged into the future, and it doesn't matter what they believe, because the truth will trample their bullshit. And that as long as you're on the side of truth and so on, that you're not going to be I don't know. It's like the elite fear the truth. They fear truth, and that's why anybody who's about truth, they want to wipe them off the map. Or but the fact of the matter is, no lie can live forever. I think that was an Abe Lincoln quote, even though I don't necessarily support Abe Lincoln or anything, but like but yeah, I got one viewer, so it's been 7 hours, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Especially since the sun came up. God damn it. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. I've been on way too long. Peace.